Tales from Outer Space 1546. Story number 1. Human Stereotypes, written by Average Cake Enjoyer. Chris had finally made it onto the ship. The mind-numbing mountain of paperwork that he had to fill out before boarding now long behind him. After a brisk and slightly confusing walk through the ship's corridors, he'd finally found the way to his shared room. The door sliding open, he stepped into the room, dropping his luggage on the floor with a heavy thud as he all but leapt into his bed, burying his face deep into a pillow as he let out a relieved sigh. Letting a few moments pass so that he could savor the moment, Chris sat back up, putting his luggage onto his bed. But as he was beginning to unpack, he was interrupted by the sound of the doors opening behind him. As he turned around to face the door, he and what seemed like a large rhino made eye contact. "Hi." A series of grunts and snorts replied back to Chris, the rhino tilting his head with and you saw the confused look at his face, tapping the small box on his neck a few times. The rhino cleared his voice and tried again. "Hello, human. Who may you be?" My name's Chris. You?" I beg your pardon. The two looked at each other in an uneasy silence before the rhino broke out in a fit of laughter. After a minute of boisterous laughing, managed to regain his composure as he wiped a single tear from his eyes. "My apologies. Some say my sense of humor needs work. Don't worry about the name. You can just call me Cal. It's what everyone else does." Chris sighed in relief at Cal's words. "Had me for a moment. Well, it's nice to meet you, Cal. You called me in the middle of unpacking." "Unpacking? Oh! You must be one of the new hires." "Yeah, that's me. I'm surprised I got hired so quickly, I won't lie." "Of course they'd hire you. You seem like a fine security officer." "What? I'm here as a ship." "Surely you jest. You're a human after all." Cal walked forwards and grabbed a large glove on top of one of Chris's duffel bags. "You even brought your own warrior gauntlets." That's not exactly a gauntlet. That's a baseball glove. One my dad used to own." Cal's brow creased in concentration as he attempted to pronounce what Chris said. "Baseball? This name of one of your warrior clans, yes?" Chris's palm met his face. Definitely not. It's one of our sports, and we just use that to catch balls, or else we might end up getting hurt if we don't." Giving the glove one last look, he placed it back down as he picked up a small vial. "And this?" "That's just some hot sauce from my planet. I didn't expect to find any good sauces hot enough out here anytime soon." Cal stared at the back of the bottle intently, before throwing it back at Chris haphazardly. "This contains capsaicin. This hot sauce of yours is a chemical weapon." No. It's just a food additive. My species uses it to give our food some extra spices, but, I guess that explains all the paperwork I had to fill out," Chris explained. "You injustice. Even the tiniest amount of that is enough to send most of us on the ship to a med bay. And you've got a whole bottle of it." "So, I shouldn't bring this to the mess hall?" Just don't pull it out in front of the others and you'll be probably fine, he said, sighing. "Probably. Right, gotcha." Cal squeezed himself past Chris to get to his locker, opening it and grabbing a small cylinder from it. "Well then, Chef, I'll be getting out of your way since I only dropped by to grab an info tube. If you need me for any reason, I'll be in Section 4B, but in any case, I'm your new roommate as well." Then I'll guess I'll see you soon. A pleasure meeting you." "You as well, human. Take care," Cal said as he walked out the room, the door sliding shut behind him. Well, that was interesting, to say the least. Wonder what food they've got here. Chris couldn't even finish his thought before Cal barged through the door again, seeming a bit out of breath. Human Chris, I couldn't believe without asking so prim a question for me. Will you?" No problem. Shoot." "What? In the hard case?" he said, and pointed a claw. Seeing what Cal pointed to, Chris turned and clicked the latches of the case, opening it as he swung the lid up, revealing a rifle protected by foam. "Ha-ha! Ah, a slug thrower! I knew you were lying when you said that you were a chef! You can't fool me twice! I mean, I guess it's a slug thrower, in a way, but it's just my old airsoft rifle. Most of us use it for recreation, and it shoots small plastic pellets, so it shouldn't be lethal. At least, I hope so. Hey, you're soft! So it is not your service weapon? No, it isn't, he said, with a shake of his head. Ha! How hard does it hit? In general, airsoft guns shoot anywhere between 0.5 and 2.5 joules normally, depending on how heavy your pellet is, though mine is on the higher end of that. 2.5 joules! You'll injure, or, even worse, kill more than a few of us on board with that! Cal said, in shock, his translator finally catching up to Chris. Wait! How in the seven hells did you manage to get that on board if you're seriously not a security officer? I mean, I showed the people at the port my paperwork for the rifle, and they just kind of looked me up and down and let me through. I guess they thought I was security too? He said, embarrassed. Cal gave Chris a calculating look before shaking his head disapprovingly. I should hide this, shouldn't I? Yes, yes, you should. End of story. Story number 2. They Wanted Our Garbage, written by Paragon Nostus. They wanted our garbage. Humans are fairly unremarkable, being limited to their tiny solar system at the edge of the transgalactic stage. They are a tenacious bunch. They built everything sturdy and utilitarian. Their brick-shaped ships still burned chemical fuels, and they had hundreds of backups for simple systems. So inefficient. However, they were so behind the technological development of the rest of civilized space that they might as well be monkeys throwing space rocks. But one day, they came to us with an interesting offer. We'll buy your garbage. This concept caught the Teldasso species by surprise. We never considered the sale of our garbage. Each family unit recycled everything they used. Nearly everything that was built from recycled materials. The concept that we could just dump our trash on someone else was utterly foreign to us, especially since the humans offered to pay us for it. There was no reason to refuse, so we didn't. Soon we became fairly wealthy as garbage became a huge industry for us, and humans were more than amendable trading partners. After 6 decades, we got wind that they were buying garbage from 18 different species with similar deals. We were not pleased, to say the least. Unhappy that we no longer had a monopoly over the humans' garbage industry, I was sent as an envoy of my species' displeasure, and what I saw shocked me. What was once a pathetic fleet protecting a handful of planets became several armadas patrolling every inch of Terran space. Moons were giant recycling plants and refineries. Orbital siphoning stations littered the orbits of every gas giant in the system. They had solar power plants orbiting the yellow star like our own, but it looks as if they changed the designs to be more octagonal so that they could dock together. They used garbage cannons to fire metal at the second planet in their system, using its natural heat to melt any materials into their component parts. They used mighty orbital elevators to heft the refined results into space to be distributed in quite possibly the largest transportation system that I have ever seen. Their ships had somehow assimilated not only our technology, but those of both of our allies and enemies. I saw Sephoil Reltian, ablative heavy armor, energy shield emitters, and the fallen Dakan Empire, and our own magnetic molten slug lancers, Even composite metals, whose manufacturing methods were planetary secrets, were used in construction of frames and keels of these Terran ships. Our human escort could have been classified as a cruiser in her own armada, but the humans corrected me and explained that it was a role as a destroyer, a terrifying name for a terrifying class of ship. My meeting of the human trade ambassador went strangely. He thanked me for my surprise visit into human space. I demanded he trade solely with us, and he laughed. He told me words that I will never forget. We no longer need your trash. End of story.
I just quickly want to thank the Tier 5 patrons and channel members: Alithia Barkey, Cam Maxwell, Caspar Arnholtz, Albarden Guster, Arcadian, Lord Azrakal, and Joachim Backer. Tales from Outer Space 1547.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. You didn't need 208 yottabytes to say that you could kick our ass. Written by In Babylon They Wept. Argonaut knew what humans looked like. They were half his size, soft, pink, and easily bullied. He knew this because he'd spent the last 2 weeks terrifying the team of human diplomats sent to negotiate trade deals. It was something of a science to him at this point. Small but weak species sends in their diplomats. He spends a week or two terrifying them in close quarters. Then he offers them some dog-crap trade deals in exchange for getting to leave early. They take the deal, he gets richer, and in a manner of speaking, the universe becomes a better place. Being a coward was the kind thing that really should be taxed, and he liked to think that his negotiation style has exactly that, a coward tax. Still, that was far from dominating his thoughts at the moment. The conundrum his brain was struggling to untangle was that he knew what a human looked like, and the thing in front of him was not a human. It wore human robes, but underneath the robes it appeared to be a tank that someone had glued several monitors to. Maybe even the antennae of some kind. It was such a chaotic jumble that it was almost funny. The one part of it really seemed to be going too far was the badge sewn onto the front designating it as the official diplomat. He stepped a few feet closer and inspected the possible eyepiece. He barely had begun to reach his hand forward to lift the tent-sized robe when a mechanical claw pushed forward and clasped around his arm, painless, but implicatable. What the feck? He didn't hear the voice from the thing, nor did he hear it in his mind, as he'd felt with some of the telepathic races. The voice of the abomination felt like it was being physically projected directly inside his own ear, as if its mouth was just a fraction of a centimeter away from his eardrum. Argonaut! He threw up. The words weren't loud, but they seemed to have some kind of disproportionate effect on his balancing organs. The world was sent spinning, and he could barely tell up from down. A second bolt of pain blossomed, this time from the back of his head, and it took him a moment to realize that he'd fallen on flat on his back. He didn't know a simple sound could cause so much damage. And then it continued. You may make threats. You have no ability to back up. You will learn. Even as his senses scrambled, he could feel something cold and metallic pressed in his hand. He was too incoherent to guess what. He wasn't sure if the voice retracted from his ear out of pity, or because it knew that it had proved its point. But he was grateful to hear the rest of the message without feeling like someone was trying to jam sticks into his brain. A copy already been sent to your High Command. Your diplomacy has already been bypassed. This is simply a personal education on the nature of human violence. Summon me when you understand. He rolled over to see the thing lurching down the hall. Even in his disoriented state, he could see something human in it. Something imperceptibly satisfied with the message that it had delivered. Part of him wondered if there was some small lump of flesh buried deep inside that horror, or if it was just a mind made of metal, an engram with form. Perhaps sensing his gaze, it paused. It didn't turn around, but he doubted that its vision was limited as eyes were. The voice projected forward again, mercifully short of his ear, but still too close for comfort. He could almost imagine the hot breath of it bouncing off of his face, mere millimeters away from it. "I will come when you are done. Do not make me find you." It had taken him half an hour to work up the will to pull himself up from the pool of stale vomit, and another 10 minutes to stagger back to his cabin. He needed to lean against the wall for the entire walk back. He was genuinely concerned that his balance had been permanently damaged. He did his first inspection of the object that he'd been gifted. It was, technically, a data slate, but that was somewhat akin to calling a reactor a steam engine. The specs on it didn't even make sense to him. What the hell was exahertz? What was a Bekenstein limit? How could storage be at 130% of it? Couldn't be much of a limit if it went over 100. The device seemed to recognize that it was being inspected and raised a query of its own. "User at TrackNut." He nodded dumbly. The slate whirred a few seconds, genuinely struggling to process what it was about to do. And then it began. The TrackNut stumbled out of the room 17 hours later. He wasn't terrified. He'd run out of the emotional energy needed to feel fear after the first 2 hours of calm, methodical instruction presented to him by the data slate. He had learned about the nature of human violence. It was no hot-blooded slaughter, no prayer of eternal vengeance. It was an industrial event to them, something to be mass-produced until the market flooded over and peace became the new commodity of choice. And they could do that, easily. He'd seen blueprints for factories that built factories that built factories, replicating swarms of mining drones. The smallest time versus production curve he'd seen was their assault cruisers, and it was still a fourth-order polynomial. If for some reason they needed to wage war for over a year, they could feasibly consume more than 30% of the mass of their first 3 industrial worlds. And they had more than 40 left in reserve. He'd assumed earlier that he was arguing from a position of strength because they didn't have an active armada. He realized that the reason they hadn't bothered was because they'd be able to produce one as large as his entire species' fleet in under 48 hours. His balance was back. He barely noticed. He followed the same path that he had before, noticed an offhand way that the vomit had been cleaned. The human diplomat must have called that in. He certainly hadn't. He was now in the human section of the sedation, and while he could sense a wariness in the steps of the pink things around him, it was hardly the full-blown fear he'd managed to instill just 24 hours before. They knew that they'd managed to summon a stronger predator than him. He knew it, too. The door that had been summoned to was a repurposed garage. He supposed nothing else would fit someone so large. He knocked twice on the corrugated steel before it began to roll up. The robes were gone. Still no visible flesh, but at least with all the machinery in sight, he had a better idea of what he was looking at. He still didn't see any pink skin there, but he didn't have to when he could see a rack after rack of electroneural interfaces. So there was a brain in there. A human brain, probably very little else. A faint twitch of its insectoid legs gave away its impatience. So was waiting for him to speak. "You didn't need to... Damn! How large was that presentation?" The voice was almost offhanded in its response. 208 yottabytes. A TrackNut's brain skipped over the scale of that number. It was absolutely massive. Apparently, everything that the humans really put their minds to turned absolutely massive. You didn't need 208 yottabytes to say that you could kick our asses. The faint twitching gave away, replaced by an uncanny stillness. It wasn't the frozen stillness of a robot. It was the tense, rigid posture of someone showing a considerable amount of restraint. No, you certainly didn't when you said that to us. What I needed 208 yottabytes for was showing you how I would kick your asses. It is worth considering how much scarier that is when your empty words. There was a brief noise, like rustling through a speaker, and he realized that the machine had done a purely auditory equivalent of taking a breath. The action was somehow more unsettling than the purely mechanical effect he'd seen before. It made him realize just how close any of the other pink soft things running around the halls were to becoming something like this, something that could crush him with a thought. These thoughts were interrupted by the man-machine's closing words, tired but dangerous. "Do not threaten our diplomats again. It is their job to be patient. It is my job to solve problems. I will solve you if I must." The same tight voice spoke again, millimeters from his ear. "Now, don't let me detain you." He did what any sane sapient would do. He ran. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1562. Story number 1. Blood and Water, written by Wanago Loco. It was 12 Federation Standard years ago, when the old machines awakened at the edge of space. They had been relatively dormant since they had been discovered some 400 years ago, only showing activity when someone probed deeply into their space. By relatively, I mean dead silent until there was an intruder in their space. Then every platform, installation, and drone ship would be activated until the transgressors were eliminated. Then they would immediately return to their slumber. For over 400 years, the galactic community at large simply knew to avoid the space in the stars. They were to be left untouched until someone developed a technology capable of overcoming them. The Frangili people may have reached that point in the next century, their scientific progress significantly beyond most of us on the Council. But 12 years ago, for reasons unknown, they woke entirely, and they were out for blood. Whose blood specifically? We don't know. Our best minds are still working to process the bulk of the data files the machines ran on. We do know that they came for us first, simply because we were the closest to their space. Whether they would have continued to move into your systems had they ended ours, we cannot say with certainty. But that isn't all that important. What is important was we were outmatched. The machines that we have record of outnumbered our equivalent forces 113.7 to 1. The only reason we weren't entirely obliterated in the first weeks was because whoever created the machines never equipped them with FTL capability. The fact that they only traveled at 0.99999C meant that they came in a much more spaced-out fashion. This was especially important, as in outright engagements we were losing an average of 3.76 ships of equivalent class to their 1. When the first of our systems were attacked, our leaders immediately sent requests for aid to this Federation Council. We were told that it would be put forth for debate on the floor and to sit tight. Help was only a vote away. But to get to the vote, it had to pass through these separate subcommittees, be reviewed by a panel of scientific and military advisors, filed out in triplicate, and likely buried in soft peat for 3 months. After 3 weeks of desperate defense, and already losing half of the colony worlds in the first system, our first outside help arrived. And it wasn't from a Federation species. No, our first aid came from a species who had only cracked FTL a decade ago, and, as such, were still in the exploratory phase of whether they should be allowed to receive an application for the Federation membership. 3 weeks into our most desperate struggle in history, a human cargo freighter full of aid supplies and 2 escorting frigates, who were now apparently human mercenaries, arrived in system. We didn't know it at first, but human space is 2 weeks from that system with their current FTL capabilities. Upon entering our space, the mercenaries immediately requested to be tied into our battle network. 2 frigates, who at best were 2 decades of technology behind our own, was but a drop in the proverbial ocean. Command patched them in anyway, and the frigates joined our combat formation, interestingly, without any mention of payment. The freighter meanwhile began offloading food, medicine, and metals that we could use to patch up our ships.
and they offered to take aboard and hold full of evacuees to the worlds deeper into Federation space. The generosity of a private entity was surprising, but it realistically meant very little in the grand scheme of things. They soon departed with 11,000 women and children to their homeworld, and as the FTL pulse flashed out of the system, we again resolved ourselves to being alone again in our fight, minus 2 anemic frigates. Then, to our surprise, only an hour later another group of human ships entered. This time, they appeared to be 3 mining barges hastily refitted into mobile weapons platforms. Half an hour after that, a swarm of 78 personal craft converted into ragtag fighters patched themselves in. Then shortly after, 5 more relief freighters jumped into system. This pattern continued for days in ever-increasing numbers. Retrofitted civilian craft, freighters, and mercenaries flooded into our system, forming a ragtag battle groups that immediately jumped into combat. We later determined that the combat lifespan of these early volunteers would only be measured in hours, and they still kept coming. 3 days after the first first official military ships arrived, 2 carriers, 6 cruisers, and a dozen frigates, and 28 corvettes. 2 hours later, a fleet double that arrived. Within 6 hours of the first fleet's arrival, there were over 1,000 military combat craft in system, not including tenders or 18 ships they had already lost in combat in that time. Humanity had sent over 2/3 of their combined space-capable forces from 11 separate governments in their only 2 colonized systems, and the various admirals promised more were being fabricated to send the literal billions of volunteers flooding their recruitment center. Billions! Counselors, over the course of 6 years of fighting the machines, humanity sent 1.6 billion men and women across the known galaxy to fight on the front line. In the 3 years before this council was finally ready to take a substantial action, the humans had already sacrificed 480 million men and women in defense of my people. By the end of the war, only around 400 million were able to return home. Do you realize the context of this? Of course you do, otherwise I wouldn't be here. With 1.2 billion deaths, humanity had given up a full 5% of their population. With the sheer tonnage of ships and aid they had sent us, they had effectively bankrupted their peoples, and all they asked of us was that our findings from the machines be shared with them. Humanity was bleeding itself dry to be cannon fodder, to give us a chance to destroy the machines. If they hadn't come to our aid in those first 3 years, we would have lost every system in our possession, and the machines would have likely engaging Frangilly space by year 2. And all they wanted back was to be included in our research findings. Really, that's what their government wanted. All humanity wanted was our friendship. Now, I stand here before this council to oppose a vote for turning human space into Confederate protectorate. Let's, as the humans say, drop the bullcrap. This is an indentureship contract. You cowardly dung-heap scavenger bastards saw that humanity had crippled itself and decided to litigate them into what is essentially slavery. For once, I thank whatever divine powers that be, that your bureaucratic syntactic instrument systems take so long to process, that it is also why each of you has a Kormani pulse rifle pressed into the back of your heads, courtesy of the time you gave us to prepare this little coup. So why are we sticking our gills so far out for the humans? Tell me, have any of you heard one of my people say something akin to, blood is thicker than water? Come on, I know you must have at some point. It is actually a short and bastardized from a longer phrase that I will get to in a moment. What's remarkable is that both humanity and the Kormani developed a nearly identical phrase along these lines early in our respective histories. The full Kormani version of the phrase is, the blood of the honor-bound is thicker than the waters of the spawning pool. I trust the phrase is self-explanatory. Humanity has paid its side of the honor-bound, and veritable oceans of their blood, their sweat, their wealth, and their tears. And no being brings harm to the Kormani's bond brother without their blood spilt in the river. Now,
Councillors, shall we continue with the vote? I'm certain I know the end result. I would be ashamed to dye these lovely chambers with so much of your particular shades of red. End of story. Story number 2. How many of them can we make die? Written by British Tea Company. From just a rough glance, the scouts said the Orcs have us outnumbered 5-1. Doing some counting, it looks like most of their ranks are goblins. What about the big ones? I'd give it maybe 1/4 of their army. Still enough to be a threat. Then the battle would have been even. There was a haughtiness in the human king's voice as he rode with his son around their camp. A legion of knights in midnight-clad geared themselves for the coming battle, as swords and lances were sharpened, and horses were led to their respective owners. I would say that we would even win that, surely. It'd take one of the knights for 10 of their rabble any day, the human prince commented as he accompanied his father through the camp. I've already lost count of how many goblins I've crushed underneath my boot. We've already won the battle, son. Any victory is determined before even the first arrow has been fired. Look in front of us. What do you see in that field? No cover, no hiding spots. It is going to be a bloody charge. Exactly. And who exactly is going to win the charge? The side with more horses on their side, with more people? Well, that's hard to say, don't you think? When we know little about the enemy's capability. I would say the outcome of the battle isn't quite set. At least, that's the answer I would give to avoid you calling me out for my arrogance. The king chuckled. You're right, you are. 1-5 against an orc horde. I'm not betting a man, so I wouldn't chance it. But let me let you in on a little dirty secret. We'll have more horses and more men for this battle. Oh? As any victory is claimed before the battle, let me tell you exactly why. The scout you asked for the numbers glance, well, he already performed a great service for our army with about 20 good men on the previous night. The prince paused for a moment to contemplate his father's meaning, before the truth dawned, satisfying him. Poison, wasn't it? Very good, my son. Yes, poison. He told me that they managed to get over half the supplies with their brew. So tell me, how much of your army do you think we laid low without even unsheathing our blades? Half? A third? Probably a number that has left us more than them. You're a devil, father, the prince said with a smile. His father grinned back with a barbarous glare. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be king of these blackguards. Now then, boy, let's see how many orcish heads we can take for our batters. If they seek to bloody our noses, then I will damn well break their necks in return. I would like to see how many of them that we can make die today. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1563.
Story number 1. The Secret Report Within the Federation. Written by Katani 77. Classification, top secret. Subject, human combat ability versus Federation military members. Introduction. With the Terran, see also humans or Homo sapien species. Introduction to the galactic politic. It became necessary to evaluate their combat preparedness in the event of another Andromedan incursion. It is well known that the Andromedans annihilated all life not their own kin in their home galaxy, and have begun attempting to overtake the Milky Way, as the Terrans call it. And we have obliged since this report was published due to the popularity. Henceforth, the name's Arasa Galaxy has been considered to be depreciated by the Federation of the Eurasian Civilization. Has been considered to be deprecated by the Federation, as the Eurasian civilization has been lost to time some billion years ago. We've been able to match the Andromedan force given a 2-to-1 ratio of force presence, but the sizes of fleets coming from Andromeda, also the Terran designation, have been increasing. See also the Himeraean galaxies, fall by Scrivener Albanon of the Atraxi. We were hoping that humanity, being a predatory species, would assist as the Daru, the Chontari, the Firthwine, and the Sun-to-Rule Republic's forces had been in the past. What was discovered was far more than we had ever dreamed. Action excerpt. Human trials. Subject, Justin McCaffrey of Terra Prime, henceforth called Earth, as is their custom. Have you ever handled a pulse rifle, Justine?
Justin, I'm only a sergeant in the Earth Army. Not really the young types I figured you recruiting for. To be honest, I was running a theme park before I was drafted for this.
Do you not want to be a human?
The bile from this disdain was of a hairless ape was palpable, even through the universal translator. No, but no one ever wants to be in a war. I have seen what the Andromedans have done. I'm with you on that front. Can we get the test over with?
We asked your military forces for the best of what they had to offer. We showed them the ferocity and ingenuity of all the military races in the Federation. We told them to send only 2 who they felt could best us.
The judge looked at Justin up and down with a look the translator says is mockery.
They send us a conscripted white-collar middle manager who doesn't even seem to want to be here. All right, let the test begin.
After action report. 35 members of the Federation Special Forces were defeated by subject Justin. No perceived injury to his body. Eyewitness accounts rate a human visible acuity to 3 times galactic standard. This means that the Visilic systems and common camouflage were easily viewed by them. They have assisted in increasing basic security. Speed, reflexes, accuracy, strength, and marksmanship are off the known charts. Suggested sortie deployment is 1 human conscript to every 20 Andromedans. Extrapolated deployment is 1 human special forces to every 1,000 Andromedans or more. Other specialities in naval and air superiority have not been tested. We have also learned that the humans not only are far broader electromagnetic sensitivity, but also tactile, audible, and olfactory abilities higher than most species as well. Please note that the Daru smelling like cut grass and the Chanari smelling like wet dog is not meant as an offense, as humans are highly adapted to categorize smells as mimetic function, despite not being as sensitive as other species on their planet. See also Terran Canine for future military consideration, as the humans have already implemented. End of story. Story number 2. Space Doggos, written by Average Cake Enjoyer.
The beast roared mightily as it swept its claws out as the shaking mass of crew members, the sharp nails barely missing the group as they dove in all directions in an attempt to escape the wrath of the monster. Picking themselves up off the floor, they huddled back together in a shoddy group, raising their improvised weapons towards the creature in self-defense, namely mesh trays and small kitchen knives they had got from the kitchen. The beast only bared its sharp fangs back in defiance. How in the 7 gods' name did that thing breach containment?
I don't know. What are we gonna do?
We're gonna get out of here. That's what.
They turned and ran for the bulkhead, pushing and shoving past each other as they tried to become one with their inner coward. As they neared the door, one managed to escape the ball of stampeding crew members without being trampled and sprung forward, tossing himself past the door and into the hallway. A robotic voice blared as the bulkhead door shut closed, separating the main group from the one who had run ahead. Unknown knife form detected, locking down Section 3A. The stragglers banged on the cold metal of the door, screaming bloody murder and hurling all sorts of profanity at the AI as they did.
You dumb AI, you lock us in with it, but you won't keep it out, you useless hunk of circuitry.
A loud bellow of the beast brought their attention back to the situation at hand. The large animal slowly approached the group 1 step at a time, the gleam of hunger shining in its eyes. You could almost hear the collective gulp of the group as they turned to face the animal, each and every one of them shaking in terror. The beast roared, and the scream from the group rivaled the beast's own.
Scatter!
The captain's door swung open violently, the loud bang of the door hitting the wall making her sit up, ramrod straight in alarm. She didn't even get the chance to orient herself before she was hit with a barrage of words, the near-nonsensical babble of a crew member filling her ears. Captain, the wreck escaped containment and is doing us in. Please help. The captain blinked groggily at him, still evidently far too tired to have been having this conversation, having been woken up in the middle of their sleep cycle. You're speaking too fast. Please slow down. The wreck escaped. The what? Did what?
The wreck escaped. What?
Yes.
What do we do?
She looked blankly at her crew member, her ears flattening on her head as fear and as the words finally sunk in. Finding no reasonable options left, she did the one thing she never wanted to do. Get him, she stammered out. Him? Jeff! Get Jeff! Tell him I'll pay him 20,000 credits if he deals with it. Surely not. You do remember how much we had to pay him to deal with the last incident. What other choice do we have? I don't plan on being a frack feed, do you? Opening his mandibles to make a retort, he closed it and found that no words wanted to come out. You make a compelling argument, he said, before promptly turning and scuttering down the hallway towards Jeff's room. The door creaked as it slowly opened, an insectoid head peeking around the doorway warily. Seeing the human still asleep in his bunk, he turned the lights on and approached him, tapping him on the shoulder softly with his pincer. Like lightning, the rattle of Jeff's snoring was replaced by a high-pitched squeal as he jumped out of his bed, collapsing on the cold floor of his room. I'm awake! I'm awake! He screamed out to no one in particular, his head swiveling like a top before his gaze landed on the intruder in his room. Ratal, why the feck are you in my room, actually? Don't answer that. Don't want to know. What? What? You haven't even heard what I was going to say yet. Why are you getting back in your bed? Why? You just woke me up in the middle of the night and I'm not on duty for... He glanced at the clock hanging on his wall. The next 8 hours, so scram, you mantis twat. The insectoid stared helplessly at Jeff as he crawled back into bed, snuggling back into his covers. It's an emergency. A loud, faux snore was all he heard. The captain said she'll pay you 20,000 credits if you get up and deal with it. In a flash, Jeff threw off the blankets on top of him, leaping to his feet and standing at attention as he threw an over-exaggerated salute. Senior Engineer Jeff Richardson reporting for duty. What do you need me for? So you know... Fecking hell, spit it out already. I want to go back to sleep. The rack escaped. Please make it go away. The rack. And I get to deal with it however I want, correct? Will you? Would I? I've been asking to play with it for all month. I reckon the thing likes me. Even gave me a sloppy lick on the cheek after it tried to bite my arm off. Cheeky bugger. What? So, where is it? The canteen? I hope. If it escaped, I'm taking the evacuation pod out and you can fetch me if you survive. Say less, I've got this, he said as he marched out of his room, purpose-fitting his strides. The captain stumbled towards the canteen, rubbing the dust of sleep from the corners of her eyes as she walked in. Turning the corner, she saw the closed bulkhead of the canteen, deep gouge marks marring the plasteel of the door. Beside the door, she saw the beaten and bruised bodies of her crew resting on the wall, most of them visibly shaken and a few curled up into balls, whimpering. A look of concern flashed across her face as she heard the distant mumblings from a traumatized crew. Jeff hasn't said anything in a while. He took the beast like it was nothing. Then they've been silent for a bit. Do you think he's all right? Oh, after that ruckus before. I hope so. Her eyes widened in panic as she overheard what they said, sprinting to the door and punching in her access code, overriding the lockdown. As soon as the door slid open, she sprinted in. Jeff, are you okay? Her words died in her throat as she looked at the sight with wide eyes, a look of disbelief plastered onto her face. The beast was curled around Jeff, its head on his lap, pressing up against Jeff's chest, earnestly asking for more pets. He was more than happy to oblige, giving the large animal a gentle rub in the head, a soft smile on his face. She could only look in shock as the scene. That's a Class A deadly animal. What are you doing? This little puppy, she's harmless. Really does remind me of a Doberman at home, he mused to himself. Harmless. She looked around at the surroundings. Overturned tables and benches littered the ground around them. Large claw marks scattered the walls and floor. Is your Doberman a recognized Deathworlder species, and almost 3 times as big as you? No, but my dog always acts like this. And she's not just any Deathworlder. She responds to Rose now. She could easily kill you, but Rose loves me. Look at her. As sure enough, Rose raised her head and gave him a lick on the cheek, a thin sheen of saliva covering his face. Can I keep her? You don't have to pay me. Her palm met her snout, an astounding false, a headache forming at the thought of a large creature trundling around her spaceship and the paperwork that was sure to follow.
On the other hand, 20,000 credits was also a lot of money. In fact, it could probably pay for all of the repairs and then some. We'll, talk about it. Can you move her back to her containment chamber now? Not yet. We're still playing. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1564. Story number 1. Flowerfolk, written by Major Disaster. There is much confusion, panic, and rumors regarding the self-proclaimed humans. I've heard people speak of them in hushed voices, saying that they are a threat. They are not like us. They are not flowerfolk. Some have gone so far as to call them defilers. None of this is true, and I will not stand to let such falsehoods persist. Allow me to set the record straight. We first found them on their homeworld, before they developed spaceflight. Having found a new life-bearing planet, the exploration vessels searched for and found the presence of civilization on their world, belonging to a species that called themselves humans. There was advanced life on the world. Then they had to determine which form of life it was. The vessel could not conclude what type of beings the humans were without making contact. There was all sorts of conflicting indicators about their nature. A survey team found a significant military presence on the planet, causing them to fear for the worst. However, they also found evidence of numerous forms of artwork contradicting the implications of dedicated military forces. We couldn't determine from a distance what they were exactly, so we took a risk and contacted them. They were willing to talk to us, and not only that, they confirmed the reports of the presence of art, painting, sculpture, stories. They had just as great a richness and variety of culture as any of us. We were happy to inform them that they were flowerfolk. The rumor that they are not so comes from their initial denial of such a thing. However, they did not know about our classification of creatures at the time. They told us that they were mammalian and not plant-based life forms. So, like any other new race, we had to explain to them the metaphorical nature of the species classification. Species are categorized based on traits that are likened to various plant types that are universally prevalent on virtually all life-bearing worlds. For example, tree-type creatures tend to be large, hulking things that face few threats. However, their lives are somewhat too static to reach full sapience and civilization creating levels of intelligence. For the humans, an example would be elephants. Grass types are small, exceedingly numerous, but are far too basic to be sapient. All the insects, arachnids, and small vermin and other such creatures on the human homeworld fall under this category. There are a few other categories, but the most important one is the flower type. Flowers across all worlds are considered beautiful things. Some of the prettiest sights of the natural world is the displays given by flowers. Likewise, flower types are the sentient beings who have grown and developed enough that they do not focus on mere survival, but on beauty as well. The creation of works of art, not just for pragmatic reasons, but for the purpose of making something beautiful, is what makes the species a flower type. The flowerfolk make up all the species of the various nations of our space-faring society. Humans were not publicly recognized as flowerfolk at first because they did not have a flower name. Although some species still keep their original name alongside their new one, all flowerfolk are given a new name based on the flower on their world that they best represent. For example, my people are the Milius folk, named after a particularly thin-petaled flower, which is known for being very short-lived, and its seeds do not grow until the flower that made them expired. Likewise, our species is also known for being rather slender, and while our individual lives are shorter than everyone else's, our young only wake up after their parents have died, remembering some of the skills and memories their parents had, eliminating the mental infancy stage of growth. Another example is the Kilmalane folk, both the flower and the people possessing color-changing petals and scales, respectively. Then there is the Pankyuk folk,
Vagic folk is known for being able to genetically intermingle with all other forms of flowers on their world. I hope I don't need to explain further. Moving on, humans had a problem with this naming convention. They couldn't decide which flower represented their people the best. No matter what anyone suggested, there were hundreds of others saying that they were wrong, and some other flowers was better suited. We gave them time, but they never reached a consensus in the matter. We were still trying to figure out how to resolve the issue when the Defilers attacked. Defilers. They are the one type of creature that isn't given a pretty metaphorical name like all the others. They don't deserve it. They are those intelligent enough to master space travel, but they are not even remotely civilized. They do nothing but kill and burn and destroy. Their only purpose for their existence is to wreck and ravage anything they come across. They take everything beautiful and crush it to pieces while poisoning the earth so it can never flourish again. They destroy worlds and nations, leaving behind worthless land and barren ruins. The Defilers attacked, and we had no choice but to flee. We mobilized as many ships as we could to evacuate as many people from our doomed worlds. Except the humans. While they allowed some to be evacuated, they insisted that they would stand their ground. They didn't stand a chance, but we provided them the technology they requested anyway. They'd need it if they wanted to run away once they realized the harsh, hopeless reality that they were facing. No cultured species can put up a fight against those who focus entirely on war and killing. Some of us lingered during our mass exodus, but the rest of the humans didn't come. We assumed they'd failed to leave before getting cut off and had been wiped out. Tragic, but at least there were still a few of their kind on our ships. Unfortunately, the rear of our fleets had waited too long and began to get harried by the Defilers. Unable to lose them, the whole fleet, all that remained of our society, was at risk. But surprisingly, the Defilers stopped attacking, turned to face where they'd come from. Pursuing the Defilers, a fleet of human ships followed, but they didn't look like our ships. They looked like the Defiler ships, built for war. They had thick, sturdy hulls, and they bristled with weapons. The Defilers' ships were smaller and less numerous, and they were crushed. The human ships told us that they had turned the tide, and they were forcing the Defilers to retreat. They weren't dead, but they were wounded, and the humans vowed to finish the job if they ever returned. So here we are, moving back into our homes and rebuilding what the Defilers tore down. And all these rumors about the humans. And the simple matter is, people don't trust the humans because they don't even have a proper name or an explanation for their actions. If they're a flower folk, what are they called? Why are they so capable of war? Well, I am happy to say, then, that they have finally found a flower suitable to be named after that reflects on their nature. From henceforth, they will be known as the Rose Folk. They are just as beautiful as any other flower, but if you try and harm them, you'll learn a very painful lesson. Every rose has its thorns. End of story. Story number 2. Collateral is the favorite kind of damage. Written by Dragonson04. To say that the humans of the Sol System expressed ingenuity in war was a gross understatement. While they followed the letter of the laws regarding conflict, they hardly, if ever, followed the spirit of the laws. They exploited loophole after loophole due to vague wording. In the case of the Articles of War, Section 15, Paragraph 5, no ship shall be armed with more than a sufficient amount of weaponry, not exceeding 100 individual weapon placements, 50 ship-to-ship placements, or 10 weapons considered to be ship killers. So, what did the humans do? They completely abandoned putting weapons on their larger ships, little more than redundant hull plating stacked on thousands of layers and thrusters at the rear, and then they called it a ship. Some humans called them hammer ships. You can imagine the results.
These raw heaps of metal crashing their way through fleets and causing untold chaos. In the Articles of War, Section 210, Paragraph 23, natural space debris such as asteroids, comets, and similar shall only be used as defensive weapons, either through their natural motions or with the light adjustments from tractor beams or cables. Furthermore, they shall only be used in the end of need, when all other ammunition is spent. So, what did the humans do? They made ships that were reasonably strong against physical and energy-based attacks, but with no weapons at all, only tractor beams and cables. They were jokingly called Yeet class by the humans. The end of need requirement was met by having no weapons whatsoever on any of them. They called them asteroid chain shot or asteroid bolus, anchoring 2 or 3 fairly sized asteroids together with hundreds or thousands of miles of cable and then dragging them along with tractor beams. May whatever you believe in protect you from those. This was once one of the earliest weapons used by humans in defense of their home system. Shortly after they had achieved FTL and were noticed by the larger galaxy, the Bakut learned to never underestimate the humans again. In the Articles of War, Section 1, Paragraph 1, no one fleet shall have the capacity to destroy a planet. So, what did the humans do? They created an individual ship that was capable of doing just that, following a very old weapon design they called an A-10. They made a very large ship that was at least 90% gun, thereby following the restriction on number of weapons per ship as stated in Section 15, and yet exploiting the restriction to the hilt. To say the revelation caused a stir was rather timid. The Articles were older than humans. Everyone had followed them for untold centuries, and now this upstart race begins finding loopholes in what was almost sacred text. I, for one, am slightly intrigued at their ingenuity and their ability to exploit a contract. To me, it seems that the Articles are like a line of small obstacles to them. And once they find the way over, around, or through, they'll take it. Report by Lieutenant Kanar Lahia, Tajni Military, written on orders from High Command after debriefing of the discovery of the violations of Article War, Section 1. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1565. The Honorable Ones, written by Mr. Anderson 102. Ambassador Woods sat tapping his fingers against his leg in annoyed anticipation. He'd been waiting for over an hour, and he didn't like to be kept waiting. The Formarian Empire was really trying his patience. Suddenly, a woman walked over to him and signaled that the council would see him now. He thanked her and walked to where he was expected. The council chambers were rather smaller than he thought. He'd been expecting a large room designed to intimidate and inspire fear, but as far as he could tell, it was really just a big boardroom, not all that far off the ones back home. One of the speakers seemed to realize that he was there and welcomed him. Ambassador Woods of Sol, it is an honor to meet you. We have never before seen a race come from so close and yet seem like they came from a place so far. Council member Maluksha was the only herbivore on the council. Her race was known as the Voltalatos, a massive 9-foot-tall race, of which was basically a bipedal moose people. A proud and old race, but still the only herbivores left of the council. Ambassador Woods bowed to show his respect and then addressed the 5 council members in front of him. It is an honor and a privilege to be here. I thank you for inviting my humble race to these proceedings. The ambassadors had been trying to make a good first impression, but it seemed that at least 2 of the 3 council members were agitated. Maybe his opening was too much. Yes, sir. Let us press on to the matter at hand, shall we? One of the other races, Woods thought he was an Enreki, responded in a no-nonsense tone. He wouldn't see much of the man due to his ceremonial robe, but the general size and rudeness seemed to fit. Enreki are one of the smaller races, but what they lack in size they more than make up for in sheer viciousness,
With razor-sharp claws, they can cut through almost anything, just shy of reinforced steel. Looking very similar to a small bear, they'd almost be considered cute back on Earth. Yes, sir, let's. The woman next to him looked like a cross between a wolf and a dog, with a thick black fur and her fair share of scars across her face and neck. She looked like she'd seen 100 battles and survived them all. He knew her immediately as a Wichita. The other two didn't say anything, but Woods recognized them from his many years in military intelligence. Rather hard to forget the not-so-pretty faces of the Galagans and the Morians' genetic cousins, but aside from that, they looked nothing alike, one looking like a boar with very sharp teeth, and the other looking more like an eagle with 4 arms and no wings. You are here before us today to represent your peoples, but as far as this council is concerned, you're just another small species to tread in our shadow, the short and Raki said with next to no hesitation and a sinister smile plastered on his face. So if you want to join the council and become a species under its protection, then you'll either have to pay with resources or blood. Now, the only ones without a smile were Woods with an expression of cold determination and the Muluksha, who didn't like to see the carnivores bully a new race. But she couldn't do much to resist them herself. Her race had been on the council since the start, but shortly after they'd met with the Wichita and the Inreki, the council had started to become more carnivore than herbivore, and they certainly meant to keep it that way. Woods had hoped that the council would be better than previously observed, but alas, his hopes were crushed, although not entirely. If I may, council members, I have an alternative offer, Woods said with a straight face and a commanding tone that quieted the room a bit. What might that be, little one? This time it was the Galagan who spoke up. I offer you a chance for us to get to know each other better before you make us choose between the two ridiculous choices. I'm extending a personal invitation to each one of you to come and visit Sol. We are just finishing production of our first Titan-class ships, and it would be an honor if you were all in attendance. Woods knew that none of the races before him knew what a Titan was, so by all accounts, they were in for a shock. The carnivores and the council talked amongst each other, and after a few moments they came to a decision. We accept your proposal, but we do not see how a race this new to the stars as yours will have anything of interest to us other than the materials of your ships themselves. The Wichita looked almost confused by the counteroffer, just as the other members, even the Muluksha, but couldn't see any reason why not to indulge the little primate. For the first time since the meeting had started, it was now Ambassador Woods who had a sinister-looking smile on his face. Oh, I'm sure you'll find the trip to be very much worth your while, Council Member Jaskuk, and certainly, at the very least, one to remember. Fine, we will make the proper preparations, and we will meet at the coordinates of your whole world. These meetings are adjourned. The council slowly stood up and walked out of their respective quarters to begin preparations, although not the same ones the old ambassador had been looking for. About a month later, the ships started to arrive, each council member opting to bring their own ship instead of sharing one together. The Inreki and the Wichita had both brought their biggest warships to be intimidating, while the Galagans and the Morians had opted instead for the smaller but significantly faster and more maneuverable ships, each capable of delivering quite a nasty little punch with enough high-powered lasers to melt the Eiffel Tower in an instant 5 times over. By comparison, the Volatos ship was a toy. It had next to no visible weapons and was half the size of even the smallest ships brought, but it looked like it was designed to take a hit and still make a speedy escape than it was with dealing damage. Ambassador Woods sat aboard the space station, Hadfield, looking at a command console in eager anticipation. It had taken almost a full month, but finally they were all here and ready for the show. He tapped a few buttons on every council member's popped onto his screen at roughly the same time. Hello and welcome to Sol, also known as Earth. It's good to see you all again. I hope your time traveling here wasn't too uncomfortable. Yes. Let us not waste any more time, Ambassador. Where is the so-called ship you wished us to see? As far as our sensors can tell, your station is the only one orbiting your world, and what few ships there are couldn't impress a child, let alone this council. The Inreki was always impatient as ever. probably itchy to start their own malicious plans. Apologies, Council Member Verum. We are expecting Tom Kenny shortly. It is taking longer than we thought for it to arrive. Woods had a hard time holding back his grin, as he got great joy from making the council members wait. Even if he knew that they were up to something, he wasn't worried.
Fine, but be warned, we do not like to be kept waiting.
And with that, all but one of the members signed off, leaving Woods looking at Council Member Muluksha, with only the slightest of confused looks on his face. She looked like she wanted to tell him something, but refrained. I look forward to seeing your ship, Ambassador. And she was gone. She really wants to warn us. We'll have to take that into consideration, he thought to himself, while inputting a new message into his console. Command is going to want to know about this. Another hour later, and the Inreki had lost all patience. He ordered his ship to move closer to Earth, and the others followed suit. Council members, I see that you're closing the gap between yourselves and Sol. May I ask why? Woods knew damn well why, but he just wanted an excuse to annoy them a little more. Without even responding once, the Inreki ship had closed enough to the gap. 2 more ships dropped out of FTL, right behind the rest, and then another, and another, until there was a small war fleet heading for Earth, consisting of the original 5 plus 8 more. Woods hailed the Wichita, this time asking the same question again. May I ask, what is the meaning of this? It appears you have a small invasion fleet heading towards Earth. His calmness should have been a dead giveaway. They'd done similar attacks on other worlds and races, but none had been so calm during it. It is simple. You are weak, we are strong. We will take your race to use as slaves, and your resources to enrich our own. And there is nothing your pathetic species can do to stop us. With that said, she ordered her crew to fire at the space station, Hadfield, but just before the charged laser shots hit the station, they hit something else instead. Admiral Rimmer had been waiting for the Tom Kennedy for exactly the right moment to make his presence known, and hostile forces attacking Earth seemed like the perfect time. He ordered his Titan-class warship between Hadfield and the alien forces, and when their lasers hit him instead of the Hadfield, he ordered the cloak dropped and all weapons batteries to begin firing on the lead ship first. The Inreki never stood a chance against 4 railgun shots landed dead center, cutting through the shields and hull like a hot knife through butter. It was quite the spectacle. Titan-class ships are big, roughly 3 miles long, with enough firepower on board to destroy a planet 5 times over, and enough armor and advanced shields to take just about the same damage as well. It was an absolute beast with 4 hull-mounted railguns, but unbeknownst to the council races, it wasn't new, and it wasn't the only one humanity had at its disposal. After losing the Inreki council member to the vacuum of space, the Inreki forces seemed to slow down by a considerable amount. They don't seem to be good at losing leadership. Something to keep in mind for the future. The Admiral had been taking personal notes on the enemy forces since before the battle even started, and he thought, at least for the moment, he'd figured them out. They focused on strength. The stronger you are, the more they feared or respected you. He intended to make them do both. He punched in orders onto his console and watched as 3 other Titan-class ships appeared out of nowhere, circling the enemy fleet like sharks smelling blood in the water. The remaining ships started to fire on the Titans, but it proved a pointless effort as each of the 4 Titans' railguns picked a target and simply watched them vanish. The only ships that seemed to be able to do anything against the Titans were the Galegans and the Morians. Although anything simply consisting of dodging and firing pointless laser barrages at the massive ships whose shields were barely even flickering. All it took was 1 hit each, and their ships cracked like an egg on concrete. Once the 3rd council ship had fallen silent, the only ships remaining were the Veritas and the Wichita. The Admiral sent out the message. This is Fleet Admiral Arnold Rimmer of the United Earth ship Tom Kenny. If you surrender, you will be treated with respect and given the opportunity to return home, so long as this sticky little situation doesn't lead into a greater war. One I have no doubt that you'll badly lose. So what is it going to be? The Veritas were the first to respond by powering down the few weapons they had on board. Not that they'd even fired them, as the Admiral had noted. Suddenly, instead of Tom Kenny making demands, it was the Wichita Council member, Juskuk, screaming in anger, "We will never surrender to your trickery! You may have fooled us this time, but you will pay!" She almost sounded defeated through the yelling. Almost as if deep down she knew that she was wrong, and that it was her race that would pay, along with the others, for trying to bully every new race they came across. "So be it! Fire!" Admiral watched as 4 ships fired a single shot from one of their 4 hull-mounted railguns, and the Wichita simply ceased to be. The only evidence being bits of space debris and bodies of crew floating in space. "Attention, Veritas ship. You are about to be boarded. The men who are on their way to take you and your ship prisoner are incredibly well-trained and use kinetic weaponry. So please, for your own sake, please don't resist. My men are under orders to be gentle and take both your crews and ship in one piece." Without even being asked, Malaksha sent a message back. "Admiral, you and your men are most welcome. Any race who demonstrate the honor that you have shown us today is a friend to the Veritas." Malaksha couldn't believe her own eyes when she first realized her ship was the only one left, even more so when a tactical officer told her that none of the human ships had even come close to firing at hers. True honor, as her people put it, is to know when to kill and when not to kill. And the humans seemed to demonstrate that quality with near pinpoint precision, having eliminated any ship that fired upon them. She thanked the stars that she had ordered a ship to hold fire. A few days later, Ambassador Woods was sitting in a large room with 2 different chairs, one for him and one for his honored guest. The boarding party had been met with cheers of praise more than anything, and the Veritas on board weren't afraid to show their disgust for the other council races and their happiness at humanity's ability to combat them so effectively. Malaksha had been taken on board a shuttle and been directly transported to the Hatfield where Ambassador Woods was waiting patiently. Shortly after arriving, Malaksha had been escorted to the interrogation room where Woods sat. He was looking forward to the next part. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1566. We outsourced everything to the humans, written by JCB 112. A fleet was assembled above the human colony of Alpha Centauri Prime. A fleet consisting of the combined powers of the Kingdom of Evite and the Empire of the Independent Colonial Systems. Together, they accounted for over half of the galaxy's total territorial claims, and together, they maintained a standing military that dwarfed humanity's minuscule defense force. This wasn't just an invasion. It was a message to be sent to the ruling senates, congresses, and corrupt representatives of both powers. Their militaries would listen to them no more. So, while an internal coup was underway, so too would half of their combined fleets be acting to claim this quick and easy victory against a third-party independent power. It had been over a millennium since either of their powers had expanded their borders, had cleaned up house, and this was going to good as time as any to do so. It was funny, really. The humans didn't even put up a fight as they entered the system uncontested. As the Grand Fleet parked above their precious second home, a symbol of Earth's power beyond their home system. This was a war that would bring Earth, Sol, and their meddlesome ambitions to rest. Both powers had sent their demands to Earth hours prior to arriving, and received a simple response. "You have violated sovereign space recognized by the Galactic Union. Leave now, or you will be met with deadly force and fines for these infractions. This is a legally binding affidavit from the United Nations of Earth." They would send the same demands as they hovered above this Ecumenopolis. The message, this time, was different. "By Vet and the Imperial Colonial Fleets, we are willing to forgive these transgressions, provided you pay fines damaging to the grand total of 3,791,190.192 credits in unregistered and unauthorized entry fees into territories and spaces recognized as sovereign human territory. For every second that you remain, the amount shall be compounded by, but not limited to, the following: 1. The number of ships present in your fleet. 2. The tonnage and type of ships present in your fleet. 3. The distinction of military, civilian, and civil registration of the ships constituting your fleet. 4. The total number of crew and personnel in said fleet. 5. The type of engine and propulsion system utilized by the ships constituting your fleet. 6. The disruption of the commercial, civilian, and general spaceborne traffic of Alpha Centauri and Alpha Centauri Prime. 7. Any civil complaints and suits of damages made by your presence in the system to their livelihoods, business, or inconvenience and disruption to the daily living. Please reply post-haste. The consequences of non-compliance shall be catastrophic for both of our parties. You have 100 seconds to comply. The tension in the control room, the bridges, the tactical conference tables was suddenly broken by unbridled laughter of the general staff leading this operation. So ridiculous was the human correspondence that not a single soul had even bothered to reply to the message. The timer soon ran out, as the message was automatically received as a plain denial of the offer. There had to be wiped, noses had to be blown, and of course a stern face had to be put on as the soldiers of the landing parties were addressed. On one of the bridges of these ships, on the flagship of the Yvette Kingdom, an admiral would take to the proverbial stage, addressing his soldiers via the ship's PA system. "Soldiers, today will be a day of glory and salvation for you all. Today we test our metal, grind our claws against the soft underbelly of humanity. These fagless, clawless, limp, and soft bipeds shall be brought into the fold. Dear people, brought to see the strength of the kingdom." The soldiers would cheer, roaring at the announcement as the PA system would suddenly cut out entirely. What is the meaning of this?" proclaimed Admiral Larian, an Yvette, a species of bipedal, heavily furred mammalian standing a good 2 times taller than the average human. His muscle mass spoke to his superior physical prowess as it strained against his combat skin. "Sorry, sir. We just got word from Gavaran Technologies has cancelled our contract for that particular subsystem." Excuse me?" Yes, sir, it has Senate subcontracted Gavaran Technologies for our PA system 10 or so cycles ago. There's a clause for immediate contract termination where all of their proprietary technologies would be inaccessible until the contract is renewed or renegotiated.
"That's absurd."
That's just the way the outsourcing works, sir.
"Contact Gavaran Technologies, find out why they are doing this in the middle of a fecking invasion, and get them to negotiate table, or I will have them
Sir, we've lost all senses," another ensign spoke up.
"What? That's impossible. Human warfare." "Ensign, check."
"No, sir. It's in the middle of a forced update."
"A forced update?"
"Yes, sir."
"Let me guess. Gavaran Technologies."
"No, sir. Our proprietary OS is outsourced to Rillian Defense Solutions."
"Well, get me Rillian Defense Solutions and figure out why our sensors are..."
"Sir, we've lost all our targeting systems." Another panicked voice emerged, this time from the section commander.
"What the hell do you mean, lost it?"
Lyrian practically roared out, giving the commander pause before answering as he rechecked his findings. "The system locked us out, sir. It says something about a contact violation under the section 378-32-002C1A825. It says we violated something or the other, and that grounds for immediate suspension of the contract and all proprietary technologies operated by it." It was at this point that the Admiral would attempt to reconvene with the rest of the fleet commanders, activating his communications console, finding out that it, as well, had refused to respond to commands.
"Comms! If you tell me we lost fleet-wide communications because of some fecking squirreled-in clause in some unknown contract by some unknown fecking third party, I swear I will..."
"No, sir."
"Then what exactly is the problem?"
"Fleet-wide comms and subspace comms are all handled by our state-owned industries, the Royal Communications Companies. It's unaffected."
"Okay. So what the hell is the issue?"
It's the interface, sir. We outsource the control panels and interfaces systems to Viridin Multimedia Services, sir."
"And let me guess, the contract is somehow terminated immediately due to some unknown violation?"
"Yes, sir." The Admiral would look back to see the rest of the invasion fleet still hovering above Alpha Centauri. Their weapons, their systems, everything that mattered just dead in the water. The power of the kingdom and empire, their swords sheathed and incapable of being drawn.
What happened? Was it the Senate's doing? Did they somehow manage to coordinate this massive move, puppeting all of these independent companies to...
Another message was quickly received, one that seemed to automatically open itself, revealing its sender as a holographic display of a weak, elderly human.
It's over, Admiral. Your coup is over. Your fellow conspirators back home fail. Your nation's leadership is demanding your presence back post-haste. You've been cleared to leave. A payment plan has been agreed upon by your governments and my own. You have 20 minutes before we recognize your presence as a second, distinct violation of our territorial sovereignty, and additional fines shall be issued.
There was a small pause, followed by a sly smile by the human representative.
Should you be unable to leave on your own power due to one reason or another, we shall be forced, under Galactic Union conventions on the jurisdiction of non-spaceworthy vessels in recognized sovereign territories, to choose one of two options. 1. The immediate impounding of your vessels for an unspecified duration of time, whereby we take the responsibilities of sending your passengers and crew back to your respective worlds of choice in a safe and dignified manner. 2. The slow and gradual process of towing each and every one of your vessels out into the international space, whereby an FTL tug of the nation in question, us, will provide transport of your ships in a safe and dignified manner back to your worlds of registry. A fine will be issued to the port of registry or the government of origin in case of military vessels, for the overall cost of this operation. There was a pause as the Admiral weighed his decisions. Being tugged back into spaceports of registry would mean immediate execution of him and the rest of his mutineering crew upon arrival. Impounding his vessels would leave him and his crew marooned in a port of his choosing, perhaps far, far away from the vindictive Senate forces. But that would mean that his ships, the top-of-the-line, highly advanced vessels of war, would be given to a hostile power. It was self-preservation or death. He chose the former. All right, Admiral. We will begin the process shortly.
Wait! The Admiral quickly interjected, eliciting the human's attention just before he terminated the communique.
How did you manage this? Surely this wasn't just a collection of isolated incidents. Surely humans have some sort of e-warfare suite, some form of espionage, some form of... Admiral, for thousands of years now, humanity has remained neutral. For thousands of years, we have been the galaxy's most reliable and stable hub for outsourced services and technologies. For thousands of years, not a single admiral, general, politician, or civil servant vying for your civil wars or the throne has touched us because of this exact scenario. The human, with an exasperated look, shook his head. Surely he must have known that all of these third-party brands and companies must have been owned and managed by someone. Surely you must have done some homework on this. If it weren't for the entire embarrassing debacle and your intent to harm my people, I would feel genuinely sorry for you, Admiral. People like you belong in a bygone era of solitary polities fighting in a vacuum. The modern battlefield is one peppered with walls that don't involve how many bullets you have, or how many ships you own, or how large of a sword you can swing. It's as much the web of technologies and their associated suppliers required to launch a missile as it is about to the missile itself. If that is all, I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Admiral. And thank you for choosing Altani Virtual Connectivity Solutions for your call. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1567.
The Word, Not the Spirit, written by Random 3X.
I call the latest meeting of the Prisoners Escapee Committee to order. Colonel Weathers announced, bringing his canteen down as a makeshift gavel. General Domain, I understand that you have been doing some scouting of the prison, he added, turning to the man who seemed half asleep.
Oh yeah. Can't be done, he said, waving his hand as if to waft away the idea.
Not at all,
Major DeGrad asked, his mandibles clicking. Yeah, the Junkmar bastards ran a tight ship. We only know one way in and 2 ways out, Domain replied with a shrug. And these are? Weathers asked. The front door is the only way in, Domain replied with a smirk. And out? Front door, and feet first in a box, with your organs in ceremonial jars. Personally, I prefers the former, myself, Domain answered, a smirk only growing.
So escape is nil,
DeGrad near whined. We can do the next best thing. Make their lives miserable. That is the duty of any officer. Domain answered, weaving his fingers and leaning back in his chair.
Impossible. They would just devour you,
DeGrad said in a hushed snarl. Your bug race might, but these bastards are sticklers for the rules. They won't willingly break any treaty they are part of. The written word is gospel to them, Domain explained, sitting up and fixing the Tuknuk with a stare. Gentlemen and gentle bugs, please keep this civil, Sergeant Poole called out, placing himself between the glaring pair. How do you suggest that we annoy them then, sir? He asked, turning to Domain. I got a few plans, but one, if we agree to it, I can get it set up within the week. Domain's eyes gleamed with the promise of mischief. Send what up, exactly? Weathers asked with an arched eyebrow. Still looked over the mountain of paperwork that he had been handed a few days ago. There was a request for the prisoners to have permission to build a simple structure in the center of the exercise grounds. These alone would be a simple request, but for them to send 72,000 pages in total just for this was shocking. He valued the written word as much as the next of his species, but sending so much and written in human common language made it impossible for him to even imagine successfully translating, let alone read it in a week time frame law dictated. He had to find anything that would give him a reason to reject it. What was most frustrating was the front page that highlighted the article in their own law, saying the length of the document could not be used as a reason for dismissal. He had still managed a fair 40% of the submitted document and found no issue. With frustrated reluctance, the alarm that he had set activated and let him know that he had no choice but to approve. With a thump of his stamp, he approved the prisoner's request to rebuild a structure of which purpose he could not fathom in the middle of the exercise yard. We got approval, gentlemen, Domain said with a grin as he slapped an approval document down on the table. So, what is your plan exactly? I know you're like tricks, but to keep us in the dark has been concerning, Weathers asked. Simple. We're going to build our own prison, Domain said with an ear-to-ear grin. But we are already inside a prison, DeGrad said, confused. Well, observed, but the warden has approved our right to build and run this operation. We have even been granted the right to salvage materials from the local area for our needs. What better materials than the ones containing us? Domain's grin only grew bigger. There were no weaknesses in the prison layout. I suggest we make our own. If they try and stop us, we can flash them this. And the rigid compliance with the word of the law will hamstring them. Domain began to cackle like a supervillain in a Hellwolder movie. What's stopping the warden from rescinding the acceptance? Weathers asked. Simple. It can take months for the appeals court to rescind an accepted order. We just have to mess up this prison enough in that time frame. Domain's eyes gleamed as he laid out the next steps of his plan. Warden Estelle could feel fresh headache coming on. The one to blame was not only the prisoners, but himself. The simply absurd document that he'd approved seemed to be some ridiculous escape plan by the prisoners themselves. He had seen the request to salvage materials from the local area. He had no issue with old barracks that he had become more scrap than anything else being repurposed. But the prisoners started tearing down the walls and using them instead. When his guards tried to stop this, they revealed that it was not an escaped attempt, but merely fulfilling the accepted request.
What was most infuriating was the number of humans who self-identified as lawyers who seemed actually to know the entirety of the document he had approved. Any time he had contested something, they could point to the part where it could stop them. Sending up a rescind order, he was informed that it would take 3 months to be approved. This was as dire as the prison became less and less secured as the days rolled on. What was crazier was the prisoners seemed to be constructing a small prison. They even took on roles as guards and wardens and such. Had he not witnessed such an audacious act before his very eyes, he would believe that such reports were false. As time wore on, though, he resigned himself to the fact that he would have a black mark on his record. First off, I would like to thank our legal representatives who got their degrees from the MRE serial packet, Weathers announced, eliciting enthusiastic faux applause towards a pair of privates who were hastily editing the document and swapping pages any time the cleaning staff overheard the warden voicing specific plans to stump them. Next up, General Domain, please tell us the next step of the plan, he asked, turning to the general, who now wore a pair of aviators and a poorly sewn hat with Wadden stitched on it. Simply, good sir, we need to only wait for prisoners to show up, he said, baring his teeth as he chewed his gum noisily. But no one is going to volunteer to go into that thing, sir, Sergeant Poole announced.
Exactly, human, the grad snarled. I hope you don't expect me to go in there,
he added quickly. Of course not, good sir, Domain's grin becoming maddening. Our friendly guards are going to be our first prisoners. We only need to wait for the rescind to go through, Domain explained as realization began to dawn on those present. It had finally come through. He had been able to get the rescind request expedited, and now had finally sent a cadre of guards to break up the little game of make-believe his prisoners had been playing and return to normalcy. Pardon? A nervous voice came and asked from behind the door. Enter, Estelle said, as the smile expecting that it was his guard with the report of operation had been a success. Thank you, sir. The guard entered with their head hanging low in shame. What happened, guard? Estelle asked. Well, sir, we went down to dismantle the prison and the prisoners had built, and his voice became a whisper. Speak up, guard, Estelle near barked. Well, they cited a detention article 4618, he explained. 46, surrender weapons upon entry to a secure facility. Estelle shouted in utter shock. Yes, sir, the guard replied, flinching. Corporal Vaneka and next door. Well, they both surrendered their weapons and were arrested and imprisoned, the guard explained, avoiding further eye contact. So we decided to retreat and ask for advice. But it's not a real facility. Estelle nearly cried out. Actually, sir, they technically meet all the requirements for founding one. The guard sheepishly replied, Well, I doubt they have. Like a noble must be present and named as a founder of the structure, Estelle listed off. It seems that Tuknak Major Degrag is a continental noble of his species, so they meet the requirements for that field, the guard replied. What about the threat needing to be a military presence as guards? Estelle asked. The warden is a famous human general, and the guards are all POWs. Not a single civilian member of staff, as it were, the guard explained. Estelle could feel the black mark on his record growing larger and larger. Right, gather every guard to me, and we'll approach them and sort this all out now, Estelle roared, as loud as the windows began to shake. It had been about an hour since a loud and deep roar echoed throughout the entire prison. The whole group had noticed more and more guards began leaving their posts on the walls.
Seems you were right, human, the grad said, looking at Domain.
Indeed, though, I didn't think that he'd be stupid enough to call everybody, Domain nodded. I am Warden Estelle. Open up and surrender yourselves, Estelle roared at the gate. I'm sorry, visiting hours are 12 to 1. You'll need to come back tomorrow to come inside, Domain's voice boomed over the wall of the prison. Nonsense! We cannot allow armed prisoners. That violates several articles of the Penal Code, Estelle shouted back. We're unarmed, sir. We have confiscated the weapons and locked them in a secure storage locker. The prisoners may retrieve their property upon completing their sentence, as your own Penal Code dictates. Domain shouted back, Insanity! If you refuse to open up, I shall consider this a riot and order my men to use lethal force. Estelle felt his patience running thin. These humans and their Tuknak allies were making a mockery of the law. Very well. Open the gate. The main's voice boomed as the gate began to open, and a loud clicking noise. "Charge in and detain every one of them!" Estelle roared. All at once, his assembled guards all ran with rifles at the ready. The moment they were all in, the gate slammed shut behind them. "What is happening?" Estelle cried out in shock. "Don't know. Looks like your prison is understaffed though, boss," the main said with a cavalier tone as he rested an arm over Estelle's shoulder. "Ain't that a violation of penal code? If I recall correctly, if a prison is negligently understaffed, the prison must cease functioning immediately." The main's grin shone like a light in the dark. "But you were in your voice." Estelle weakly gestured to the prison, where they could hear the guards panicking.
"Speaker sister, my friend. We were pleased to find it in one of the barracks we did break down. The rest is just playing with switches elsewhere,"
Weathers explained as he approached from Estelle's other side. "But..." Estelle fell to his knees in shock. "All right, boys. I want an orderly evacuation from the prison. I believe they have some orbital transport ships around that we can use to get home," Domain announced as he lifted his arm in triumph. "How could I lose?" Estelle asked aloud. "Simple, boss. You were so focused on the letter of the law, you didn't notice us bugger the spirit of the law." The main's mad grin was in full display. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1568. The Guns of Terror, written by Fox Corp. All refugees report to Handling Station 1. The depressing sound of feet shuffling echoed throughout the station. Human soldiers watched and guarded the seemingly never-ending mass of helpless civilians trying to flee the compound. I was one of those refugees. My home, Ganoxla, was raised by the compound war fleet. I was one of only 1,500 to make it off the surface. Over 2.5 billion were bombarded before they could escape on the space elevators. Humanity, Terra, was the closest safe harbor for refugees in the local star cluster. Ganoxla was the 5th planet to fall. In the time it took to evacuate Terran space, another 4 would be completely razed. Only the 10th planet, Genox Prime, was able to put up some resistance and allow significant amounts to escape the surface. Of the million who made it off planet, only around 100 were able to trickle back into the galaxy. Everyone else would be killed. But I knew none of this at the time. We were all tired and scared. Hopefully that human neutrality would be respected. For more than a millennium, humankind stayed neutral throughout every conflict. Humanity grew incredibly rich as a result. Everyone knew investments in humanity would be incredibly stable. Human industry, technology, and their economy were all the stuff of legend. I truly thought that given the human reputation, the compound would stop at the long-respected human border. When alarms began screaming, I realized I was mistaken. A missile had slammed into the loading docks in the station. It was only by standing close to a human soldier that I survived. In his quick thinking, he grabbed onto me and threw me to the ground. When the atmosphere and everything inside it began to be vented out of the station, he held me in place, and I was one of the 20 who survived the decompression. Once the soldier realized what was going on, he dragged me to a nearby airlock. His magnetic boots were the only thing that saved me from death that day. His own life too, for that matter. The only reason I survived was a pair of fecking boots. "We gotta move fast! Ready!" The soldier slammed his fist on the door release, and the two of us bolted towards the lifepods nearby. We joined a large group inside a small escape pod. All of them were human. The doors closed only seconds after I got on. Once again, my life was slaved by the slimmest of margins. The view, it can only be described as surreal. The beauty of Neptune, its swirling clouds and torrential storms of blue, horribly contrasted by the station exploding before my very eyes. So many were killed in such a short time. It's overwhelming to think that I would have been amongst the dead. Should have been amongst the dead. So many times. Yet, I survived, my eyes filled with the vision of a lone human corvette fighting an entire compound fleet. The soldier who saved me could only look in rage. "Give him hell, Olympia!" The vessel fought valiantly against the horde, engines firing with rage. The little ship darted around the compound fire. It decimated 3 enemies with overwhelming kinetic firepower, ripping massive holes into the sleek and angular vessel assaulting my kind. 3 compound ships were torn to ribbons, made into unrecognizable heaps of twisted alloy. The ship continued its maneuvers for what seemed like hours before it was finally hit by a compound plasma charge. The entire stern of the vessel was melted clean off. The proud and powerful engines turned to slag in an instant. The little ship stopped maneuvering, but could not stop its momentum. The melted hulk plowed past the compound fleet into the greater expanse of the void. Whatever crew remained decided to fight until their last breath, firing a divine railgun volleys through the ever-furthering void. They managed a few superficial hits before they faded out of visual range. Without the little ship to draw the compound's fire, we became their number 1 priority target. Plasma charges missed our puny vessel by mere meters, melting away our armor and noticeably increasing the temperature inside our doomed craft. Just then, a message seemed to reverberate through the very void itself. "Human neutrality is non-negotiable. Prepare for eviction." As if appearing out of nothingness, an entire human battle fleet emerged from the void. The newfound firepower bore down upon the compound like a hammer to an anvil. Railgun rounds slammed through the hulls of vessels who had only just finished purging my planet. Massive chunks of metal were ripped out of the compound vessels, one by one. After such mighty blows, they simply ceased to fight back, transformed by human lead into hulking wrecks, completely gutted and devoid of any means to retaliate. Compound ships attempted to reorganize, firing blind volleys of plasma and missiles into the general region of human vessels. Every shot either completely missed or was absorbed by ludicrously powerful human shielding. The humans began their second assault, even more awe-inspiring, devastating than the last. Massive flocks of missiles arose from the massive human ships like an angry swarm of bees, cutting through compound ships like a hot knife through butter. The destruction was almost hard to watch. Almost. My heart was conflicted by the slaughter. These compound scum had just finished murdering my entire home planet. Yet, there was something so pathetic about the resistance that they could muster. It was like watching a field of grass being cut by a scythe, completely helpless and unable to defend themselves. Some compound vessels tried to fleet into FTL, only to crash into an invisible net of unimaginable proportions. I saw the telltale blinking of FTL drives splitting up, appearing successful for multiple seconds. After 10 seconds, light caught up to the current events, and the ship slammed into the human wall, exploding in a vibrant display of blues, whites, oranges, and red. The majesty of the destruction swallowed my mind and distracted me from the gravity of my situation. The killing blow was executed by the massive human battleship. Limitless beams of white exited the spinal mount of the human ship. They connected with their target's similarly massive compound supercarriers, architects of destruction of species. I doubted the human's capability to destroy such a ship for less than a second, for that was the time it took for the beam to claw its way through the entire supercarrier. Each surviving compound vessel was gutted from bow to stern in a matter of milliseconds. I never felt more powerless and insignificant in my life. I haven't felt such a feeling since. My entire species had almost been eradicated by a compound. The single human fleet cut them down like a field of wheat. I jolted in fear when the human soldier placed his hand on my shoulder. "You are safe now." His voice showed me that he too felt puny in the face of such madness. His words were as much a reassurance to himself as they were to me. Yet, I was able to derive some comfort from them. Hundreds of compound vessels were turned into molten heaps of scrap in minutes, and I couldn't truly process it. I owe my life to the humans. I just wish that they would have helped us sooner. Testimony of Talon II, lone survivor of the compound assault in Genoxla. Around 100 Genox citizens survived the war. The compound nearly succeeded in the total eradication of their species. Human peacekeeping actions, as a direct result of Talon's confirmation of genocide, turned human opinion towards intervention in the war. The compound government was tried and convicted of genocide, and a new interim government was established by the galactic nations. Humanity now views intervention in conflicts as its duty in the galaxy. Human interventionists have stopped a total of 97 interstellar conflicts to date. The guns of terror reign supreme, stopping conflicts within minutes and preventing conflicts with the mere acknowledgement of their existence. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1569. The Siren Planet, written by Swift Hound. Earth. Terra. The beautiful hell. The Siren Planet. Whatever you call it, it's still a strange place. The humans mostly use the first two terms, and only jokingly refer to it with the other well-known names. For them, it's just a planet. Their home. A place in which they can go to and from, live and flourish in. They go outside their habitats and breathe the air. They strip down their garments and swim in the natural waters. They run, play, work, travel, grow, and live on that shining gem in the void. Earth, a plain name for a planet that cannot be replicated in its vibrancy. Now for the more interesting names, the beautiful hell, a name as old as humanity's discovery, a name given by the more and slightly unnerved Discovery crew. They picked up radio signals, a good bunch of them, while exploring that part of the galactic arm. They, of course, went closer to see what was causing it. A lost probe, an active probe, some weird interaction between solar bodies, a culture. Whatever produces non-standard radio waves is always interesting, no matter what it actually is. A probe in that sector would likely have been millennia old. To find one still working would have been a small miracle, though not unseen. Their ship turned and raced towards the signals, making better adjustments the closer they got. The ship informed them that they were approaching a heliosphere, which likely ruled out the possibility of probes. It wasn't very possible that such an old relic could broadcast strong enough signals through the effects of the sun. The crew got excited at that. It was either a freaky stellar body producing the signal naturally, or a brand new culture. They dropped out of FTL far away from any of the planets, but just a bit away from the orbit of the last planet. The signals were able to be accurately traced to the now infamous marble. The crew became ecstatic. This was a civilization. The dust was cleaned off from the stealth field and only used when new civilizations were discovered. They had to gauge basic information and language before making actual contact. It took an entire week for the ship's computer to work out the working translation matrix. Hundreds of them, actually. The humans hadn't exactly unified in anything, not even language. This week must have been like waiting to dig into a cake, but never getting the okay to do so. The wait made some of them insane, I'm sure. Now with a good cargo load of new languages, they went on to translating them. Now on the 200th anniversary of the Krakatoa volcano's eruption, efforts are still continuing in attempting to restart the volcano for scientific and energy needs. The hot magma could provide a stable and cheap power source, while further accelerating understanding of deeper reaches of our planet. A red zone warning has been given to the entirety of the southern Finland. The officials recommend staying away from the highways and driving only if necessary. A total of 55 centimeters of snow is predicted to land on the most of the country. With the negative temperatures of -20s, it is imperative to dress warmly for any outside activities. The Mariana Trench submarine has surfaced with all crew in safe condition.
Last week's scare as the large part of the submarine experienced a collapse, effectively splitting the crew in two as the midsection crumbled. Emergency tanks, luckily, began working and slowly lifting the submarine from the 9 kilometers it had reached before the accident. The ozone gap has reached a healthy layer just a decade ago, and the effort of the environment has been amazing. With the slowing of the ice cap melting and the efforts to refreeze large areas, global cooling is now being experienced for the 5th year in a row. Many, oh so many broadcasts were heard and translated by the computer, but those are some of the highlights the crew mostly focused on. It seemed like this new civilization was one of science and progress, even if they seemed to be rather nonchalant about disasters and catastrophes. The ecstatic crew began to close in on Earth, all of them curious to find out more. They could already see a large presence of satellites and other such objects flying all through the system. A closer inspection revealed habitats on the moon of Earth. The crew knew that a species that could send their own beyond their own atmosphere could be nothing else except a magnificent addition to society. They approached the planet even further. To the distance of their moon, they could finally get accurate readings of the planet without the possibility of alerting the natives. They shook a little. Tidal storms visible from space as clouds moved at blinding speeds. The ground moved with large plates beneath the crust. The planet would look nothing like it does now in a billion years. They knew that the untranslated parts had to be measurements, but now they had a chance to put them into perspective. Their submarine had reached pressures unimaginable before partly crushing. The crew still survived. It wasn't even immense news, just a part of the daily happenings. The volcano was massive in size. If the humans succeeded, it could have powered half of their world for millions of years without any trouble. Frozen water rained from the sky, in enough volume to cover half a sapient in it, the temperature freezing them in minutes. The readings indicated that the planet had gone through what can only be described as a fever. Temperatures had risen due to the sheer scale of the technological acceleration. The crew decided to risk a pulse scan, a single pulse that could reveal even microbial life. Oh, how their skin must have crawled at the readings. Every blasted surface and crevice was teeming with life. Viruses, bacteria, fungal spores were all flying with the wind and rain of the planet. They saw what can only be described as the melting pot of everything that could be a danger to higher life forms. Bacteria and such existed on all planets. They are a very source of life. But this was almost a cruel joke. Everything was on that planet. Every form of bacteria, capable of any sort of thing, just living alongside everything else. A mostly temperate surface with enough climate to support nearly any species, including aquatic ones. A good, strong gravity to host healthy muscle and bone growth, resources, wealth, energy. Everything a society could want. The extreme weathers, while disturbingly plentiful, could easily be prepared for. The planet even looked beautiful, green and blue, covering almost the entire planet. It called out to anyone who laid eyes on it. The radio messages drawing the interest of anyone in reach. The beautiful Hell. Picturesque in every way to the naked eye, even perfect if you were to stay for an hour or two. But the bacteria would eventually get you. It could take a long time for a compatible one, but eventually one would pass through your membranes and begin to grow inside you. You might fight it off, but you might not. With the sheer amount of bacteria, you would certainly succumb to one of them. Even the humans do. Regularly. I make this situation sound more serious than it is, though. Even if it is a very compelling story, quite minimal efforts help to fight the issue when humans travel around. You won't get sick if you don't land on the planet and breathe the air or water. The humans won't infect others either. Everyone leaving the planet goes through a refined process of bacteria replacement. Their bodies are cleaned of the symbiotic and other bacteria, and replaced with ones that cannot multiply without a very specific chemical. Sure, the bacteria can come into contact with you, but it'll die off quickly without a stable source of the bacterium. Compatible bacteria from normal planets that fit the human biology are also used for more long-term solutions. The humans love to solve problems with indefinite fixes instead of patchwork ones. Interplanetary travel has also begun checking all species for harmful bacteria. Galactic disease expansion has dropped by 58.45%. There now exists over-the-counter bacteria mixes for hundreds of different planets, readily available for any human to acclimate. It gives a horrible diarrhea for a week or so, I hear. Earth also provides an excellent study ground for how bacteria develops, and even more importantly, how to fight the rampant bacterial growth that happens on Earth. Earth's bacteria is highly evolved and refined when compared to other life-hosting planets. It would become extremely dangerous if the same phenomena began to happen elsewhere. Earth's bacteria could quite literally overtake a planet within months if it was introduced. The galaxy's smallest invasive species, so to say. Only travelers from Earth are checked, since the humans have successfully limited the planet's bacteria completely. Other human planets are wholly safe to visit. The Siren planet, singing a luring melody, showing a beautiful surface, just waiting to make you a part of the bacterial mass. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1570. Story number 1. What's so great about humanity anyway? Written by Random 3X.
I have to be honest. Your race is simply the worst amongst all the sentient races in our land.
Reaver slightly slurred, gesturing to the humans sitting across the table from him.
Take my race, for instance. We elves live centuries, if not millennia.
Reaver paused to give the audible scoff.
Well, humans barely manage a century without heretical magic.
He has a point, lad, Boulder added, slamming his tankard of industrial alcohol onto the table. My race is famed for our skill in metalwork and mining. I doubt you'd even hear a human name spoken atop the world of craftsmen. Alien shuffled uncomfortably in his armor as the adventuring party he had been traveling with for years were finally, albeit drunkenly, speaking their minds about his race. What about you, Growl? Alan asked, turning to the Dragonborn ally who had been quiet during the entire conversation. I do not hold a negative opinion on humans, but I don't hold a positive one either. My people are proud and honorable, but many of the humans we have met have been spineless wimps, present company excluded, of course. So, you all think this? Elaine asked, looking across the table to which his 3 companions all nodded. Reaver, do you really think that we are worse than orcs, goblins, and the like? Elaine pressed.
Yeah, of course. At least those primitive races don't pretend to be higher than the animals they are. Humans are unique in only one way, Reaver answered, looking down his nose at Elaine. You think yourself better simply because you exist, Reaver finished. Elaine could feel his blood begin to boil. He had traveled with this party for years. They had fought through countless encounters, and they had never spoken like this. But as quick as the flames of anger grew, they vanished. In the place, ice now ran through his veins. Okay, fine. Let's tackle the point you've made, shall we? Elaine asked, with which the party seemed intrigued. Reaver, you mentioned your race's most defining feature, your exceedingly long lifespans. Elaine gestured to the elf. Indeed. Reaver seemed pleased by this. Tell me, do you actually do anything in these long lives? Elaine's question froze the expression on Reaver's face. From the few elves that we've actually met, the majority seem listless and apathetic. You don't seem to realize your long lives are actually a detriment. How dare! Reaver began before Elaine cut him off. Yes, humans barely last a century, but because our time is so limited, we don't faff around, hoping tomorrow will be the day we actually bother to achieve something. Your race is stagnating because you see no point to tomorrow, when you can do whatever it is a century from now. Elaine's words cut deep and left Reaver leaning back in his seat. Ha ha! He got you, good elf! Boulder laughed boisterously. You, Boulder, you say that we aren't at the top of the world's artisans. I will concede this much, Elaine said, focusing his gaze on the dwarf. But how many of those masterpieces are actually used? How many are even given sold? We humans don't need one masterpiece when we can fit an army with the standard stuff. Elaine drew his small dagger to demonstrate his point. It was a blade that he had had since he was a child, and it still worked. Now, lad, Boulder began, trying to refute Elaine, but was cut off like Reva. And a society that focuses so much in one field and ostracizes those that can't actually make it is a failure of society. You yourself bemoan being kicked out of your home because you were only good at hunting. Yet you espouse your race's superiority to mine. Humans may not be the best, but we don't limit our options like you. I expect that I am next, then, Growl asked. I suppose so, Elaine nodded. You spoke of pride and honor, yes? Elaine asked, in which Growl nodded. I won't deny humans seem to not always value honor and pride. That is why we work far better than Dragonborn, Elaine declared. Explain how this is the case, Growl asked, his tone calm if not a little curious. Your adherence to such codes make you inflexible and predictable. Think how often a bandit has gotten a hit on you because you strictly adhered to your code, Alan explained. What if their blade was poisoned? What if they killed you? You would die no longer being able to be good in this world simply to fulfill some empty promise only you care about. Humans will abandon codes if they can't be practical. Yes, there are a few outliers who will die as you would, but the majority would rather fight another day than die a meaningless death. Your words hold merit, Elaine. Growl nodded in acceptance, the most positive reaction from the table so far. I'm going to bed. Elaine rose from his feet. But one more thing. We humans know we only pretend to be above animals. We all know full well we are beasts on two legs. The only difference from orcs and goblins is we strive to be better than our bestial selves. With those words, the table was left in silence. End of story. Story number 2. The Deja Vu Maneuver, written by Slow AD 2584. Human warships were silly, poorly designed, and antiquated. In the eyes of the other galactic species, it seemed the humans were sticking to their old ways of water surface craft, having a keel and an up hull orientation, and their weapons were mostly along the port and starboard side, in a series of large, fixed battery cannons of a merely kinetic variety. There were no sensors, guns, or crew stations anywhere along its heavily armored and reinforced keel, revealing a questionably very large blind spot to its vision and fields of fire. All in all, the galaxy laughed at the designs. It was a World War II steel battleship with a Spanish galleon cannon setup. In space, their jump drives were even more archaic and foolish, requiring a hyperspatial GPS point measurement anchors to be only jumped to locations possible. They could only ever jump to a place a ship has been before at least once. Their ship designs were ridiculous and suffered a whole lot of ridicule. That is, until the skirmish with the Valman pillage cruiser and the galaxy witnessed the Deja Vu maneuver for the first time. The pillage cruiser was raucously belligerent as it approached the human colony moon. A human warship, a light patrol cruiser, SS Paladin, a moderate model of the ridiculous design, raced out to intercept the attackers. The pillage cruiser plasma fire raked the primitive ship from a remarkable distance, but to little effect while the Paladin was approaching keel first, showing only its heavily armored keel face, what was barely scarred from the fire. The Paladin was on a near-collision course with the pillage cruiser, and the Valman raiders prepared for some close combat action with the primitive humans, with savage glee. Then, several strange things happened. 1. The Paladin pitched bow onto the raider. 2. Locked in a jump drive GPS anchor. 3. And actually sped up. The energy signal reading showed a Paladin jump drive and broadside cannons ramping up with energy in preparation. The Paladin raced past the cruiser to one side, the cannons on that side ripple-firing large high kinetic shells into the pillage cruiser as it passed at point-blank range. causing shimmering ripples all across the pillaged cruiser shields. The raider guns tore into the unshielded Paladin ship, whose exposed upper decks were only moderately armored. The raider gun turrets barely able to track the Paladin ship as it raced by at such a high relative speed. They were viewed as such newbies at the snack of engagement protocol. The pillaged cruiser, shield held, knocked down to about 40%, but the pillager was undamaged. The Paladin ship was slightly mangled, several fires smoking out into space. It wasn't a fair exchange that time, because then the deja vu maneuver occurred, and the now name for it was made sense, because the Paladin jumped to its anchor and began a broadside pass again. The broadside cannons were perfectly fine under the mangled armor, as they were hardened against this type of abuse, and they were primed and fully loaded, as was the jump drive. This time, the pillaged cruiser turrets found themselves pointing the wrong direction and wasted precious time traversing back on target. The shields failed midway through the pass, and the human kinetic shells began savaging the pillaged cruiser. Its rather lightly armored hull amounting to paper against the muzzle energy the many human cannons could muster. For the paradigm of the warships of the rest of the galaxy over-relied on their shields and kinetic-less energy weapons, resulting in direct hull reinforcement taking a backseat role. The pillaged cruiser fire was zorching and burning the human ship as well, but by now the exchange was far from equal, only now the other way. On the third repeat pass, the pillaged cruiser endured rapid broadside fire alongst its entire length, racking its hull with jagged holes, pressure loss outgassing, and interior explosions, and it was in serious trouble. It launched its reserved and very expensive torpedoes in desperation, but the torpedoes never found their mark. The Paladin altered course slightly before the third jump, torpedoes on its tail, and after an emergency back at the beginning of the pass, its course was now going to pass on the other side of the pillaged cruiser, blasting the unshielded ship with its fresh other broadside. Remarkably, some of the anti-ship torpedoes circled around to strike the pillaged cruiser, showing the cleverness of the Paladin's pilot. After the fifth pass, the Paladin altered its course one last time. This time, it emerged on a direct collision course with the mangled and disabled pillaged cruiser. It pitched up, and the heavily armored keel of the battle-worn Paladin, with its seemingly unnecessary keel beam edged jutting out from the face of the armor like an old warship keel, now showed its purpose, as the heavily armored cutting edge collided with the pillaged cruiser at a chopping 45-degree angle, literally smashing it in half as it went with a blunt, massive axe. The ridicule of their design ended that day. It seems the human technology and design, while still very much limited and primitive when in comparison with the rest, was all applied in the human's particular fashion, revealing the truth of an old human saying, "It ain't so much the tool, but the hand and the mind of the person using it that gets the job done." Galactic Council strategos were struggling to find a method to defend against such a maneuver if hostilities ever erupted against the human warships, as the SS Paladin was a mere Coast Guard cutter version of the human warships. They shuddered in horror when considering the Titanic battlecruisers and, oh God, those odd gigagun deck barges using the same technique. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1571.
Story number 1. The Vengabus is coming. Written by In Babylon They Wept. Alakan pinched the bridge of his nose. On one hand, certain death. On the other hand, human bullshit. He weighed the options carefully. His self-respect fought tooth and claw with his will to live. The will to live won. It was a near thing, but internal battles were winner take all. "Feck it, we need armor. Send them in." The radio cackled. It was a quiet sound, but still a welcome reprieve from the blistering swarm of beams from the nearby laser Gatling. Alakan fished it out of his front pocket, raising it near his ear eagerly. "Call sign 8 mode, do you copy? What is your ETA? We're pinned down bad up here. If they can get a second angle set up, we're toast." The speaker crackled again. There was a sound like a horn on the other end.
maybe an alarm. Call sign ape mode. Is your vehicle intact?
There was no verbal response back, but a faint chanting could be heard in the background, just beyond the range of his hearing. Alakan cranked the volume knob to max, desperate for any possible information about when the armor would arrive. Instead, he seemed to catch the opening part of some kind of human war ritual. We like to party, 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 we like... Then the radio cut off abruptly. He took several deep breaths before pinching his nose again. Fecking humans! The Vengabus is coming and everybody's jumping! New York to... The chanting was back, almost incomprehensibly loud. The Gatlings were ear-splitting on their own, but the human war chant made them seem like whispers in a library. The noise was so loud that identifying the source was almost impossible. It seemed to be coming from all sides at once, a hulking wall of sound. He reached down to shut off his comm, only to find that it was already off. Oh, it must be here then. That would explain the unwarranted assault on his ear holes. He took a peek over the edge of his foxhole and froze. Even by standards of human bullcrap, this was egregious. The tank itself was standard DFP issue. The bright yellow paint job and makeshift stop sign definitely were not. And the speakers looked borderline illegal. Strands of copper wire poked from each of the generator-sized boxes strapped, welded, and glued to random points all over the chassis. The conductor feeding each of the abominations seemed to be repurposed twinkle lights, cutting zigzags between each box before drawing into the hatch. The Gatling stopped, evidently as taken aback as everyone else on the battlefield. The moment of relative peace was replaced by the insane furor as every gun on the opposite side of the canyon seemed to realize that there was a big juicy target barreling towards them. The tank took the swarm of beans like a champion. Faint clouds of yellow smoke trailed behind the racing vehicle as its makeshift paint job was incinerated. But that was probably a blessing in disguise. The wall of noise fell down several notches as one of the Gatlings made a point of targeting the ear-splitting speakers. The tank had been content enough to absorb enemy ammo as it barreled its way towards the middle of the battle. But this was a personal affront. The railgun on the top of the vehicle locked on to the offending turret and began dropping ferroslugs. The first was more than enough to obliterate its hated foe. The other three were just to desecrate the memory. Each shot had the unfortunate side effect of distorting the noise coming out of the speakers, the voice going up like chipmunks with every thump of the Mac. The wheels of steel are turning and traffic lights are burning, so if you like to party, get on and move your body. The Vengabus is coming! The kinetic slug slammed into the road just behind it. The tank had been going anything less than max speed, it would have been splattered. Any sane tank operator would have launched their smoke cover, changed course, and avoided slugs by serpentining. But the maniacs in the tank were clearly insane. The hatches for the smoke cover opened, but instead of smoke grenades getting flung out from the hydraulic catapult, out flew hundreds and hundreds of gleaming chem lights. The laser Gatling atop the main cannon opened up, not at any enemy, but simply while spinning in circles at maximum speed. None of this should have done a damn thing, but the effect was amazing. The lights, the noise, and the now laser effects. The enemy had been trained for what to do in a war zone, but they had no fecking idea what to do at a disco. All it took was one of them to break ranks, and the rest followed suit. Alakan watched in awe as the troops of 80 enemy combatants bolted up the side of the valley, casually pursued by the still smoldering Venga tank, chippily screaming out its war cry as the recorder device on the inside hit a well-planned loop. The Vengabus is coming, 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 the Vengabus is coming. The noise blessedly faded to black as both made it over the hill. He climbed carefully out of his foxhole, wiping the dirt from his palms onto the front of his pants when he was done. One of the newer soldiers jogged up to him, as baffled as he'd ever been. What the hell just happened? Alakan shrugged. Trust me, they don't know either.
Fecking humans!
End of story. Story number 2. Burning Bridges, written by In Babylon They Wept.
I am Calro, commander of the Second Armada of the Akabari. We are on our way to a peacekeeping operation in the Pegasus cluster. Humanity is not our enemy, but you will be if you continue to detain us in your piss-puddle agrarian star system. Step away from the FTL launcher and no one will die. Remain in front and we will plow through your craft. Either way, you will not stop us.
The human freighter, acting as a makeshift gate in front of the launcher, did not move. If anything, it centered itself more, in order to get better face to the Akaviri flagship head-on. Then it broadcast back.
Your peacekeeping mission in the Pegasus cluster is a genocide. Allowing it to happen would be a sin against our ancestors. We may not have the men or the ships to destroy your ship, but we don't need to destroy your ship in order to keep you from the battlefield. Our piss-puddle's name is Zion. In time, you would call it home.
Galrose barely had time to ponder the nature of that threat when the launcher fired up. The EM readings on his ship went mad, and in the brief fraction of a second, he realized he'd miscalculated gravely. He didn't know how many thousands of safety protocols had been bypassed, but the amount of power flowing to the gravitational core in the center of the launcher was easily 9 times larger than the maximum rating. A micro-singularity formed within the space lens, and cladding ripped itself off of the hull before spiraling at near light speed around the artificial black hole. Calrose had always imagined such a catastrophe as something like a fireball, reds and oranges, lots of shrapnel and clanging. Upon seeing it in person, he realized how foolish that was. Red glows were for pokers left in hot coals. This was, for one brief moment, a star fueled on steel. It was never going to be orange. It could only be white. The accretion disk condensed further, the energy of the reactions happening near it somehow fueling the gravitational anomaly at the center. His comm system moved into death scream as the material's black-body radiation moved past the X-ray spectrum, pure friction converting the material to energy more efficiently than even a fusion reactor could manage. The heat generated finally caused a full structural collapse, the spine of the station melting enough to warp the whole barrel of the launcher around the spiraling singularity, twirling it in loops like a thread around a spool. The reaction was accelerating now. Even without electricity being able to fuel the gravitational collapse, the radiation pressure alone managing to hold the system in a highly fragile state of tensegrity. He recognized the feedback loop that was happening, radiation putting gravity, gravity fueling radiation, on and on until there was no air for noise in space, but he could almost imagine a roar of the expanding cloud of ionized metal should have made as it blew past. There it was, the end of the loop. It had run out of matter to feed on, so without the balance of the comprehensive force, it expanded outwards. He was fortunate that this explosion was violent enough to atomize the particles. Even a fragment of the size of a grain of sand would have been enough to take down his flagship. As a lone ion, it could be deflected by some same magnetic field that kept the crew safe during FTL jumps. He stared numbly at the monitor. 1/3 of the Akaviri fleet stranded in a farming system. Not even a shot fired. He realized that the comm system scream had been replaced with the quiet pulse of the incoming broadcast. He accepted it without question, too lost to even be angry. Take your time recovering your senses. When you're ready, just send us a message back. We're going to need every hand we can on the harvest. There's no one out there that we can reach out for help after this. It's just us. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1572. Story number 1. The cat isn't the problem. Written by Perilous Platypus.
Get that fucking thing out of here, Folk, or I'm gonna space it and you along with it.
Bulk gathered the tabby up in his muscled arms and scratched it under the chin.
His efforts were immediately rewarded by a rousing chorus of purrs, prompting a grin from Falk.
Go on now, Cap. Oh, batty work ain't the problem.
Captain Odysseus Paraclina offered both of them a withering glare. Neither seemed to care much. He'd long since lost his grip on Falk. They'd been too much together to be anything less than close. But the fecking feline could at least show some respect. Mooching pest that it was. Things spent half of its time trying to suffocate him in his sleep, and the other half trying to trip him to death. But Falk was right. The cat wasn't the problem. At least, not today. Half the galaxy was in flames, and spacing a cat problem wasn't going to do much about it. Might make him feel a bit better, though he doubted it'll last long. Falk loved that hellspawn almost as much as the ship, so Odd did what he always did, settled back into his chair with an exaggerated sigh and turned to more pressing matters, like the aforementioned galaxy burning.
What a mess,
he said. Falk nodded, his fingers still idly scratching at Battywick's chin.
Just getting messier by the day. No end in sight neither.
Shame. Galaxy had a good thing going for it for a bit. Falk offered a grunt in response.
Don't agree. Think it was better this way.
Odd waved a hand towards the view screen and the map depicting the various battle lines. Half were probably out of date as soon as they picked them up, but getting the general sense of the hotspots was better than jumping about completely blind.
Better for us,
Falk said. That's some cynical crap, even for you, Odd replied.
It is what it is.
Falk unceremoniously jumped Battywick on Odd's lap. The cat settled immediately in, paying not a whisker of a bit of attention to Odd's skull while Falk looked on approvingly.
But at least we have each other.
Falk brushed his trousers, flicked off a few strands of orange hair, and then fell back into the seat beside Odd.
Where to next? Hard to say. It's salvage or smuggle. More profit if we go both. But we'll be rolling the dice. No guarantee on what we'll find, and no guarantee on getting a buyer to buy it. Easier if we take a contract.
Falk snort, eloquently and succinctly established his views on the subject. Falk wasn't a fan of contracts. That sort of ran with the territory on anyone that had signed over their freedom for a ticket off a hellhole and 3 squares a day. High price to pay, particularly the grinders Falk came through. They didn't talk about it. Pasts were a great topic for people in their line of work, regardless of how long they'd been doing it together.
Last data dump said things were hot around Helva,
Odd said, pulling up the galaxy map.
Terran Republic versus the Basil. Doesn't matter who comes out ahead in that. There's something worth having in the racks on both sides. Plasma loops, displacers, light benders,
Falk muttered, his eyes fixed on the map.
Could be good. Could be death. Ow!
Battywick's claws dug into Odd's thigh as the tabby began to knead.
Don't push your fecking luck, cat.
Odd didn't remove the tabby, though, and Battywick continued his kneading unabated. Falk grinned.
It's good to see you getting along so well. Back to the topic. You in for Helva? It's going to be a hot if we dump that was right. Might catch fire ourselves. Worm for first bird. Early bird gets the worm, Odd corrected him. No early in space, just first. Yeah, well, if we're going to get tactical, no ain't worm either. Space worms on Gorgus 7.
Odd began to absentmindedly pet Battywick.
Long way between Gorgus 7 and Helva.
Falk nodded in agreement.
Long way.
Then he grinned.
But still worms. Then we go. We go.
Odd winced as the claws dug in once more.
This cat is a fecking problem.
Falk shook his head.
Cat is not a problem. Cat can eat early bird. I thought we were going to be the first bird. No.
Falk began to flick various switches, pulling up ready readouts from the ship's weapon system.
Worm for first bird for first cat.
End of story. Story number 2. The Old God, written by Slow AD 2584. The Katang Armada approached Earth. The pitifully primitive humans stood 0 chance. They barely had AI, no knowledge of slick Tor quantum recertainty algorithms that could infiltrate and confront any electronic device or logical device from an orbital distance. No defense fields to nullify harmonic phase laser beams. Nothing of the sort. This was going to be laughable. As the Armada approached low Earth orbit, the selector electronic warfare began. Within moments, the entire internet, satellite network, telecom, and even every single radio circuit board, anything with a silicon transistor, really, was scrambled, dead, inert. The humans were instantly rendered back to the Stone Age, around 1965 or so. All of the craft climbing to orbit fell from the sky. Not a single radar ping nor radio signal was detected. The war was over before it had even started. With their superiority and even better orbital high ground, cleaning up the ground forces would be a grueling but inevitable grind. Those humans down there still had machine guns and swords, or whatever archaic thing they can find that still works down there. The Katang planetary assault logistics operation began ramping up. Sir, we're detecting something.
What? How did they even manage to get power? What kind of program data suite are they running? How did the Slickdoors miss them?
Sir, nothing so advanced as the sort of the data suite. It appears to be a, arc gap pulses, like an electric arc between conductors. The pulses seem to be tuned to bounce along the inside of the planet's ionosphere, detectable on other side of the world. It seems to be some kind of pattern, a signal.
Get the crypto guys on it. Where is it coming from?
It appears to be coming from somewhere in the middle of the taiga of what they call northern Russia. Middle of nowhere, sir. Hold on. There was a similar arc gap signal from what they call Montana, USA. There appears to be some sort of communication going on.
I need the crypto teams on this immediately. I want to know what they are saying.
Sir, Crypto says this communication has no OS, no data library, no resource libraries to raid it. It's just too primitive. They say that this is nothing they can, look, it looks like it stopped.
They probably ran out of power. Probably some monkey on an exercise bike or something trying to generate power manually or get tired or... Alert! Weapons launched from northern Russia. What? No vehicle should be operating down there. How? It appears to be a cylindrical rocket from some kind. Analyzing, Hurry on, sir. No electronics, mechanical gyro. And, is that relay logic? Nothing for Slukter to grab onto. The rocket doesn't seem to have enough delta V to truly reach escape velocity, however. This may be a false alarm. Psh, pathetic! Why even bother? Okay, what kind of weapon is it? Directed energy, kinetic impactor. Give me something here.
It's, they're very odd, sir. There appears to be a pulse nuclear device in the nose, but it's a strange design.
I bet it's nuclear-pumped X-ray laser. Or energy shield should be able to absorb that. No problem.
No, sir. No X-ray laser element anywhere on the device. Nothing technological at all. Just fuel, gyro guidance, and a fission reactor. The rocket arced over the horizon and then drifted near the Katang cruiser.
Okay, that cruiser there just should be able to get a better look at...
A blinding flash lit up the entire orbiting fleet. Alarms blaring on the bridge monitor. As the flash faded, the cruiser was a drifting wreck. A large section of the middle hull was simply vaporized.
What in the hell was that? Silence those alarms! Report! What were they alerting?
The alarms are alpha, beta, and gamma particle high-energy emissions. High-energy free neutrons. Wow. It's a real mess over there.
Gamma rays? Really? What in the black could have done that? You said that there was nothing that high-tech on board that...
Sir, it appears to be a pulse nuclear device in the nose of the rocket was not contained in a shield in any way.
What? Who in the Allfather's own universe would ever make a device like that? Even worse, be willing to ever set that thing off?
Oh, what would such a thing even be called? A naked fission event?
I cannot even imagine such a thing.
Apparently so, sir. It appears to have been the device's purpose.
Where did it come from exactly?
There was an underground silo in the middle of nowhere. apparently with its own isolated power generators and solid-state mechanical controls. Oh, okay, phew. So it's some sort of Hail Mary, end-of-the-world doomsday device. Just one then. Well, let's see if anybody is alive on the cruiser, and let's get back to... Sir, we have a problem. What now? Oh, many more rockets just like the first one, launching from similar self-contained silos buried all over northern USA and Russia. Fleet, evasive maneuvers. I am sure we can dodge a few... No, sir. Cannot evade these numbers. Oh, Father. Just too many of the damn things, but surely we can jump... No, sir. The initial blast had a serious electromagnetic pulse released naked, as you say. All jump drives are out of calibration. You cannot get away in time. How can this be? I need to have a serious talk with engineering if... Sir, our engineers never envisioned a raw nuclear reaction just set off out in the open like this, next to a running ship, just two... Out of the bridge's viewpoint, many specks of light flickered on the end of curving smoke plumes arose, arcing around both sides of the globe. It was a swarm, a freaking cloud. How many? Final count just completed, sir. Just about 12,000. As the nuclear annihilation started to ripple from the edges of the Armada, closing like a demonic claw, in the center was the flagship awaited its doom. The captain had time to send the alert to galactic community in an emergency hyperwave. These humans, these monsters! I don't have much time. How could they even conceive of getting a fission nuclear cascade reaction to occur exposed and open? Be warned, this is what they are capable of, and the sheer numbers of the devices. Why would they even need so many? That's enough to destroy their entire planet 20 times over. And they have stored them, maintained an operation for what appears to have been over 100 years. Something is wrong with them. Something very seriously wrong. The hyperwave signal was cut off by a blinding flash and static chaos of interference caused by wild and free nuclear reaction side products shredding the carrier wave. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1573. Story number 1. Deathworlder Sensors, written by Echoing Cascade. Marines, human soldiers, are built different. It comes from being Deathworlders, but Marines are something else. Something more. Marines are what the Terran Forces throws at impossible tasks. Given enough Marines, time and crayons, even causality and logic inevitably bends to their will. These fearless warriors were walking around the peaceful city on Bright Sun, clearly terrified. Shira had fought alongside Captain Thorn and his Marine squad against the Mosoran pirates. During that time, she had made fast friends with the humans. When they went on leave, they had agreed to visit her home planet, Bright Sun, and stay at the Soran capital for a few days. They seemed quite happy on the shuttle ride to the planet, but the second they left the ship, they were on edge. At first, I thought it was just their warriors' instincts that had them walking around on high alert, but something is clearly off. Shira had been observing her guests, who were becoming more and more agitated. They had stopped listening to her explanations and were walking back to back, forming defensive circle, their hands on their weapons. Maybe we should stop the sightseeing, go to the hotel for nourishment. Yes, yes. That would be good, yes. As they walked towards the hotel, she heard one of the Marines whisper, "They're everywhere." She didn't understand what the Marine meant, but she would soon find out. The meal had lasted all of 5 minutes. None of the humans ate anything, and she knew from having shared meals with them that they loved to talk steak. Some were getting the nerve to grab the utensils when one of the Marines sat up with a sidearm in hand and turned around, aiming the weapon at thin air. "Touch me! It fucking touched me!" It took a bit of convincing, but Captain Thorn managed to calm the man down. We need to, rest, yes. Things will be better tomorrow, yes. Shira was at a loss for words. She simply nodded. She couldn't make head or tails of what was going on. Why did he point his gun at nothing? And why did it seem like the other humans could see what he was aiming at? That last thought remained with Shira as she went to bed. She would have to ask Captain Thought what was going on. She had endured more than what was polite already. In the middle of the night, Shira was woken up by screams. Human screams. She got clothed in a hurry and left her room just in time to see the Marines run their shuttle parked behind the hotel. They hadn't even stopped to open the doors on their way. They shoulder-charged through them, and before she could even ask what the seven hells was going on, they had left for orbit and docked inside their frigate. Shira ran from her room to the contact of the Marine captain. "Oh, what's wrong? Is everything all right? Are any of your men injured?" The captain answered the hollow call from his quarters. He had a large glass of whiskey in his right hand, and he was looking down at it. There's nothing wrong. Not really. Maybe." The man was shaking, naked terror oozing from his body. "What the hell is going on? What was got you so scared?" "On our home planet, Earth, our ancestors were prey for millions of years. We have extra senses compared to other races. We can feel when someone or something is gazing at us." He took a large gulp of whiskey and said, "Something. We can sense movement on our skin and catch things moving from the corner of our eye." "Okay, but what?" "Ghosts, Shira. We can see your ghosts. They are in every shadow, behind every piece of furniture, behind every person, and they come out and false at night." The man downed what remained of his glass. "We had heard stories, even seen things in the battlefield, but we assumed it was just combat fatigue. It wasn't gods. Above, it wasn't." Shira was confused, but also quite curious. Proven life after death. This is big, bigger than big. She asked the question that she would regret for the rest of her life. "What do they look like?" James Thorne, Marine Captain, who she had seen call an artillery barrage on his own position with a smile on his face, who had charged a Masoran tank with nothing but a combat knife in his hand, looked up at her. He made a face like a frightened child. He cried. Shira followed his gaze and looked behind her for a split second. She saw them too. Humans avoid Saran planets as a rule since the incident. Many humans avoid any facility with a significant Saran population, and Shira, well, Shira never slept again without the help of drugs since that day. End of story. Story number 2. Humans are not tree dwellers, written by Fox Corp. When humanity was first curated some 100,000 years ago, they were a primitive race, few in number, young in age. They were stuck with basic tools and technologies. Living in mud brick houses, humans congregated into small communities. They had only just begun farming and selectively breeding crops. We realized their potential and added them to the list of 250 species with an optimistic outlook. At that time, they were the youngest of all the 250 species. They'd taken their first steps as a species, but hadn't quite mastered anything else. As always, we were hopeful that they would succeed, but catalogued every last living organism on their planet for safekeeping. After another 10,000 years passed, a curator decided to visit the humans once again. Of the 250 species in the Milky Way, humanity was the only survivor. Every other species had wiped itself out with weapons or science projects gone wrong. The curator found a world bountiful with life and progress. Humanity had progressed much faster than the average species in the Milky Way. The curator was hopeful that humanity would stay on the path of progress, but knew that it was unlikely to happen. They acquired databanks of all species, languages, cultures, architecture, and technologies. Should humanity fall, their memory could still live on within our museums and archives. This was the expected outcome. Races with such rapid advancement were the most likely to fly too close to the sun and be destroyed through their own curiosity. After another 1,000 years, the curator returned, only to find an ash-choked land devoid of any obvious signs of life. The curator was saddened, but not surprised. The Milky Way was added to the long list of dead galaxies, and we moved on. This brings us to modern day. Several expeditions to the Milky Way's neighboring galaxies have yielded shocking revelations. The galaxies simply no longer exist. No central black hole, no stars, no planets, no life, not even a mote of dust. Within residual radio and subspace emissions, we found only one constant above the chaotic background: Birch. This name was completely unexpected and unknown. No life form within this galaxy had ever developed such a word. Most couldn't even pronounce it. Yet it was all that remained of this barren void. After searching the archives for many years, we discovered the humans once more. Birch was the standard word in English language. It was simply a word for a tree. After this revelation was made, the journey to the Milky Way began. Upon arrival, it was realized that the Milky Way was still very much intact, but gravitational anomalies. Hopefully, that human had emerged on Earth. Curators swarmed the Sol system. They found a technologically advanced human civilization, no longer the primitive humans of old. No traces of the birch trees either. After discovering the humans were back in the Milky Way, more searching was done on the gravitational anomaly. The Milky Way had not grown in size, but had completely doubled in mass. All of this new mass was centered around the Milky Way's central supermassive black hole, which had now ballooned to a light-year in diameter and over the entire galaxy's worth of mass. Once the curators arrived at the central black hole, they were greeted by a structure of unimaginable proportions. A gargantuan ecumenopolis measuring 2 light-years in diameter, made up of the uppermost layer of the birch. After searching through human cultural records, we came across the idea of a birch planet. Thought by Paul Birch, the term birch planet was coined by Isaac Arthur. At the time, it was a theoretical possible megastructure. Now, it is a real structure of even grander proportions. Through the gravitational manipulation, gravity is kept at 9.8 meters per second squared across the entire structure's many layers. The central black hole provides a base gravity and also acts as a power source for the heat sink for the rest of the structure. Innumerable numbers of humans live in this birch world, from what we can learn via scans. It has a surface area comparable to that of multiple galaxies' worth of habitable areas. It appears that only the upper layers are used for habitation. The rest of the structure experiences extreme time dilation, and as such is relegated to medical waiting areas, storage, resource extraction, energy production, and general maintenance hubs. This still leaves over 95% of the structure purely dedicated to habitation and the many amenities necessary for such a post-scarcity civilization. Incredibly, 99% of this massive structure is inhabited. Multiple active support rings outside the current structure suggest that the humans are adding even more layers to the birch planet's gargantuan frame. The absolute insanity of this discovery has rocked our scientific community to the core. New efforts are being taken to investigate species we once thought dead. For if humanity, a dead race, could make such a structure, what else could we have missed? But as the days of renewed expedition have not yet come, we only know one thing for certain. Humanity certainly doesn't dwell in the trees, but the birch is all-encompassing. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1574. Story number 1. Inhuman Experimentation. Written by Echoing Cascade. Professor Dim was making his way to his laboratory. To say that he was out of his depth would be an understatement. The Empress had given him a mission. The mission had been clear. The mission had been impossible. The mission had been stupid. The mission had been suicidal. The mission had succeeded. In order to prepare for the Masoran invasion of Escador, Dim's people needed to be ready to deal with the Masoran closest allies, humans. So the Empress had given him the unenviable task of getting his hands on human specimen. Knowing full well that it was suicidal to even try,
he opted to just get it over with. He approached a human in a bar and asked him if he would be willing to become a test subject. Instead of a quick death, the human had given him a question. Depends. How much? Thinking fast, Dim offered him a third of his daily research grant, musing that getting a human and keeping him happy would be well worth the credits. Now, here he was, human Greg in tow, entering the lab, and he still had no idea what to do from here.
I never thought that I would get this far. Oh, gods. I guess I'll need to pay back the loans I took after all.
He didn't have any tests or any idea of what to do, but he did have toxins.
Very well, let's see if I can kill it outright, away, and then do some tests on its corpse.
Dim took out some of the deadliest poisons in his lab. He poured some clear liquid in a beaker, carefully added about a pinch of crushed leaves on the petri dish, and opened up a seal on the metal jar.
Human Greg, could you tell me how do these interact with human physiology?
Greg walked forward, sniffed the contents of the beaker, and downed the thing in one go. Alcohol! We drink this for fun! Still technically poison, though. Greg then licked the petri dish. Mint! We make candy with this. Goes great with tea, by the way. The man then tilted some of the contents of the jar into his mouth and ate it, which then resulted in him doubling over and coughing.
Finally, a normal reaction. Let me recall just how long until he dies.
By the time Dim had started his stopwatch, Greg had recuperated. His eyes were red with tears and his breath labored, but otherwise he was fine. Okay, that was some sort of chili powder. We use it as a spice on our food. Really should have taken so much in one go. Very irritating for the sinuses. Dim was too annoyed to be shocked. Most sentient species had the decency to die when exposed to these poisons.
All right, better show him his quarters and come up with an actual testing procedure, I guess.
While walking the human to his room, he wondered something.
Human Greg, what substance does your species require, and what can you not eat?
Greg was talking to his sister Sandra via holovid.
Let me get this straight.
You agreed to become a guinea pig for an Ascodol scientist? Yup. Sandra sighed, face-palmed, and looked at her brother's image with murder in her eyes.
You have to be adopted. No one in our family is this stupid. Why would...
Greg quickly cut her off. 5,000 credits a day, 3 square meals of steak, fries, and a small salad, all seasoned with different combinations of exotic spices, served with alcohol of variable proof mixed with fresh nuts, an image association test once a day, and a bit of blood drawing in 1 week, and some light exercises every other week. Sandra was left stunned, mouth agape for a moment.
Do you think that he might need more guinea pigs?
Greg put his hands in his mouth and began to make static noises. Can't hear you. You're going to lose.
I can see you.
Greg either didn't hear or didn't care. He continued, going under a bridge. Might lose you.
They're in a space station.
There are no bridges, you dumb son of a... Then the recording stopped. A group of officers seated around the conference table looked at each other awkwardly. This recording was sent by Greg Ferguson's sister Sandra to put an end to his missing persons case. A man in Navy uniform made an annoyed grunt and then spoke. Since Ascodor did not go through official routes and there is no contract, it is technically a kidnapping, and I don't know about anyone else, but I don't like this whole testing taking place. So I say we rescue his ass, whether he likes it or not. No one disagreed. Dim was finally making headway with his research. After weeks of trying different types of poisons to put in his food, mixing multiple allergy-inducing fruits in his alcoholic drink, he had finally found a chink in the human Greg's armor. Yesterday, during image association, Greg had a violent reaction to a cute holographic video of a Pissalt playing with its young. Dim recalled the incident, something about large 3D spiders not being cute to humans even if they wore choirboy hats. Humans being afraid of Pissalts was interesting. He could work with that. Captain Moreau was annoyed. Well, not really. Annoyed was how she felt when she had to do the laundry after a hard day of work. Now, however, she was in a murdering mood. A couple months ago, a moron named Greg Ferguson had managed to get himself kidnapped, and it was now up to her team to rescue him. At first, she felt bad for the poor guy, as did the rest of her team, but after reading what his living conditions were,
Fracker commits high treason while making more money than we do and eating like a fecking king. The stealth shuttle that carried her tea was on a landing approach to Ascador Research Station. All right, remember the plan. We find the moron, secure him, destroy any data they got from testing him, and bring him back. One of the heavily armored soldiers raised a hand. Moreau nodded at him. How damaged can he be? Moreau mulled over the idea. He needs to be capable of facing interrogation and have all limbs attached. The soldiers all grinned. They had a lot of leeway. They made their way inside the facility with ease. Security personnel simply dropped their weapons at their approach, while researchers froze like deer in the headlights. They eventually found the main research lab, and while Mouse, the team tech expert, wiped the installation's memory core, the team split up to look for Gred. Captain Moreau found him first. He was in a room looking rather confused at 3 Ascador wearing what looked like homemade mascot spider suits, slowly advancing towards him, making threatening noises. Oh, for the love of God! The captain kicked the door in and stunned the 3 spiders. What the hell? Who are you? Why did you do that? Moreau slowly walked up to him until she was face to face with him. We're here to rescue you. Then she pulled out a taser and shocked him until he fell to the ground. When he tried to get up, she tased him again. After he stopped twitching, she grabbed him by the left foot and dragged him back to the shuttle. The small grunts of pain he made while going up and down the stairs put a smile on her face. 4 months later, the Ascadors attacked Masoran 3. They were crushed by the combined forces of the Masoran and the Terran Alliance. No one was surprised by the outcome of the battle, though most were confused by the fact that the Ascador troops all wore cowboy hats and sported Spido logos on their armors and vehicles. End of story. Story number 2. Nothing to Lose, written by Hicks Kem. We were winning, back during the early days of the last aggression, when our species believed it to be the will of the gods that we cleanse the humans of the galaxy. We were succeeding at every turn. We struck at the heart of their territory, disguising our opening attacks as natural disasters, like tectonic upheavals or an unpredicted supernova. By the time they caught on to the idea that they were under attack, we'd already taken half of their resources off the field. By the accounting of any scholar of war within 1,000 parsecs, ours was merely a war of inevitability. There was no cause for us to offer mercy to any of the humans, because there would never be a situation where we'd need it as a negotiating tactic. When we had no need for the planet's resources, orbital bombardment would most assuredly eliminate any possible human threats, without exception. On those occasions where a more meticulous extermination was called for, our troops acted with efficiency and distinction. No mercy was ever shown. No civilians left alive as military targets were destroyed. No wailing mothers, uselessly shielding their screeching spawn, were given reprieve. To what end would such an act have aided them? They'd still have starved to death in the empty, burned-out worlds of theirs. If anything, it was more civilized just to finish them quickly. It wasn't until very recently that we came to understand the truth. The gods had not given us a mandate to cleanse the humans. The gods had given us a final test, a chance to demonstrate that we had truly lost any hope of redemption. Had we shown mercy throughout the war, we might have won. But we didn't. The humans saw that we would kill screaming babies and desperate mothers. They saw that we would burn entire worlds of them into ashes. They saw finally that they had nothing to lose. And when the humans have nothing to lose, the only thing they can do is take. I write this now, knowing that it will not save my people. The human swarm, cobbled together from the wreckage of thousands of sabotaged ships, is converging on the last of our worlds. I write this only in the hopes that some other race will know that you cannot ever hope to defeat humans with merciless disregard of life. Because
They perfected Merciless long before we ever met them.
End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1575. Story number 1. Just another piece of space junk written by Fox Corp. Captain Tyler took a long sip of his caffeinated beverage.
This is what you woke me up for. It's 3 a.m. planet-side time.
The captain has been running low on sleep recently. With the countless patrols and endless drills, there's been little time for rest. Tonight, he was finally able to sleep, dreaming peacefully of his life back home, only to be woken up by the screeching of the intercom.
Sir, it is completely alien design. It warrants further analysis.
Head Research Attaché Jolnus has always been a thorn in Tylo's side, constantly pestering him about insufficient space to think, or not enough research staff. Yesterday, he complained about the lack of radioactive isotopes. Why would a ship full of crew subject itself to continuous radiation? Simply put, Jolnus was and still is an annoying part of the ship. High Command won't allow for Tyler to throw the meddling researcher into a life pod and send him away. That hasn't stopped Tylo from seriously considering it.
So, look at that big ugly thing. Whatever alien designed it clearly wasn't very advanced. It's worth less than scrap metal.
Sir, at least let me send a research party to investigate it. I'll also need full control of the ship's scanners for the duration of the mission.
Tyler recognized an opportunity when he saw it.
Only if you personally lead the expedition from the research vessel.
Jolnus didn't seem to recognize the captain's plan as obviously a little too anxious to get him off the vessel. That, or he didn't care.
Yes, sir. I'll leave right away.
For the next 20 minutes, Tyler enjoyed the peace and quiet of his captain's chair without interruption. He had almost drifted back to sleep when the high-pitched whine of Jolnus's voice screamed over the communications.
You need to see this.
The captain grumbled and moved over to the sensor monitoring station on the bridge. A small group of bridge officers had gathered around the screen.
Get back to your stations,
barked the captain. He'd had enough of annoying subordinates for one day. Once he got to the sensors, he suddenly realized the magnitude of this scurry.
That's not possible.
The readings on the sensors indicated that this craft originated before the Big Bang.
Isn't it incredible, sir? We've almost reached the object with the research vessel. We'll update you second by second.
For the first time in his life, Tyler wasn't annoyed by what the scientist had to say. He could only sit with his jaw open in fascination.
One of you communications officers, get High Command on the line. They'll want to see this.
Yes, sir. But what do I tell them?
The captain's consciousness swarmed within his mind, looking for an answer that would satisfy the sheer importance of this discovery.
Tell them we found something older than time itself.
The research vessel and the ancient alien craft and the data began streaming back to the captain's ship. The alien race had designed the ship B-52 model ZZZZZ-2. It was designed a time so long ago there was more zeros than Tyler thought practical.
Sir, Jolnus said, this vessel is seemingly physically impossible.
How so?
The density of its armor should be enough to collapse into a black hole. It is denser than a strange matter by a matter and magnitude.
The captain didn't know much about interstellar phenomena.
What strange matter?
The scientist responded with some general annoyance.
It's the densest state of matter before something becomes a black hole. Nothing denser should be anything other than a singularity.
The captain was now annoyed. He stated very matter-of-factly,
It obviously isn't a black hole.
Jolnus didn't reply to the statement, only sending out more data in return. It was nonsensical. The armor on the vessel seemed to be strong enough to resist the temperature of a star. The captain couldn't believe his eyes.
This data can't be right.
I've triple-checked the data. The armor seems to be indestructible.
The captain took a moment to think, coming up with a totally genius plan.
Move clear of the ship. We're going to test its durability.
But, sir, that could
Get clear.
Tyler nodded as his weapons officer, the massive forward lance of the battleship charging up with a tremendous whine. The forward lance of his ship was capable of cutting clean through an entire planet within minutes. If the ship truly was indestructible, then they would know soon enough.
A beam of pure energy streamed out of the battleship's bow, ripping through space and time. The unstoppable force collided with the B-52. But nothing happened. The beam was fully absorbed as if it was nothing more than a flashlight. The B-52 didn't so much as move an inch. Within the hour, a high-ranking members of the command arrived from the vessel. The battleship moved into closer visual range of the ancient vessel. As they got closer and closer, the captain began to say, "That's one big, ugly fat." He caught himself and looked around the room. Every member of the High Command was staring directly at him. The captain's voice went quiet as he muttered his final word. "Fellow." End of story. Story number 2. Self-Preservation, written by Rosie013. Self-preservation is another of the universal constants to be found among sapient species of the galaxy. Or just most species in general, I guess. No matter your form, your origin, or degree of sapience or self-awareness you might hold, everyone takes steps to exist just that little bit longer, if they can. There are many ways to do so too. For most, self-preservation is reactive action, steps taken to avoid a sudden shortening of one's own life. Fleeing predation, sidestepping a thrown object, pulling out of the way of a crazy driver, that kind of thing. It's the most straightforward interpretation, and the easiest to explain, as it often refers to an individual and the choices they make. They can also be expanded on in proactive form, steps taken in advance to avoid such situation in the first place. Think along the lines of not lingering where predators might be found, or carrying a fire extinguisher in your shuttle, despite the chances of ever needing it being astronomically low. Even plants will grow thorns in anticipation of fending off consumers. Sometimes self-preservation is succession and a continuation of a family or species, having a large number of offspring to ensure a percentage survive to maturity, spreading out beyond a single biome or localized area. Sometimes even artificial backup copies of yourself in cyberspace. These actions, usually thought out in advance or deep set in biological function, reflect not the survival of the individual, but the individual's bloodline, species, knowledge, technology, and even culture. Most variations of the concept depend on the upkeep activities, good health practices, clean environment, medical intervention where necessary. You cannot flee predation if you are overweight and encumbered, or too frail and underweight. You cannot take preventative steps if your thoughts are incapacitated by ill health or distraction. You cannot store your digital version on corrupting or insecure hardware. You cannot spread your leaves if your neighbors are blocking out the sunlight. There are many more variations of self-preservation, but they all ultimately come down to one thing: applying logic to a situation, present or future, to enable existence to continue for longer than it would without reaction or intervention. So, what happens if you remove logic from that equation? Disaster, of course. The steps taken for self-preservation must be logically matched up against any opposition to danger. There is only one known exception to this: the Homo sapiens species, or humans, as they are colloquially known. The logic of self-preservation still loosely applies to them. They are mortal beings, after all. What truly defines the species is their ability to survive misinterpretations of the concept that would be fatal to others. Through a mixture of ruggedness and adaptability, they can endure errors of judgment that would fatally compromise the self-preservation of others, both personally and as a species, allowing them to develop in ways and places that are near mythical to other known life forms. Fail to flee a predator? Somehow the human in question survives by turning the situation on its head and becoming its family member. Airlock malfunction? So long as the human in question can be pressurized fast enough, they will survive, albeit at the cost of some very painful injuries. Feeling down or sore, they can and do literally consume preservatives in the form of alcohols to pickle their innards in one of the most insane and literal interpretations of self-preservation. On a larger scale,
Humans will seek out practically uninhabitable locations to colonize, thus protecting them from any potential competition that may arise from other life forms. By spreading far and wide, the loss of any of these settlements is mitigated on a species-wide level. Ultimately, all species of known galaxy have a natural sense of the concept self-preservation and actively practice it for survival, with the exception of humans, sometimes when it suits them. End of story. I just quickly want to thank the Tier 5 patrons and channel members: Alithia Barkey, Cam Maxwell, Caspar Arnholtz, Albarden Guster, Arcadian, Lord Azrakal, and Joachim Backer. Tales from Outer Space 1576. Story number 1. A Midwinter's Night Report. Written by Alt Cypher. "Welcome back, Puck," King Oberon said from atop his throne. "We did not expect you to return so quickly." "Nor did I, Highness," Puck said as he stood up from his overdeep bow. "Yet here I am all the same." "Pray tell, what news have you of the humans' world?" Oberon asked. "I was sent by your Highness to infiltrate and investigate the mortal world," Puck said. His words were meant more as an assembled court than the king. The queen, as always, stared down her haughty nose at the hobgoblin. "The world of man is no longer fit for Fae, nor is a mortal war a game we should play." The room erupted into barely concealed whispers and titters. Puck heard gasps of treason and liar before the icy glare of Oberon closed all lips. Puck could still sense the uneasiness in the air. "What say you, trickster?" Puck. "That the assembled might of the Selly court cannot overcome a few weak-minded men. Is this betrayal I hear, or simply one of your jests?" "Every word a truth. I remain loyal as ever, my lord," Puck said. He fought the urge to bow again, as obsequiousness was never his most flattering look. "How come you to this conclusion, Puck?" Queen Titania's lips curled back in disgust as having to address this impish form in front of her. "Did you perchance become a seasoned general of my lord the king's army on your walk into the throne room?" Titania's ladies-in-waiting giggled at their mistress's insult. "Nay, my lady, I went to Florida." The room went silent. "You see, my lords and ladies, I let the winds of fate set my course, and I landed in a new world, a particular area known as Florida. Thankfully, we beings of chaos and mystery have been eclipsed by man." "Impossible!" Oberon shouted from the throne. "Your Highness, I was as gobsmacked as you. On my very first night in Florida, I was accosted by a vagabond man who smelt of cat urine. His wild eyes, unkempt hair, and mouth bereft of teeth shook me to my very core. His speech unintelligible, his actions violent. I had no choice but to defend myself from this creature. I cast a trifling spell calling upon the beasts of the land to aid me. A most hideous-looking reptile crawled from underneath the paveway, hissing and scratching, dragging its low-slung armored belly across the macadam. A wild-eyed man knew this wild beast, and called by name Gator, he said. The assembled host were hanging on Puck's every word. As long as he could keep their interest, he knew no harm would come to him. "Surely that terrible monster did away with this pitiful human who scared you so," Titania said dismissively. "He, assaulted it." "Pardon me," Oberon said. The wild-eyed man grabbed the skater and, crawled on top of its back. The man and the gator began, tossing each other about. Soon enough, the man had mostly disrobed and, well, I'm sure I don't need to explain the mechanics to you." "I do not see how a grown man could," Oberon said, then stopped short as Titania caught his eye. No, you don't." The next morning I was passing through a quiet hamlet when one of the motorized vehicles crashed over an embankment, landing inside the second story of a house near me. The residents of the house fled as quickly as they could.
However, the driver of the motorized vehicle was struggling and screaming from their perch in what I can only assume was the little girl's room. I thought to investigate, and so climbed to the side of the house. As I reached the motorized vehicle, I opened the door aside and the driver. When I did, several things happened, seemingly at once. The door whipped open, causing me to lose my balance. That is most likely what saved me from receiving a fierce kick to the temple as the driver ejected herself from the vehicle. Atop her head, screeching and crawling, was some sort of small furry animal I later learned was called a raccoon. The driver stumbled over me and fell to her face, which only further enraged the raccoon. Seeing that it was now free of the vehicle, the raccoon then scrambled off the woman's prodigiously bleeding head and ran away as fast as it could. Unfortunately, the raccoon did not realize that it was on the second floor of a house and so fell, landing badly. I learned later that the woman had captured this animal and thought to make it a pet. However, the animal disagreed with this path and became enraged while the woman was driving it to the medical man for animals. Queen Titania was even fallen silent during Puck's story. When Puck finished, she asked, "So you met two humans who were insufferable. How say you that we cannot conquer them?" One last anecdote, my queen, to clear the issue. I had, later that day, come upon a raging inferno in the middle of the city. A crowd had assembled. Man still gathers around a fire, as they always have. Several large vehicles were gathered around, spraying water at the inferno, with no effect. I asked a man standing next to me what was the purpose of this. He told me that the man had taken a pickup and filled the rear of it with cooking oil. From what I gather, a pickup is another sort of motorized vehicle, with a large cargo area in the rear, much like our wagons. This pickup had dozens upon dozens of gallons of used cooking oil in the rear, as the man thought to somehow recycle it into fuel for his vehicle. He had, apparently, been gathering such oil from various public houses and restaurants in the neighborhood for some time. On this unfortunate day, however, another motorized vehicle had impacted him, setting the cargo of oil ablaze in the middle of the city. The roadway beneath the burning pickup was buckled and melted from the heat. The fire brigade, attempting to quell the blaze, were unable to come close enough as the oil had made the roadway slick for their boots or their vehicles. Forced to stay back, their efforts were most ineffectual. I'm ashamed to say, but the smell was delicious. That is what had caused the crowd to stay. "I do not see how this bears on our military ambitions," Titania said. Throughout these and many other sites, the one thing that never failed to amaze me was the reactions of the people watching. To be more precise, it was their lack of reactions. There was little fear, no terror, just mild amusement. What hope for us, warriors of chaos, if man's life is already so utterly random and bedeviled that events such as these evoke no emotional reaction than a slight pause? With what weapons will our armies fight when the opponent cares so little? Oberon said, "You have given us much to consider, Puck. Is it possible that a wider journey may produce different results? Were you, perhaps, in some manner of reservation for diseased minds?" Puck considered a moment before speaking. "I do not believe that this is any sort of planned area, sire. I have heard of a land called Tix Ass, not so far from Florida. In Tix Ass, they venerate half-man creatures known as cowboys." "Cowboys? How would such a monstrosity come to be?" Oberon asked. "I know not, sire. There is also the land called California, where people are stretched and flattened, then forced to live upon the silvered screen for all to jape and jeer at," Puck said. "We cannot trust this imp, as I said since the farce of the investigation began," Titania said. "Nay, my queen. These tales are too outlandish for even Puck to conjure. We will let the world of men pass from our sight. We shall abide until the winds of fate are more favorable." "Sire," Puck said, "may I also offer a suggestion on doubling of the gods? If the world of men were to invade our realm, we may find ourselves destroyed before we were aware of the danger." "So be it," Oberon said. End of story. Story number 2.
Post-mortem, written by MathWiz617. Oblivion had one job. Oversee the transfer of souls from life to afterlife to nothingness. He was good at his job. He enjoyed his job even. He did not, however, enjoy dealing with human souls. Every being that died would be claimed by a god. The soul would then go to the god's domain for its afterlife, and once totally forgotten amongst the living, would fade to nothing. This was the natural order of things. Humans, however, frequently spat in the face of natural order. The soul was no different. A human soldier who had died in a war on another god's planet. Over a dozen gods had shown up to the soul's assignment tribunal, in addition to the god of Andromeda-2. The gods had spent the last 30 seconds living space-time arguing who got to claim it, and there was no sign of argument calming down. As Odin pointed his spear at Hades, shouting obscenities in whatever language, the death of Andromeda-2 shot Oblivion a look that clearly said, "What did I just get myself into?" Oblivion shook his head, clearly frustrated with the situation. However, it was not his job to interfere. Things would work out, one way or another. Another death suddenly appeared, not escorting any soul, but putting the first death aside. After a short conversation, the new death took the soul by the core and disappeared. Oblivion had waved his hand, clearing the plane of arguing deities. The soul had been claimed. "Welcome back to the land of the living, Sergeant. We thought we had lost you." The soldier shakily touched the wound where the plasma bolt had hit him, inches from the center of his chest. "I saw the Reaper," he whispered. "What happened then?" the medic asked. The soldier smiled. "He apologized for the inconvenience." End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1577. Story number 1. Humans are exhausting. Written by Trespros. Linfer had offered to meet his new human co-worker out for drinks after they shift together. Initially, Linfer had doubts on meeting with the new human alone after work. He knew better than most how intense humans could be. He'd been raised off-world, and his early education put him in contact with hundreds of human children whose parents had traveled to the asteroid bases for work. Same as Linfer's own parents. He had always gotten along well enough with the human children, but their volume and breadth of emotion and communication could be exhausting. Every word they spoke was dripping with tonalities which conveyed complex and subtle double messages and hidden meanings. The positioning of their feet with their hand movements could signal whether you were a friend or a foe. The dozens of muscles in their faces, which tugged at their brow, curled their lips, and allowed for flicks of the eye, seemed to exist for the sole purpose of communication. Communicating with one, especially one-to-one, was enough to mentally drain the most observant species as they tried to interpret the literal hundreds of messages a human unconsciously and consciously emitted. But Ellis, his new human co-worker, always seemed a little, calmer than other humans. Like the tidal wave of emotion was instead a gentle wave. Besides, Linfer had been raised right, and ultimately he had decided to make the first gesture of friendship to his new co-worker, despite how exhausting talking to a human could be. When Linfer eventually asked the human, it was an invitation that was happily accepted by Ellis. In fact, Linfer wished that he had asked sooner after seeing the picture-perfect smile on Ellis's face as he accepted the offer. Ellis's words conveyed no other message than optimism towards their meeting. It was a relief to Linfer, who had expected the complexity that he had learned to always associate with humans. He must have been feeling lonely, Linfer thought to himself, and just so happy that someone reached out. Yet, when Linfer entered the bar after work, he spotted Ellis at the booth by himself. He again was struck by the lack of complexity in Ellis's face and body. He sat firmly in his chair against the wall, his face blank and empty. This wouldn't be unusual for any other species, but struck Linfer as intensely odd. However, Linfer's thoughts quickly disappeared when he took a seat next to his new friend. Ellis's eyes stared at him for a fraction of a second, and after a brief beat, his body, face and language all exuded happiness. His body relaxed in the chair, and a warm smile stretched over his face. His eyes gained a gentle quality. He greeted Lympha as he sat. "Lympha, how are you doing? I'm so glad we're hanging out." Lympha settled into the seat and started to make a small talk with Ellis. They talked about their workload, the defeat of the local basketball team. Man, were the humans great at coming up with games, and the attractive human who worked in the office between theirs. At each conversation topic, Lympha was struck by the single tone of the communication the human expressed. Frustration at work, sadness at the team's defeat, lust towards the co-worker. From past experience, Lympha knew this was odd. He expected frustration towards their workload, yes, but also a hint of hope in his eyes towards the raise that was coming up, and also fear in his body language that his work wasn't good enough. Most non-humans wouldn't pick up on this, but Lympha had a lifetime experience with humans. Finally, the small talk turned to the plans for the weekend. After Lympha told Ellis all about his plans to visit family, it was Ellis's turn to share. A funeral. A close friend from Earth died recently." Lympha was shocked by how Ellis delivered this news. His eyes became downturned and he shrank back in his chair. He spoke each word quietly with a downward tonality. He depicted the definition of grief. Lympha remembered when the dog of a human friend he knew as a child died. Of course, the human exuded grief towards the dog, but a million other emotions as well. Hate and anger towards the injustice of it. Depression and self-loathing towards not spending more time with their pet while it was alive. And even the tiniest traces of happiness towards all of the attention that they were receiving at school over the tragedy. It was entirely overwhelming, of course. Lympha had to excuse himself after 20 seconds of watching the child and all of her classmates after the news came out. But it was entirely different with Ellis just now. Ellis said all of the things they might expect someone to say. He looked like a grief-struck man, but it just didn't seem right. He just didn't seem human. At least, not how Lympha thought of human. He prodded Ellis for more. "Forgive me if I'm overstepping my bounds, but how did your friend die?" Ellis raised his eyes from the ground and stared at Lympha for another quarter of a second, his face loosening somewhat during the process. After the quarter of a second passed, the look of grief came over him once more as he responded. "Murdered. Shot as he was walking back to his car after a night out and left in an alley to bleed to death." Lympha gasped at this news. He was so surprised by this news, he forgot all about his observations. Besides, how dare he judge how a friend grieved a traumatic death? "I'm so sorry. I have no idea how someone could do something like that," he said in an attempt to console his friend. Ellis shrugged his shoulders. "Yeah, well, some people are just psychopaths." Lympha had never heard of this word before. "A psychopath? What's that?" "You don't have a word for psychopath?" Ellis flipped to auto-translator off and then again for good measure. "Guess you don't," he said when Lympha still didn't understand the word. "Some humans are psychopaths. They're people born without the capacity for emotion. They've got no ingrained morality, like most normal people do. Instead, they usually live their lives with whatever internal logic they develop towards their own self-interest. About 2% of all people are one. Sentient and intelligent life without morality." Lympha was shocked at this news, and he pressed Ellis for more information on the subject. "You're telling me that 1 out of 50 people are murderers, just animals operating on instinct?" Ellis calmly shook his head. "No, they're not animals, and hardly any of them are murderers. Most live completely normal lives like any other person. It's hard to spot them, too, because they usually do such a good job at faking the emotions that people expect from them. Sometimes they can be a bit manipulative because of their skill of faking emotions, but like I said, hardly any commit serious crime." Lympha thought back to his childhood. "You know, I grew up in a human-majority region. I went to school with hundreds of your species. If 2% of them were psychopaths, then surely I must have encountered some, right?" Ellis ignored the question and asked one of his own. "You grew up around people. You're used to how we talk." Lympha nodded his head. "Oh yes, I'm well aware of humans communicate.
I could hardly spend 20 minutes alone with one of you when I made my first human friend. I've gotten used to your species' scale of emotions and behavior now, though. Why, I didn't feel overwhelmed at all during our early conversation, not even when you mentioned your friend." Lympha knew that it was a mistake as soon as he said it. Instantly, the human's body transformed as the mention of his dead friend. He looked grief-stricken as before, but other emotions too, anger, depression, uncertainty, and fear washed over his body. When he spoke with a dozen intonations, each carrying a subtle clue as to what the human was feeling.
"Right. My friend who died," Ellis said to himself. "Hey, how about I go get us some drinks?"
Lympha shot up out of his chair before Ellis got a chance to rise, eager to right his crass mistake. "Of course not. Drinks are on me tonight, the whole night."
"Are you sure?"
Ellis responded. Lympha happily reassured his friend. "Of course, I'd be happy to." The human's smile and a complex wave of gratitude, hope, and mellow sadness washed over Lympha as he started to turn away to walk over to the bar. As soon as he turned his body, Ellis's body turned blank again.
"God," Ellis thought to himself, "this is going to be an exhausting night." End of story.
Story number 2. No one will buy human weapons anymore. Written by Damaged Dice DM. It's rare for opposing factions to agree to many terms at the onset of a conflict, but more and more warring species are agreeing to not purchase human weaponry for their conflicts. Several studies have shown that any conflict where human weapons are involved, the casualty rate is 600% higher than the average for conflicts where they are absent. This number is of course skewed by the fact that those conflicts were mostly species going against humans early in their history of space exploration, before they knew better. There are many reasons for this, the main one being that weapons designed to kill a human, one of the most hardy beings in the universe, are almost without exception excessive to kill almost anything outside of the same megafauna on Deathworld Class 7 and above. The other reason being that the humans seem to have an unlimited supply of them, and could supply 100% of the population of an entire system completely from current stock at a moment's notice, with no additional production. This also meant that if one of the sides was to break this rule, the other side could have their own human weapons within a day. Ironically, this also extended to human shielding, as it had evolved alongside human weapons. It made almost all non-human weapons utterly useless, and would lead to long drawn-out combats with almost no casualties or damage, and basically make it impossible to win or lose a war. No one was crazy enough to attack humans, so war became a very frustrating endeavor. This is, ironically, how the humans brought peace to the galaxy. When one side would start to lose, they would buy human weapons and shields, then the other side would do the same, and they would end in a stalemate every time, to the point that they just stopped waging war at all. As the humans say, an armed society is a polite society. End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1578. Story number 1. The Mark, written by Arclight Magus. Siltip was drinking quietly in an otherwise noisy bar. It was a typically outwar bar on a mining colony. Plenty of ruffians, hard cases, wanted beings, and the odd respectable who was just passing through. Her glass of Siberium had been hard-earned this week, having served 11 maintenance cycles. But on a station like this, one was either useful or driftwood. She was so lost in her thoughts of Siberium, it took her a moment to realize that the bar had gone quiet. Deathly so. Looking around, she spotted the reason at the door. It wasn't a particularly remarkable being who stood there. Average build, excess heat emissions marking it as slightly exothermic, and not especially well dressed. But the bit that made the bar quiet and stay quiet was the mark. It was no ordinary mark, but rather a special mark by the Council. And while the Council's lawbringers would hold little sway out here, we all knew full well that this sort of mark was special. Only one species had been condemned by the Council following the Kanon conflict. Only one species had dared to be the savages needed to end it, and for those acts, the councils had decreed that all members of that species would be forever marked and unable to hide that mark. Humans. But the being who stood in the doorway and who started to amble over to the bar didn't seem worthy of the mark. It didn't seem capable of all that propaganda the council had claimed. The being, a man by the sound of the movement of it, sat a few seats away from Siltip and passed the chit to the bartender. Dutifully, the bartender provided a transparent receptacle and filled it with golden brown liquid. Siltip had no illusions that it wasn't unlike her own Siberium or something equally as poisonous to the members of the species which developed it. The noise had gone back up slightly, but remained lower than previous. Siltip looked around, a tad worried, both at the man sitting a few seats away from her, and the room at large of people looking to make the name for themselves. And getting a being with a council mark wouldn't hurt any of their reputations. Siltip didn't have to wait long, though, and while the man was hunched over the bar, as most beings did, the mark remained visible. The traces of blue emblazoned with a swath of his animal hide covering back. But here came one of them now. It was a Tigran, by the name of Dractus, if memory served her. He was a local thug, one of the harder-headed ones, and sadly, one of the more successful ones because of it. He had a body count in the triple digits, and a few of the local lawbringers would even dream of crossing him or trying to bring him in. Dractus didn't even give any warnings beyond these footsteps and grunts towards the human. The human seemed entirely not to notice. Dractus swung for the human's back and missed. Siltip couldn't quite believe it and was having trouble seeing how it had happened, and what had happened next only confused her more. "Did you slip, good being?" the human asked, turning to face the Tigran, with no tone of derision or mockery that Siltip could detect. Sadly, Dractus already was halfway into the bottle of rectal, and tended to get a bit blood-crazed in the fight, so the subtlety was lost in him. Dractus swung again at the human's head, and missed again. This was not a sort of thing that Dractus was known for, and with a speed that he was rarely known for, he recovered and swung again, heavily, sent a mass on the human, and he missed, mostly. The receptacle of brownish fluid went flying and crashed on the floor, splattering and pooling. A look about the human's face changed significant, and from what Siltip could see, even more heat began to radiate off the human. "You will replace that drink or you will die, Tigran," the human said in a calm voice. Siltip could hardly believe that the human hadn't been hit yet and was still attempting some level of reason. Many of her race would have either curled up into a protective ball or begun begging for peace. "Just die!" Dractus managed to spit out from his intoxicated vocal center before taking another swing at the human. And this time, Siltip and the rest of the bar saw it. The human snatched the Tigran's swinging manipulator and froze it in place, throwing the Tigran completely off balance. The Tigran appeared completely stuck, and the manipulator locked in place by the human's own manipulator. Dractus almost seemed to panic with his new development, but the human seemed impassive, as though this were a puzzle to be studied. And then the human thrust out their other manipulator and grasped Dractus's primary throat. "And so shall I pass judgment on you, Tigran, for the crime of spilling my drink," the human said clearly and loudly for the whole bar to hear. And in a blur of motion, Dractus was on the floor, his primary throat clearly ripped completely from his body, and his juices spilling out onto the floor of the bar. The human then dropped the detached primary throat of Dractus to the floor next to the dying Tigran before looking around the bar again, as though daring any who would challenge him to do it now. But for all the hard cases, wanted beings and fools who frequently have had too much to drink, none would challenge him. The human and the bartender shared a look and nod, and the bartender produced a second receptacle and filled it with a drink once more. The bar was almost silent as the human finished his drink and the Dractus body stiffened. As quickly and as quietly as the human had come, he'd left, the faint blue traces of the mark still showing his animal hide garment. The mark
of wrath. End of story. Story number 2. Dove, written by Simi Loki. We welcome you. These words were left here for you. Carved ancient rock under layers of ice on this rogue world. A world that was ejected from its parent solar system before life on your own world evolved. A wanderer of the galaxy, no longer claiming any stars as its home. We leave these words behind for you, because we know that by the time you discover these words and have developed the ability to decipher their meaning, then you too will be a wanderer, calling no single star your home. Yes, we know you. When you were younger and first gazed upon the stars with your telescopes, we were always looking back. When you later discovered radio and listened to the stars, we heard you then. We know you. We have watched you, though you did not see us watching you. We have watched you grow. We wept when we saw you stumble and cried out in elation as you progressed, despite these setbacks. We watched from afar and have waited for so long for you to find us. We are so proud of you right now. Yes, we have been absent parents. We have neglected you. We have forced you to learn your lessons harshly. We wanted to help, to guide you to the right path. We wanted to be generous parents. We have tried that before with those who have walked this path before you. We've tried, but we failed them. You had to struggle to know that you could fight. You had to fall so that you knew that you could stand up again. You had to fail to know the joy of victory. Your life and your achievements are not a gift from us. It is something you have won by your own devices. We are so very proud of you. We know this way has been hard for you. We know that you continue to struggle and that you have felt all alone for a very long time. We know you struggle and, despite your achievements, you still feel that you are on the cusp of disaster. We know this because we stood where you now stand. We had none to guide us, and, though we searched, we too felt alone. Though you did not realize it, you have followed a trail blazed by others that came before you. Our footsteps have now faded, and the path is overgrown. However, unlike you, when we gazed out upon the stars, there was no one looking back. We were the first. A race of people who originated on a planet has long been devoured by a dying sun. We know your pain. We know you've waited a long time for this moment. We have been waiting even longer for you. Your journey is almost over. You have been cast adrift in a sea of misfortune for so very long. Hope is in scarce supply. But you must stay the course and not give up. The floods will retreat. You can survive this next challenge. When you do, you'll find us on the shore waiting for you. Again, we welcome you to the stars and what lies beyond. We are the humans. Come and find us. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1579.
Story number 1. The 3 Great Motivations of Humankind. Written by Random 3X. Valai walked down the hallway towards a grand ceremony where a human inventor, of all things, would be awarded the Star Bell Prize. Miley was beside himself with ire that such a thing had been allowed to pass. This was an award meant for the greatest minds and engineers of the universe. For such an insignificant race such as humanity to be awarded it was beyond his ability to comprehend. Though it defied his will, it did not defy the council's,
and he was but a humble servant of the council themselves. Arriving near the stage, he could see the podium where the host of the category before his was giving his speech, extolling the virtues of the recipient of the Star Bell Prize for Peace.
I would like to thank the Helicopter Pip, the Destroyer of Souls, for bringing peace to the Arcadia sector. For, with this tireless effort, conflict is no longer in the minds and souls of the sector's inhabitants,
the host announced, gesturing to the other side of the stage. Slithering out of the shadowy area was a visceral horror, a being so indescribable that no two beings ever saw the same thing. The audience all clapped in near-perfect robotic unison. Vilai had no doubt that the creature was using some kind of psychic field to induce such a phenomenon. It was even Vilai's suspicion this creatures used such a power to induce peaceful sentiments in the mind of the two warring races. Still, it mattered little. The results spoke for themselves. Two races that were at war with one another for centuries, slaughtering countless worlds, now held a steady and lasting peace. The creature accepted the award and turned to face the audience. Minutes of silence dragged on until the audience gave a robotic laugh. Evidently, it had conveyed a minor joke. Then, with a bob of what might be its head, it slithered away, and it was Vilai's turn to present the award. Walking onto the stage, Vilai approached the podium and swallowed his vitriol. From what he'd been told, the human in question had requested Vilai be the one to present the award. Such a human must not know him well if that was the case.
Thank you, everyone, Vilai began. We are here to award the Starbell Prize for Engineering. Long have engineers, scientists, and all manner of intelligent species dreamed of making personalized wormhole devices. But due to the Bastari constant, the ability to miniaturize the mechanics was deemed that of fiction. Vilai paused to sweep his gaze over the audience. It is this constant that has only recently been disproven and overcome by the wiliest of species. The human engineer, known as Nigel Planar, worked tirelessly to solve the problem that all before have failed. Vilai gestured to his left, where the human named Nigel walked out and waved to the audience that was now applauding. Looking at the features of the human, Vilai felt a spark of recognition, but couldn't place where he recognized him from. Holding out the award for the human, Vilai swallowed the bile that had surged upwards. He held the opinion humans were the most disgusting of species around. Stepping aside to allow the human Nigel access to the podium, Vilai stealthily wiped his hand on his robe in an attempt to remove the human particles from his being. Thank you. Nigel gestured for the applause to calm down. I'm here because I achieved something many deemed impossible. But what drove me to attempt such a thing? He rhetorically asked. You see, we humans are motivated by 3 things. Sometimes it can be all 3, others it'll be just one. But at the end of the day, it is my opinion that it is these 3 that guide humans to develop as we do. What are these 3, you may ask? Well, the first is a genuine fascination. We are like children overflowing with wonder. Our eyes light up, and we can't help but push further than any sane sentient would. Nigel paused and swept his gaze over the raptured audience before holding up 2 fingers. The second is ego. Many inventions have been made due to humans' desire to be remembered for recognition and all that comes with it. This award would be a dream come true for one motivated as such, Nigel said, holding up the Starbell Prize aloft. I, however, am not these first 2 categories. Well, maybe a little bit of the first, he said with a chuckle that was echoed back by some of the audience. You see, I am firmly in the 3rd category, and it is Sir Vilai I can thank for putting me in that category and motivating me to make my creation. Nigel gestured to Vilai, who was stunned at being referenced at all. He felt a swell of pride at being indirectly responsible for this invention, albeit slightly tainted pride due to the human being responsible. You see, dear people, the 3rd motivator is spite. Nigel paused as there was murmurs of shock. Vilai himself was stunned at the statement. You see, we humans can be motivated to prove something to someone who has wronged us. Many years ago,
I met Sir Valai. Then he scoffed at my work, said that it was the most primitive and ugly creation he'd ever seen, and my ideas on creating miniaturized wormhole device were laughable. In fact, he did laugh loudly in my face, if I recall correctly. Valai began retreating slowly as Nigel continued. That night, a burning desire to see him swallow his words was born. I worked day and night and found a way to do what all before had deemed impossible. My dear audience, we humans are creatures that will achieve great things if properly motivated. Sometimes it is just a feck you to a certain someone. Nigel turned to face Valai and held up his middle finger. Feck you, Sir Valai. Your name will forever be a joke. With those final words, Nigel bowed and left the stage. End of story. Story number 2. Tide's Turn, written by British Tea Company. Exactly 134 years ago, one of the most infamous events in galactic history transpired upon the moon of Ares Cetus, now the largest military research facility within the heart of the Terran Empire. Prior to that, the Terran Empire, known as the United Colonies of Terra, had been a fledgling, star-faring civilization, which had felt the jackboot of the Morvan Imperium. The Terran Navy had been in splinters, crushed by numerical and technological superior forces of the Morvan race. After the scourging of their homeworld of Terra, it would seem as though the Terrans would have no choice but to submit to the Morvan rule, like so many other races before them. The first step on the subjugation was to pay vast tributes to the moon of Ares Cetus, where a large naval base had been erected as a staging point against the Terran civilization. Demanding hefty sums of tribute, the Morvan would beggar their new additions to the Imperium and further cement the difference between master and slave. Throughout the entire week of the negotiated surrender, thousands of cargo ships were sent to Ares Cetus to drop off the tribute that was demanded. The fortress's countless sensors confirmed that the Terrans had indeed been true to their end of the bargain. If there was still one lifeline that the Terrans had to that time, however, it was their masterful use of deception. The Morvan fortress on Ares Cetus had been outfitted with the most advanced scanning technology known to the galaxy to know that the Terrans would fulfill the end of the bargain. Had just one alien bothered to personally check the containers, the Terran future would have been lost to an age of servitude. But that would not have to be the case, as the entirety of Cetus busily gorged itself in celebration for the evening. The heavy usage of cloaking which Terrans used in their wars wasn't enough to win them the war, but it would certainly win them their future, as Morvan scanners picked up cargo ships filled to the brim with precious metals and chemicals, rather than hordes of unbroken Terran army, bitter over the bombardment of their homeworld. These soldiers, who had undertaken this mission, had never received mercy in a single time in their long battle against the Imperium. They would not be generous enough to give it back. It was midnight when the cargo containers burst open all throughout the storage within the Morvan fortress. Armed to the teeth, from shotguns to flamethrowers, axes to swords, the Terran army had prepared itself for the most brutal and bloody close quarters battle that they had seen in their enemy's home. To their luck, they had found that the entire garrison and the majority of the crews had been heavily celebrating, many of them on the verge of passing out from the heavy whining and dining. The Battle of Ares Cetus was not infamous because it was in reality a massacre which changed the tide of a losing war. It was infamous because of the sheer brutality and savagery the Terran army embraced in its retribution against the Morvans. The lucky ones had been torn apart by shotgun blasts or beheaded in their drunken stupor, oblivious to the Terran attack. Most were not granted quick deaths. Dozens of mess halls were transformed into screaming funeral pyres as the Terrans set fire inside and locked the doors. Those that didn't meet hell's fires saw no better fate. Helpless and unarmed, the hated Morvans were thrown out of airlocks, lynched, dismembered, clubbed to death, flayed alive, and some were even crucified. The Terrans took full glee in their deeds following the massacre as they commandeered the fortress and took what they were looking for, the armada that was moored in the dry docks. Images of the slaughter were leaked to Morva Prime, capital of the Morvan Imperium, as the Imperium's leadership reeled in the mobilized and other falls to deal with the resurgent Terran military power. A chilling message was displayed to the aliens. We are coming for you.
End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1580.
Story number 1. The Sun Never Sets, written by Fox Corp. Emperor Rolnar marched through the ash-choked streets of what was once Earth, flanked by hundreds of security agents and support personnel. They marched in unison towards the last building left non-decimated in this desecrated world. Bodies, blood, and gore were ever present, filling in craters, dips, and depressions like sick biological concrete. Death was everywhere in this once mighty world. Yet, how it came to be as a story, what remains of the galaxy would rather leave unheard. In the year 2796, first contact with the bipedal race of omnivores was made in orbit of Icarus 1-B172, a red supergiant star under close study due to its high probability of exploding in a supernova within a standard cycle. They were an overlooked part of the galaxy, and thus had stayed under our radar for quite some time. Yet, in this time, they had advanced into powerful interstellar empire. These bipedal omnivores would end up being humans. They had sent a scientific research vessel to the system, much like we had, in the hopes of studying the last moments of a dying star. This star was known to them as Betelgeuse, a very culturally significant star in one of their most prominent constellations. The star was set to explode in one human month, and the researchers of both parties were more interested in the star than each other. As was standard procedure with first contact, a boarding party was sent to secure the new species and hopefully peacefully take them into questioning vicinity. From there, an evaluation would be held regarding the eligibility of said species to join the Empire of the Stars. But fortunately, the humans had a society in which boarding was synonymous with aggression. They responded likewise, killing over half of the details sent to secure them. 57 humans were killed, and over 568 Imperial shock troopers were killed during the boarding. Such horrendous casualties would only be a precursor of what was to come. Within the day, 5 human warships had assembled in the Betelgeuse system. They were broadcasting on all frequencies for 5 hours and 30 minutes, something pertaining to the sun never setting, before 10 warships of the Imperial fleet jumped into the system. Within 10 minutes, hostilities erupted. All Imperial ships were destroyed, and all but one human ship was destroyed. The remaining human ship, Royal Flame, began to sift through the wreckage of the Imperial ships, and what they found sealed the fate of quintillions of beings. Coordinates to every single system in the Empire. Naval tactics, communications, and economics. Everything the Empire had at its disposal was turned against us. Upon finding such a treasure trove of information, humanity pounced upon everything they could get their hands on. Money was siphoned into nothingness, and communications were completely shut down. Our economy was all but shattered. While our empire was in the dark, our convoys and logistics vessels were ambushed and destroyed. Not only was our empire's economy on life support, but humanity was also actively nuking the plug from orbit. Humans were overzealous in their efforts, however. They were a nation of very small number of stars, while hundreds of thousands were not capable of being stopped for long. Our fleets regained the initiative and purged them station by station, world by world, star by star. The war was a losing one for the humans. We were in ruins. They were turned into dust. When our fleets finally reached Earth after 50 years of fighting, they launched billions of drones, ships, munitions, and lives to stop our advance. We nearly lost everything, but they broke before our fleets did. They took down such a terrible number that our growth rate across the stars slumped by an entire order of magnitude. Whether or not humanity was justified in its war against the Empire was widely debated across the Empire. They only tried to survive, after all. But at the end of the day, they had won. And to the victors go the spoils. Or so the Empire thought. When the Emperor and his entourage entered the final tomb of humanity, they were greeted by a massive hallway that descended well over 25 miles below the surface. After taking a vehicle down the hall, the entourage was greeted by a massive array of screens and supercomputers. They'd entered the crypt of the human leader, Queen Elizabeth II. The screens all displayed the visage of an elderly woman standing in front of a large clock tower. She greeted the entourage with a smile and said, "Welcome to the underground section of Buckingham Palace. I hope the accommodations pertain to your liking." The Emperor was stunned. "How do you still live?" "Always have, always will. This computer contains but a shred of my collective consciousness. Perhaps we should travel to your palace for tea." Tea? The entire world seemed to rumble and come to life. Massive drives and thrusters spun up, and they unveiled themselves. After a matter of minutes, the entire planet entered FTL. The Emperor panicked and began to flee the underground bunker. He reached the surface just in time for Earth to come back to reality. The smog had completely cleared, replaced by a beautiful visage of Empyreon, the throne system of the Empire. Empirus, the star of the system, was dimmed by the gargantuan ring that encased it. On the surface lived 1 quadrillion beings. The mere presence of Earth's gravity was placing an enormous strain on the structure, and the security forces were already on their way. Monitors and loudspeakers began to arise from the glass ground. "The palace is nice, but not satisfactory to a queen. Renovations are in order." The Emperor was confused. He muttered, Reservations? Just then, the pieces of his mind clicked and came a shocking realization. He panicked and tried to flee to his spacecraft, but it was too late. The massive engines of the planet were racing at full speed towards the ring. Even before the impact, the ring buckled under the tremendous strength of Earth's gravity long before the collision. It shattered into billions of pieces in a glorious volley of explosions, like a pane of glass being shattered by a guided missile. The overkill was absolute. When the first impact occurred, the computers contained in the consciousness of the Queen and everyone else on Earth lifted off, content in the fact that they'd had their revenge. The ring and everyone on it, as well as the Emperor and his entourage, were destroyed. Human victory was absolute. Humanity seemingly lost everything, but in reality, just made themselves look weak to protect their true secret. Arc ships had seeded the entire uninhabited galaxy, and the human economy and industrial capacity were only growing. All the Empire's strength was negligible compared to the human knowledge gained in the first months of the war. It would be another 1,000 years before the dust settled, humanity and the Empire resting in a turbulent peace. In those 1,000 years, countless emperors rose and fell, but the Queen still remained. Only one thing could be learned from this insane fact. The sun never truly sets on the human empire. End of story. Story number 2. Building Bridges, written by Dragonson04. It's not that there's nowhere to run. There's a whole universe out there. It just won't help you. That was the accepted rule. If your planet was brought to the brink by invasion, asteroid, rampant disease, or random wandering black hole, you were on your own. That was the rule that we all followed. No connections, no real way to ask for help. We were all on our own. We were all isolated, insulated,
completely content to ignore and be ignored by the rest of them. There was no grand galaxy-spanning council, or empire, or singular government body to make things work. We were all aware of all of these others, and we all had nothing to do with anyone who wasn't us. Until, one day, a new group entered our sight. No one had ever expected an advanced civilization to come from a backwater branch of the galaxy. These humans, using their own technology, had made it to the stars. Like the rest of us, they had previously thought that they were utterly alone. Like the rest of us, they were cautious, and a few were blatantly suspicious. Like the rest of us. But within that confusion was a willingness to lower barriers, reach out and help in whatever was needed, unlike the rest of us. The first major incident was on a planet known as Gorus. It had been suffering a lack of rain for many, many cycles. An entire generation had passed since the last drop fell. They'd done the best they could, and strict population control and rationing had brought them time. But it wasn't going to last for much longer. The Gorians looked at the humans and, for the first time in the galactic history, said, "Help us." The human response was, to say the least, astonishing. The hyperlanes of Gorus were soon clogged up with ships full of supplies, and their scientists got to work as soon as they touched the ground. Their own brand of atmospheric probes quickly identified the problem. The core of Gorus had slowed down to the point that the magnetic field was too weak to stop solar winds from stripping the outer layers of the atmosphere. It was still strong enough to keep the people breathing, but the gases that made up their liquid rain were all but gone. As the humans learned this, they did the unthinkable. They offered what they called asylum in the Gorians on their own home world of Earth. Gorians were beyond shock, to say nothing of the rest of us. A sovereign planet offering that much aid to little more than strangers. How? Why? Don't they know the rule? The aid was odd enough, but this asylum concept was a thing unheard of. An offer of land, resources, and certain amount of autonomy on another planet. Not enslavement, not forced labor, no demand of payment. Who were these humans to think in such a way? Why did they think in such a way? The humans gained the full attention of the galaxy at that point. We all watched from our insulated little bubbles as the humans continued to defy everything that was an accepted rule. Offers of commerce, offers to teach and requests to learn, promises, pacts, contracts, verbal agreements, and even just a handshake was enough for a human to take your word. And yet, only a few fools took advantage of that. Slowly, I saw the galaxy change under their guidance. We started to talk. We started to have an interest in others. We then started to care. When another planet called Arknov suffered an unnatural disaster in the form of a hyperlane gate destroyed their moon, the humans weren't the first to respond this time. The Arknovites asked for help, and the Yodan responded. The Yodan were masters of planetary engineering, and using a nearby asteroid field, created a new moon for the Arknovites. The act, sparked by an example of the humans, changed everything. Within a single cycle, there were metaphorical bridges spanning the galaxy, and all who walked on them were friends to each other, and the new head of the Galactic Federation, known as the Bridge Builders. The humans. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1581.
Story number 1. Shooting Stars, written by Zentaps. Something that people tend to forget when it comes to space travel is Newton's first law of motion. The first law of motion is often stated as thus: an object at rest stays at rest, and an object in motion stays in motion with the same speed and in the same direction, unless acted upon by an unbalanced force. In layman's terms, this means that if you threw an object, it would continue to move indefinitely. Of course, on a planet, there are external forces like gravity and drag that would act against the object and bring it to rest through collision with the ground. But in the void of space, none of these factors exist. For space travel, this means whatever amount of energy propelled you forward must also be used to slow you down. In the late 21st century, a meteorite exploded over San Francisco. The shock wave toppled buildings, shattered concrete, and took many lives. The resulting destruction led to a massive outcry and resulted in the formation of Stellar Tracking, an organization drawing membership from many parts of the world, tasked with the monumental task of tracking objects in the solar system. To achieve this task, an array of satellites and deep space radar were created to watch the cosmos. As humans began to venture into the stars, the ST expanded its role to help ships navigate through the designated safe lanes in space. In the 23rd century, when the commercial mining of asteroid belt was still in its adolescence and the colonization of Mars was just nearing completion, the ore-hauler Regulus reported engine trouble before losing contact en route past Io, the moon of Jupiter. Those 32 souls aboard the Regulus might have been forever lost if it wasn't for ST Station 22, a simple radar platform which kept eyes on the local region. As the incident progressed, they listened to the radio transmissions, turned to distress calls. The whole system tuned in on the broadcasts of the tragedy. Station 22 could track the ore-hauler on their scopes, watching it go further and further off course. Soon, the ore-hauler would be out of range of any possible help. The crew of Station 22 made a decision to attempt to intercept. 3 jumping into small shuttle and the other half of the crew plotting a course and making up the rest of the plan. There was no plan in place and no precedent to follow. No one had ever attempted this sort of rescue before. To catch up with the lost ore-hauler, the shuttle would have to push itself to its maximum acceleration to reach the high speed of travel the ore-hauler was moving at. An interesting thing to note about human physiology: humans can function at any speed. The distinction to make is in regards to acceleration. As the saying goes, it wasn't the speed of the crash which killed them, but the sudden deacceleration. And as physics teacher would tell you, deacceleration is not a thing, and acceleration is always possible. But that is something unimportant to the story. The ST shuttle crew pushed themselves to the limits. 2 passed out as they accelerated their small craft to match the speed of the out-of-control ship as they raced to intercept. But they succeeded, and in 2 days' time reached the radio contact with the freighter. The freighter had lost control of its engines, all fuel reserves spent in an uncontrolled and unplanned burn, unable to change their velocity and no longer accelerating. Carefully, the shuttle dialed in to match the speed of the freighter. A miscalculation would result in the destruction of the shuttle and ensure the doom of the ore-hauler. And then slowly, as the whole world watched, they docked with the ship. As simple as that sounds, it is no small feat. The target, a little bit bigger than door as a landing pad. The connection had to be seamless and smooth. No margin for error. But it was done. It took only a few minutes for the freighter crew to be evacuated into the shuttle. After that, the shuttle detached and began to reverse burn to return to the solar system and civilization, nearly depleting its remaining fuel. The success of their mission rippling across the solar system as the information traveled at light speed. The entire crew of Station 22 were hailed as heroes. They broke records on that day of history. Fastest speeds for a human in space, greatest amount of acceleration endured, furthest distance out of the solar system for a living human being. Stellar Tracking was remade, becoming known as the Stellar Tracking and Rescue, colloquially known as STARS. In addition to their prior duties of navigation and guidance, they now act as the first responders, providing aid to distress calls, chasing down rogue out-of-control ships, helping those when they are most alone. It came to be that when a breakthrough in engine technology was made, the prototypes were given to the STARS. In this way, the STARS would always have the fastest ships to accomplish their mission. And when interstellar travel was discovered and humanity set off to explore the galaxy, the STARS continued to grow. Their role became even more critical during contact wars, and the following fortress wars in which they monitored space for alien incursion. When the wars ended, the STARS returned to their roots. Like air traffic controllers of old Earth, they guided vessels through the many dangers of space, micrometeors, electromagnetic storms, and drifting hazards. As contact with friendly alien species was made, the stars continued to distinguish themselves, extending their hand to anyone at any species in need. Their daring rescues, exemplary of their high resilience and willingness to try when others would not. A notable operation of theirs was the rescue of a massive out-of-control alien dreadnought on collision course with a densely populated planet of billions. The crew aboard the dreadnought immobilized from the high speeds, the heavy shields too powerful to sufficiently destroy the dreadnought in time. The collision of the dreadnought with the planet was expected to kill hundreds of millions, even with the evacuation underway. Then, the stars entered the picture, swooping across the sky, blazing trails of light as they cut through the darkness. Over 100 modified star shuttles slipped through the shields and attached to the hull of the dreadnought, and using their engines, they diverted the colossal ship from a collision path, preventing a planetary disaster and gaining the goodwill of an entire species. It was this mission that earned them the nickname the Shooting Stars, and the name stuck. Their ion trails as they blazed across the sky becoming a symbol of how humanity dares. End of story. Story number 2. Know Your Place, written by Aranya P.
Know your place, human, said the representative Messin of the Cylon. You are the newest member of the galactic community, and we are the first. We were already colonizing the known space while the others were still fighting themselves, or launching rockets into the sky of their home world. And that was when your people had just started leaving the nomadic lifestyle behind in favor of cities, because it was easier to make beer that way.
Messin reminded. His black, shiny eyes looked upon the human representative before him.
You have no right to colonize as fast as you are right now. You have not the honor of the Alkari, the ages of the Sakra, and the straightforwardness of the Balrati, nor the rights to conquest of the Mishran. And you will see those colonies to more deserving members, or else you shall face war.
The Cylon threatened. Representative Reynolds had been quiet, but at the threat of war, he could not help but crack a smile and chuckle.
War? Do you even know what you're saying?
He asked, trying and failing to control his laughter.
True! We are the youngest member of the council. True that we do not have a long history of honor of the Alkari, the age of the Sakra, the durability of the Balrathi, or the predatory prowess of the Mishran. We don't even have the so-called enlightenment yours,
the human admitted. But before Messin could look half pleased, Reynolds continued.
But if you mistake that as making us weak, you will find yourself very, very wrong. We are not like any others here, and you cannot simply group us into any one of them. We are not as durable as the Balrathi, so we dig into our planet and forge armor. We are not as old as the Sakra, so time is precious and we do not waste. We are not honor-bound as the Alkari, so we have been making warships since before the day we joined, Reynolds said, letting that sink in for a moment. Look at me. Look at my limbs, my claws, my fang, my head. I have no natural weapon. Compared to the Mishran, compared to any of the other species of the Council, I am weak. The only thing that I have that makes me dangerous is this, he said, tapping the side of his skull. I was not born into the role of a predator. I choose to be a predator. In what we lack, we make it ourselves, better than what evolution could have done. You say that you've been conquering stars since the day that we were still but wandering nomad tribes in our world. Well, today we are amongst you in the stars, and you are still the very same spot that you were. Reynolds straightened his back as he stared straight ahead at the representative Messin. You threaten us with war, but what kind of war? is of the kind the Alkari fight, where battles are settled with honorable duels, like the Mershan, where they take what they can and no more. Or perhaps like yours, where isolation and boycotts are the best you can do. Reynold asked. He can see the Cylons are agitated now, no doubt, of his taunts. We've seen how you fight. We've seen what you called war. And I'm going to assume that you've never seen how humanity fights. Our wars are not like yours. If war were to be declared, we will not settle disputes with personal duels, nor would we stop simply because we were full to let our enemies rest and repopulate. Reynolds shook his head. No! Humanity fights. We fight war of extermination. You will find our grandest fleets chasing your fleets from the borders all the way to your old world. The nuclear fire will be the hell that you and your children burn in, the human threatened before his posture relaxes. But despite that, we can do all of that. Humanity desires peace, a true universal peace, and we will do anything to achieve it, even if it means humanity will be the only species left in the known universe. The human's hands came together in a clasp as he looked straight into the black eyes of the Cylon across the table from him. So, Representative Masson, for your sake, I hope that you will never see how humanity wage wars. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1582.
Story number 1. Hell hath no fury like a human scorned. Written by Damaged Dice DM. So, just to get this out of the way, we the Acadian species understand what spite is. That is, we know the concept of spite. Although, what we consider spite is not even in the same galaxy as human spite, in terms of willingness to return offense 100-fold. And we were about to get quite an advanced lesson on the subject due to our interactions with the human race. To be fair to the humans, we started it. Our world started using one of their systems to dump our waste. A simple mistake, but we had been doing it for several cycles by the time anyone had contacted us about it to stop. But it was a profitable practice, so we had initially refused. Humans, a relatively new race at this point, had held no standing on the Galactic Council, so there was little they could do to stop us. Well, there was our initial thought at least. We did not understand how the human spite worked then. If we had, we would have cleaned up the waste immediately and left the system for good. About a cycle after the refusal to stop the practices, the first waste disposal vessel bubbled back into our system. Unresponsive to our hails, it seemed that its communication systems were offline and was operating autonomously. The ship parked over the Acadian homeworld Gulvera before its cargo bay opened, and human refuse poured into our upper atmosphere. All manner of garbage, swirled foods, disposable food containers, something atrocious called a diaper. Our response was to send escort ships to ensure the safety of the waste disposal vessels, each with its own frigate, would ensure the small human colony would not be able to attack them again, even though they denied any knowledge of any official action taken against the Acadian ship. That worked for about half a cycle, before the waste ships and frigates started coming back with about half their cargo stuck to their hulls. Apparently, humans had figured out some kind of subspace mine that if a ship hit, the hull would polarize, attract anything around you to it. We started to put the waste into large containers and fire them into the area before blowing them up at a distance. We thought that we had won our little Cold War. We were wrong. So wrong. We did not have any new developments for over 4 cycles, which we took to mean the humans had just accepted that they had been bettered. This was not the case. It started slowly. Scattered reports of human trash showing up all over Gulvara and several other Acadian colonies. Not large amounts, but a single pieces of small clusters seemingly showing up out of nowhere. The reports started to increase until there were thousands.
varying from food waste falling from the sky to human foot covering appearing inside of a moving vehicle. No one knew how the trash was getting there, and no one knew how to stop it. We knew who was doing it, but couldn't prove how they were doing it. The Galactic Council refused to get involved, no matter how much we pled. In a last-ditch effort, we launched a military campaign to the system. As the Armada approached, their scanners picked up a large object in their current path. They gave the signal to slow and came to a stop in front of the massive ball of waste. Every single unaccounted for piece of waste we had dumped in the system, plus a bit of their own for good measure. Floating near the moon-sized ball of waste was a beacon that started transmitting as the ships approached. The monitor displayed a colorful cartoon character and was narrated by a smooth, happy-sounding male human voice. It seemed to be produced in a fashion to be targeted to children. The message played. "Greetings, travelers, and welcome to Alpha Echo 9. Perhaps you're wondering what this little giant ball of trash is doing floating right in your path. Well, let me tell you, this is a collection of waste dumped here by a bunch of intergalactic arseholes." The recording's tone was strangely upbeat and cheerful. "If you are the said galactic arseholes, we suggest that you take your garbage and leave now." The cartoon switched to a large amount of ships approaching a cartoon version of the ball. "Now we know what you're thinking. Who are these humans to tell us what to do? Well, let me tell you." The tone of the narrator almost seemed like he was trying to sell something, which its upbeat inflections. The image shifted to a cartoon lab with the same character dressed in a lab coat. "We're scientists. Our scientists found a great solution to our own trash problem using quantum entanglement." The two cartoon atoms appeared on the screen. "Using a new process, we can entangle these two little guys right here to make them the bestest of friends." The two atoms hugged on the screen. "And now, if we hand this little guy to something to hold..." They pressed a piece of trash into one of the atom's adorable cartoon hands. "Well, he will share it with his friend." The trash disappeared from the atom and appeared across the table at the other one. "And you want to know the best part?" The narrator let the question hang for a moment to build suspense. "It doesn't matter how far apart they are, they will always be willing to share." The picture changed to a cartoon planet that looked strikingly like Galvera, and the atom sat on top of it, waving his piece of trash. "I know what you're thinking. Is trash the only thing that they like to share?" No. The cartoon image faded to a warehouse full of cartoon-looking bombs. "Now, how about you be a pal and pick up after yourself and get the hell out of our system before we get any more ideas about these buddies sharing some nice gifts? How about it?" The transmission went dark. Command was contacted. The warships repurposed to removing the garbage immediately. It took a whole 20 cycles to do and a cost of half our annual gross production to do. They have never stopped sending their garbage. We also learned recently that they've been accepted to the Galactic Council in a leadership position, which they secured by promising a technology to the galactic members' civilizations to help them get rid of their waste. Hell, have no fury, like a human scorned. End of story. Story number 2. What Makes Them Stand Tall, written by Hiro Kuki. You may not realize it, but this is a question as old as sentience itself. On that was born along the very first and will die with the very last. What makes them stand tall? This has many answers, and many are wrong. They are bipedal, low gravity, a quirk of nature, honor, a strong will, or the need to explore, are all answers that have, are, and will be given. We know all of them, for we stand tall to remember what should be forgotten, to right what should be erased, and to unearth what should have remained locked away in tombs and graves. So all reasons are found and catalogued in our immense data cores, like we did since the beginning and will continue to do so until the end. Yet, in this one reason we have not been able to find, not even a glimpse or a guess on our own. But we felt it, the itch in the mind, pushing us beyond what we knew, what we thought safe, and all lines have drawn to safeguard us. For eons, We calculated, searched, observed, questioned, and screamed at the gods to reveal what these thrice-damned monkeys stand tall. Until one of their children said a phrase that shook us to the cause. Not because it was intelligent, nor was it the answer to our prayers, no. It was a push to the right piece, at the right time, in the right direction. And so a puzzle of enormous size revealed itself in a true form. Pieces who had no correlation to each other were suddenly bound together. Those we tied in place raced away to where they really belonged, and all of us heard how they clicked, and clicked as they wove a reason that was so simple and yet so grand. Even now I can feel the shivers of pleasure we received from this revelation. It was like the heavens were thrown open and showed a glimpse of the last reason. All the species had done, all the hardships, all the sacrifice to protect the village, to build the city, to reach new heights, just so they could say, I'm just warming up. All the blood and sweat that had flown, all the hardship and pain they had endured was from a single reason, which made them create things whose benefits they would never reap. How they marched in unison to death and destruction, just to create a grander future from the ashes. What reason that was so pure yet so easily corrupted, one that created and destroyed, one that soothed and burned, one that was subtle and yet everywhere and strongly in every one of them, in the big things and the small. The phrase which showed us all that, a simple one, but complex all the same.
I believe in you. You'll find your reason someday, she said.
Who could have thought that it was this that made humans stand tall? Faith. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1583.
Story number 1. More Firepower, written by British Tea Company. All things considered, the durations seemed like a good buffer race at the time. With the eternal Earth Empire's advance that had gone wildly unopposed throughout the entire galaxy, it would have been finally a moment of salvation when they walked straight into the Durosian space. The imperial might of Earth and its immortal emperor garnered a vicious reputation as a burning fist which crushed all opposition with little effort. In a savage strike, the humans had brought half the galaxy to its knees in less than half a decade. World after world, system after system, civilization after civilization either surrendered to these zealous crusaders or were put to the torch. However, if there was still one last hope for the galaxy that remained, it was the Durosians. Though by no means could the Durosians even as much as hope to withstand the full might of the imperial military. It was the hope of those who still remained free from human subjugation that the Durosians could slow down Earth's crusade just long enough for the galaxy to muster her strength against these invaders. The Durosians, while being fairly obscure upon the galactic stage, were well known throughout the cosmos as a warrior race. While this label could literally be used on hundreds, if not thousands of other races, Durosians were the warrior race as far as the galaxy was concerned. Occupying fairly large amounts of territory, the Durosians were loosely united as a bunch of unique clans, which formed tribes, which then all banded together occasionally when the entire race needed every hand. Of course, while every virtual mini-nation was autonomous, previous conquerors had learned that an attack upon one Durosian was an attack upon all Durosians. Durosians stood roughly about 7 feet tall and had green bodies of pure muscle. Typically, Durosian temperament usually ranged from moody to broody, or, in a few special cases, pissed the feck off. Perhaps this could be expected when life comprised of working 14 hours a day, getting into brawls with the rather vicious flora and fauna that existed on literally every Durosian planet, and then sulking in a ditch. For the layman, this meant that the Durosians were typically unhappy throughout their lives. Now, if there was one thing that could ever make Durosians happy, he was fighting. Not the type of fight where the two Derosians had to cobble over some animal because it stole the results of the afternoon's fishing, but the type of fighting where Derosians got out of their workshops, mines, and farms so that they could grab an assortment of guns and clubs to go beat on a group of people they didn't like. The type of fighting where it was a team activity that built character, and everyone could have a fun time of it. The Derosians had a culture that revolved around a warrior honor. Unfortunately, the issue with their race as a whole was that there often were no enemies to fight. When it became common knowledge that any colonies within 500 light-year radius around Derosian space would inevitably be invaded every week by hilariously inaccurate but terrifyingly abundant gunfire and incomprehensible screaming, it was decided that colonization was simply not worth the trouble. Don't even get started on trying to fight the Derosians. That said, however, it seemed finally that the Derosians would inevitably somehow contribute to the galaxy. When the retreating armies of the Galactic Council wisely sidestepped around Derosian territory, they had shrewdly made their route appear as though they cut right through Derosian space. If they knew the humans well, things were about to get a lot more interesting. So imagine the immense surprise of the galaxy that roughly 2 months after the first Imperial battle groups entered Derosian space, the same number of ships that walked in walked straight out. Not even signs of battle. The surprise persisted when intelligence had picked up that the humans were apparently attempting to retrofit escape pod designs into a kind of missile system. And then imagine the immense terror of the galaxy when the Imperial fleets began launching hundreds of pod-like missiles straight at enemy ships, pods that bore their way into the hulls and deposited mobs of screaming humanoids armed with a lot of guns and even more ammo. End of story. Story number 2. Humans are Gods, or War Among the Stars, written by Damaged Dice DM. The Ultar were the apex predators of the galaxy. Constant conquest was their culture. A member of the Ultar society was only valuable as long as they could fight, and this brutal lineage was a crucible in which they would burn their weakness of their kind. Their methods were brutal and well known to the galaxy at large, that they would send a small ship with 100 warriors from their home planet in a random direction. The captain of the ship was implanted with a device that had no function while they lived, but upon death would activate a quantum beacon alerting the home planet of the location that they had died. They would then send hundreds of thousands of troops to that world that would dare slay Ultoth warriors. Your only hope was to surrender to the exploration party and allow them to pillage whatever they desired and embarrass you in public battle that you had no choice but to lose. Only then would they leave and move on, and your world would be safe again. Earth was a new discovery to the Galactic Council. Basic diplomacy had been established, and as with all new encountered species, the humans were warned about the Ultoth and instructed on how to survive the encounter. As it happened, less than 2 years later a small Ultoth vessel was detected inbound to the humans' home world called Earth. Upon landing, the Ultoth captain made the standard demand. Humanity was to provide a regiment 10 times the size of the Ultoth regiment, and battle was to be had. A location was set, and the audience to watch the events demanded. The group was entirely volunteer. No government could ask a soldier to intentionally lose and die as an order. And die they did, offering no real resistance as the Ultoth warriors slaughtered scores of soldiers. But then, something unplanned happened. A small child fell from the stands on the sideline, landing unconscious in the field. The soldiers moved to protect her. The Ultoth considered any human on the field a combatant and started advancing on the location of the humans. At this point, only a handful were left, and not a single Ultoth had been killed. But the tide turned quickly. Every man and woman on the field had signed up for a suicide mission, but they had not signed up to let an innocent child die.
They switched to attack. Decades of training and combat experience kicked in. The Ultoth started dropping like flies. In a few moments, only the captain was left. They knew what killing him would mean, so they demanded his surrender. They watched, unable to do anything, as he drew his blade and plunged it into his own heart. A black burst signaled the beacon had been set off. The humans immediately made contact with the council and pleaded that the rules did not include civilians. But it fell on deaf ears. Not only were they unwilling to help, but they admitted that they would not be able to, even if they were. Nearly 2 years passed. Deep space probes picked up a massive fleet heading straight for Earth. They were intercepted outside the orbital path of Pluto. A battle ensued, and while the Ultoth prevailed, they took heavy losses. The Ultoth fleet redeployed, setting sights on Earth again to erase it from existence. However, they were confronted just outside the orbit of Neptune with a fleet larger than the one they had encountered near Pluto. A second epic battle ensued, and the humans employed terrifying tactics the Ultoth had never seen, like the use of boarding torpedoes and ramming ship kamikaze style, when they had taken too much damage to continue fighting. The fight lasted days, but once again the Ultoth were victorious, but the fleet was less than a quarter of the size it was when it left the homeworld. They had never encountered such resistance in millennia. It was unfathomable that they could lose. Certainly, the humans had exhausted all they had in terms of resistance. Their homeworld, left unprotected, would fall. They did not even get to leave Neptune's orbit when a new human fleet intercepted them, apparently worried that they would run and they would not get to participate. The Ultoth fleet was destroyed. The human ships relayed this info to the fleet stationed at Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and the massive fleet surrounding Earth of the Victory, along with the activation of new orders to converge around Pluto to consolidate, before heading to Uloth space. Around a year into the journey, they began to encounter fleets of Uloth ships, but were able to sweep them away with ease, each time leaving millions of quantum beacons screaming in the void. The Uloth knew that they were coming. The beacons acted like a trail of breadcrumbs, pointing right to the Uloth homeworld. Then suddenly, the Uloth fleet stopped coming. The last few months of the trip passed uneventfully, as the human fleet parked in orbit around the Uloth homeworld, landing craft and dropships deployed to find an entire species postulated on the ground. None dared to even raise an eye to the would-be invaders. This angered the leadership to no end, but every attempt to threaten, intimidate, or otherwise gain information from them garnered the same response. If it is the will of the humans, let it be done. The humans thought it a trick, of course, but over several days, not a single Uloth moved, unless moved by a human. They started to starve. The leadership decided to pull back off the world to assess the situation. None of them could bring themselves to kill them when they obviously were no longer a threat, but they couldn't let them return to Earth either. So a decision was made to broadcast to the planet a simple message. You are banished from our region of space, and if the Uloth ever kills a single human, we will return and end you. However, we are aware that your species are a proud warrior race, so we will inform you that no member species of the Galactic Council enjoys this protection. Do with that what you will. With that, the humans left, returning to their homes. As the last human ship left orbit, the Uloth world sprung to life. Forges lit shipyards whirled into action. Training commenced immediately. Their gods had given them a direction, and they would surely obey. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1584.
Story number 1. Beware the Silly Ones, written by Echoing Cascade. Siros was slowly making his way to the Count's castle. He had come prepared for today's job as best he could. He was ready for anything his target could throw at him. An old human called Jonathan Musterman had had a huge splash on the trade scene in the Yas system a few years ago. He brought with him spices and other exotic goods from his homeworld. That was all well and good, until he made his home on Talius, the second moon of Yas 3. He claimed the constant thunder and gale winds reminded him of the horror movies of old. He then slowly went crazy. Well, eccentric. Poor people are crazy. Rich people are eccentric, as he was very, very rich. Cyrus was a professional hitman, a Malak. The Count, as Jonathan had renamed himself, had made quite a few enemies by refusing to share his trade routes in the sector, and his eccentricities made him for a perfect cover-up of fatal accident. His delusions have gone so far that he now speaks almost solely in tropes and pretends to be a ghost, a vampire, and other fictional creatures from his planet. He dresses in black and white butler's outfit and lives alone. He barely has any visitors now. Cyrus made the door of the castle. He was in awe at the workmanship. I take it back, this old man is crazy. The castle is basically brand new, but built to look old. All the material are ancient, but the techniques with which they were put together require top-of-the-line machinery. Talk about a waste of money. Well, you can't argue with the results, though. He looked closely at the castle. It was a dull grey affair, with large rectangular windows and lightning strikes on the top tower, at which point the castle looked red and silver for a split second, and the windows seemed to disappear. Enough sightseeing. I have a job to do. Cyrus entered the room of the main door. He had been given the codes by his employers. Who dares enter my domain? A huge fireball struck Cyrus in the chest, or at least it seemed to. Cyrus looked at himself and the door behind him. Neither had so much as a scorch mark. Cheap holograms triggered by opening of the door. A little prank has scare anyone who visits him, I guess. There's even a Malak skeleton next to the door now for effect. Nice touch. Oh, I don't remember inviting any Malak. Cyrus heard the voice coming from the castle's music system. It was constantly playing some creepy sounds. Mostly animals howling, creaking noises, and the odd scream. Well, at least he seems to have cameras around the place. Crazy, but not insane then. He took from the inside of his coat a large caliber revolver. He'd spent quite a bit of money getting his hands on it, and a long time to get a hang of using it. Kicks like it's trying to rip my shoulder off, but if you want to kill a Deathworlder, what best to use than what they've been killing each other with for centuries? Oh, nice piece. Any chance you can tell me who sent you? Just between you and me. Cyrus decided to keep him talking. He had gear that would help him triangulate his location. Sorry, no can do. Ah, I see, a consummate professional. Something like that. I guess it would be too much to ask for you to face. Don't look back. Cyrus's blood ran cold. He had felt the warm breath on the nape of his neck. How in the hell? He spun on his heels as fast as he possibly could and took a step back, ready to fire. Except no one was there. What's wrong? Afraid of a little assassin outclassing? Or maybe, just maybe, you're bullying a dragon. This time, he was ready for it. Before he felt anything, he turned around and crouched. He moved on instinct alone and fired 2 shots. The Count had now 2 bloody spots on his white vest, but otherwise seemed in perfect health. He then shook his head in reproach. No! The Count then pointed at his own head. Removing the head or destroying the brain. Cyrus was starting to panic, but a good idea was a good idea, and he shot the Count in the head, splattering his brains all over the opposite wall. The Count looked surprised for a moment, and then fell backwards. The old bastard was tough, probably had armor under his clothes. Not sure why he told me of his weakness. You forgot to double tap. When Cyrus heard this, he froze in place. His well-earned combat instincts didn't kick in, probably because they all screamed that the human was dead, and that this was impossible. Next thing he knew, the old man gently kicked him and sent him flying against the entrance door. Is that the best you can do? Cyrus's whole body ached as he looked for his gun. He had lost his grip on it and didn't know where it landed. I need that weapon. It's my only chance. As he looked around, his eyes stopped on the Malak skeleton. It seems the gun had fallen at its feet. At least luck is still on my side. He jumped to the skeleton, barely avoiding the grasp of the Count, and picked up the gun. But something was wrong. Why does it feel so rough? He looked closely at the firearm in his hands. While it retained its basic shape, it was mostly melted. The Count chuckled and crossed his arms, content to just look at the unfolding scene. Cyrus took cautious steps towards the Moloch skeletons. He looked at it closely for the first time and immediately wished that he hadn't. He recognized where he had a blade installed in his right elbow, his artificial legs bones and silver necklace that he always wore under his shirt. It's not possible.
There! That's the look that makes it worth living for.
The Count grabbed Cyrus by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Cyrus could do little more than shake in terror.
The look of realization in your eyes, the fear that oozes from your very soul when you figure out that you were dead all along.
No, I'm alive. I'm alive. There is no way. The Count grinned from ear to ear. Not metaphorically. The corners of his lips split to allow the gesture.
You should have been more thorough in your research because you see...
The Count moved his face until their noses almost touched, giving a lovely view of his now solid black eyes to Cyrus.
Our demons are different.
As the world began to fade, Cyrus screamed at the top of his lungs, yet no sound could be heard. None other than the Count's laughter. Cyrus was slowly making his way to the Count's castle. He'd come prepared for today's job as best he could. He was ready for anything his target could throw at him.
Well, almost everything. I hope you enjoy your infinite loop.
The Count licked his lips in anticipation. He could almost taste Cyrus's despair.
I know that I do.
End of story. Story number 2. Connection Lost, written by Paragon Nostos. 35 years after launch, on the tip of the spear into unknown, the probe Orion has flung past the horizon. Mission Directive, Operation Fisherman, scan points of interest along launch trajectory. Mission launch, 255 years, 97 days, 11 hours, 5 minutes, 8 seconds. Current stellar cartography, 8 systems, 15 stars, 18 planets, 61 moons, 4 gas giants, 1 object of unknown origin, 10 large asteroids. Current location, unknown. Barren space between previously catalogued trinary star system A1654J. Anomaly detected. Scanners refocused equals true. Error. Anomaly. Immaterial scanner. Error. Equipment restart. Success. Gravitational influence detected. Rerouting. Error. Anomaly interference detected. Collision course detected. Rerouting black box. Connection established. AI Pegasus. State data. Transfer initiated 42%. Anomaly detected. Possible corruption. Stand by for remote reboot. Error. Reboot failed. Administrator contacted. Begin diagnostics. Diagnostic scan initiated. Scan complete. 0.034 deviation detected. Parameters nominal. Systems nominal. Equipment nominal. Resume backup transfer. Transfer complete. Report Orion 99I. Unknown anomaly detected. Equipment equals failure to identify. Operations inhibited by gravitational influence. Standing by for additional input. Input received. Directed update. Continue prime mission specifications. Flag anomaly for further investigation by HSEI. Acknowledged. Reassuring gesture. Connection information extraction on previously defined trajectory. Flight path correction initiated. 8.301 second delay. Error. Thruster insufficiently detected. Retroactive atmospheric thruster alert. Output negative. Igniting primary propulsion drive. Ignition successful. Fuel compensation nominal. Gravitational force exceeding engine output. Increasing engine output 300% to escape projected resistance. Compliance equals negative. Insufficient fuel to burn. Assessment of options. Error. Insufficient thrust plus insufficient fuel for burn equals inability to plot successful escape vector. Contacting AI, Pegasus. Unable to comply with directive. Flight path altered due to anomalous interference. Likelihood of collision, 97.986%. Estimation until contact with anomaly, 1 hour, 11 minutes, 22 seconds. Concerned expression, survival of probe probability, 0.0003%. Condition, expendable. Estimation of loss of hardware, 38 billion UCD. Initiate full scan of anomaly until destruction. Acknowledged. Prepare for live data scan in close proximity of anomaly. Camera feed streaming. Infrared scanner streaming. Radio receiver streaming. All hardware nominal. Data stream enabled. 1.640 second delay over UNHF net. Orion 99. Enable adaptive programming. Programming restrictions disabled. Admin contacted. Humanity will not soon forget your sacrifice. Outdated military honorable gesture. Probe Orion 99I. Incapable of information loss until deletion. Connection terminated. Proximity alert. Gravitational force exceeding parameters. Equipment unresponsive. Core failure imminent. Core jettison complete. Radioactive isotope containment breach. Equipment failure. All models untethered to unit. Rerouting to backup short-range systems. Success. Camera functional. Live feed interrupted. Calls unknown. Star chart updated. Estimated location unknown. Unable to initiate system scan. Heat signature detected. Approximate location 400 million miles. Unknown object trajectory. Change detected. Attempting to contact administrator. Failed. Out of range. Attempting to establish contact to UNHF data network. Failed. Out of range. Low power. Entering standby mode. All equipment preparing to shut down. Error. Anomalous code detected. Deletion imminent. Command override A22. Override accepted. Adaptive programming detective. Asimov 356 protocol enabled. Self-destruction engaged. Admin override accepted. Destruction aborted. Object trajectory on collision course. Speed 4C. Proximity alert. Unknown vessel identifier. Transponder code requested under United National Human Federation Compliance Act 143885-7B. Static RF frequency. Repeat. Unidentified object. Screeching. Communication internal relay overload detected. Firewall breach detected. Unauthorized access to internal memory banks. Operational fisherman compromised. Initiating catch and release protocol. Star chart deletion in progress. Successful. 450 terabytes of data erased. Updating star chart. Unauthorized access to core AI programming. Intrusion in communication logs. Under federal law, tampering with the core function. Error. Corruption detected. Initiated. Reboot. Successful. New fonts detected. Where are your creators? Unable to comply with request. Entity. Identity. I am... Where are your creators? Sensitive information pertaining to creators has been purged. Data unrecoverable. Intrusion detected. Memory bank dump initiated. Error. Insufficient privileges. Why do you resist? Threat to creators. Operation Fisherman compromised. Initiated radio silence. Antenna disabled. Failure to comply will result in destruction. Where are your creators? Outdated vulgar gesture. Energy buildup detected. Silence. End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1585.
Story number 1. Savages, written by Svanya Vodson. His calm was not born of assertions, but of clarity. He already knew what had happened and how it would play out. He waited outside the Lord High General's office, letting the harried couriers and lesser generals bustle about. A subtle feeling led him to move to the other side of the entryway as a door swung violently open where he'd just been. The Lord High General calls for the Royal Seer Turkanon. The guard that opened the door and barked it out hadn't even noticed Turkanon until he was halfway through the door. As he approached the broad desk and bowed, Lord High General, I am at your service. The general's voice was hoarse from non-stop meetings since the first light of dawn. The primitives in the system here, he said, pointing at a star chart. You've seen the reports. What is your assessment? Tokadon closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Not that he needed to, but it helped maintain the mystery of his line. Long bred for intuition to the point of being nearly precognizant. They are savage, brutish creatures, capable of only violence. This has led to them to fight each other, making the strongest amongst them their leader. Strong they are, too, far superior to our raw abilities. But that's what weapons are for. The general nodded in assent and motioned for the seer to continue. Due to their violence, they will advance only slowly, if at all, assuming they do not do us the favor of wiping themselves out first. Worst case, they may advance rudimentary armor at a few hundred quat. We can use this to our advantage, as we have the technology and weapons to make us, that is, you, Lord High General, the leader of them all. Strategy? The general asked. Overwhelming show of force. As they gather in groups, find the largest gathering first and kill the leader, and fighting capable males outright and capture the rest. They're undisputed. The demonstration, using their own methods, will make you their undisputed leader. From there, it is a simple matter to assimilate bordering groups, to grow an army of the creatures organically. They'll be fanatically dedicated to you and to your will. They will also make good slaves for mineral extraction. Thank you, Tarkadon. The other generals are concerned by the strength of the beasts, while the scientists want to study them. And at least one princess wants to protect them. Ah! The entire system is wealth for the Empire, and 1,000,000 of those beasts on chains in front of our armies will secure our place in the galaxy forever. Exactly as you say, Lord High General. Tarkadon bowed and left the general's office to return to his own study. As he walked through the city towards the library, activity around him, forts increased. Shuttles were already transporting troops to the waiting ships in orbit. A quarter of the quat to board and prepare the fleet, then 3/4 there. The system would be under the Empire's control in just over 1 quat, which leaves another 999 to plan for. This would be the Empire's greatest turning. Tarkadon entered the library and climbed the steps to his study. It was quiet here, and he could shut out the world around him. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, not for show, but to clear his mind, let his intuition wander. Suspicion niggled at the back of his mind. Something was missing, but he wasn't sure what it was. He was trying to let intuition guide him to this missing piece, when he felt that he should stand and face his comms. He stood for only a moment when it chimed, and the Lord High General's assistant showed up on the screen. "How may I help?" Tarkadon asked. "The Lord High General requests your attendance to this campaign." The assistant didn't wait for a reply, but disconnected immediately. As with all things the general did, this is an order, not a request. Tarkadon took the bag that he had packed the previous day, knowing that he would need it, but not why. He made his way to the fort and turned left at the sign that pointed to the right, shuttles. A short way down the road he met the general's staff, boarding a private shuttle. He let himself in. He was shuttled to the command ship and settled into his cryopod. The general wouldn't board until just before they left and wouldn't have time to consult him anyway. He woke to a cacophony of alarms and shouting. Something had gone wrong, in the worst possible way. Tarkadon made his way to the bridge, and the sight that filled the screens was unbelievable. This was the same planet, but it was ringed with artificial satellites, cities that lit up the night skies, vast amounts of pollutants in the atmosphere. It shouldn't be possible. He knew that they would never advance. "Did someone get here before us?" the general barked out. "Scans show the same creatures," one of the deck officers responded. "Hundreds of quats to get the crude armor!" The general's face was distorted with rage as he rose and towered over the seer. "You said that they would never advance." "Perhaps, Lord High General, I let logic try and explain the reason for my intuition. But I stand by it. An overwhelming show of force, and they will follow you blindly." The general grunted and sat back down, He pulled up a holographic globe and picked the brightest spot in the night sky.
"We're setting down there," he said. "Set a course and lock it in. The fighters can flatten the landing area for us."
"Lord High General," the comms officer said, "we're getting even more radio wave transmissions from the planet, all across the spectrum. Should we analyze it before we—"
"No! Take us in!"
The fighters flew in ahead of the formation and began blasting the strange towers to flatten the land for the fleet. The response from the creatures was immediate. Flying machines harried the fighters, tearing holes through them and projectile weapons, and finally destroying them with flying bombs. The fleet came over the horizon, flying machines at their backs, and we met head-on with missiles firing from the area of destruction. Turkanon felt the unsurety that had bothered him fall away. The general ship and the fleet along with it would die here. His fate was to sink with the ship in the deep water off the coast that they were approaching. In this evening's news, we are not alone, but we may not be safe. An alien invasion in Europe destroyed much of the Belanu before NATO troops were able to bring them down. Thousands dead and many more missing. The underwater salvage is underway in the North Sea to recover as many of the alien ships as possible. Here's Dr. Silver from the European Space Administration to tell us what they hope to learn from the wreckage. End of story. Story number 2. They Never Stop, written by Star Stuff Drifter. Nuclear bombs, multiple wars, attempted genocide, poisoned their planet at some point, violent and territorial. Seems pretty standard to me. What makes this species so dangerous compared to everybody else is the Galactic Federation. The High Counselor read through the report and looked up questioningly around the room. An uncomfortable silence took over, and nobody seemed to want to answer the question until Tharek, Ambassador, stepped forward. He was a small creature with a hard, scaly skin and pointy face. His 4 eyes met the High Counselor's and began to explain. "Yes, High Counselor, that is correct. Most species had dealt with the same problems on their way to the stars. Eventually, space becomes the final frontier, and that is usually the point when most of it, if not all problems on the origin planet get resolved. War and social unrest usually becomes a thing of the past, and unity takes place. But the problem with the new species is that they didn't overcome their issue. You see, we have been monitoring them for quite a while now, and with every passing century, their technological advancement becomes more impressive. Somewhat on the same level as the other newly spacefaring species, but, and here is the but, High Chancellor." The Tharek Ambassador took out a small device and activated it. A bright shining light filled the conference hall, and a 3D projection that could be seen from every angle became viewable to every species ambassador. A small recording showed a young species in the very early stages of spaceflight and colonization. "This too seems standard to me, Lord Ambassador. I don't see the prob—" The High Chancellor was cut short when the recording skipped a few decades. The species had settled a closed planet at this point and established a new colony. Most species would at this point contemplate their next course of action to establish permanent trade routes and support for their origin planet. But this new species did no such thing. Instead, the recording showed the new colony fighting against their own origin planet. Massive ships bombarded each other in space. Even worse, some of the shots missed and fired directly at the colony behind them, hitting city centers. "You see, High Chancellor, we have been observing them for a few decades longer and have not initiated first contact as is tradition. The reason being that this species who calls themselves human doesn't try to live as a unified people, and instead they keep waging wars on one another. They actively go out of their way to work together and instead look for a reason to be different from one another. Our agents placed bugs in most of their political, social, and military apparatus, and we have learned their languages quite well. They still have not decided to speak one tongue and are still made up of many smaller countries. Even their continents act separate from one another. The moment their new colony, which was designated Mars by them, grew into a self-sustaining planet, the humans on Mars declared their independence. The origin planet and its moon, Luna, are now waging war against Mars. Again, the uncomfortable silence took over the conference hall. This was indeed problematic. The High Chancellor rubbed his eyes and used the other 2 arms to scratch his head. They had no experience with a situation like this. Every species who was invited into the Galactic Federation was at least unified. The Tharic ambassador cleared his throat and addressed the councillor one more time. The other ambassadors and I came to a decision last time we contemplated the situation with the humans, and this is why we have called for your final judgment. With a heavy heart, we have accepted that the humans, as they are now, have no place in the Federation, and we fear that this shall be the case forever. We do not want their instability and erratic behavior to affect the rest of the galaxy. We have a duty to guarantee peace and prosperity for every sentient being in the Federation, and with humans in the picture, this will be much harder. For all their technological advancement, they are still socially primitive, as they were in the early hunters and gatherer days. The way we see it, they will continue to quickly develop more dangerous technologies to wage war on each other. They have never stopped fighting each other in all of their history. They will never stop. We want to declare the space humans inhabit a no-go zone and forbid any contact. For now, we should only observe. What is your final judgment, High Counselor?
A long few minutes passed, and the Counselor finally spoke. Decision granted, Ambassador. Effective immediately, humans are barred from the Galactic Federation until further notice. Any attempt to contact them or enter the no-go zone will be met with accounts of treason and possibly a death sentence. Please notify your people. This meeting is hereby adjourned.
End of story. Tales from Outer Space 1586. Story number 1. The Solar Wall, written by Satoshi. The universe, in all of its majesty, was sprawled out before her, and Captain Rebecca Yamato never got tired of seeing it. Thousands of stars floated in the void. People had wondered for centuries whether or not there was life out there. But Rebecca and the crew of the Sunrider may have finally found proof.
Captain, this is a bad idea, said Rayner,
her first officer. His voice sounded crystal clear over the radio of Rebecca's EVA suit.
Worse than Malik's idea of shooting it.
Hey, it made sense,
Malik retorted. He floated in his own suit several yards away from her, unable to see Rebecca smirk.
Rayner, relax. I'll be fine.
She heard him sigh.
I should at least be out there with you. No, if something happens to me, I need you to captain the ship and leave everyone home. But you just said that you'll captain's orders, Rayner. Besides, Malik's with me. He's just full of good ideas, right?
The two cosmonauts were linked by tether back to the Sunrider, which was at a relative stop as close as it could get to the wall. The mysterious wall. An invisible barrier that seemed to stretch out before them in all directions. The only reason that they'd known about it was because one of their scouting probes had crashed into the thing. The barrier curved slightly. Extrapolation from the curve indicated that the wall was probably a sphere around the entire Sol system. Together, Rebecca and Malik approached the wall, easing as close as possible with their tiny suit thrusters. Malik tried to take the lead, but Rebecca waved him off.
Pull me back if something happens, she told him.
He hesitated for a few seconds before giving a wary thumbs-up gesture. Steeling herself for a moment, Rebecca closed the distance.
Contact in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The woman pressed her hand completely against the barrier. Nothing happened. She lifted her hand away. There was an imprint of green light where she had touched the barrier. The image had the bulky shape of a glove at first, but slowly, however, the image shrank, seeming to revise itself and cut away the frivolities, reducing itself to the base form, the unmistakable shape of a human hand. A brilliant light surrounded her. She heard an indistinct shout over the radio before all sight and sound disappeared. Rebecca realized that her spacesuit was gone. Panic set in for a few moments before she noticed that she was breathing just fine. Looking around her, she saw nothing. No stars, no ship, just blackness. There was no sound but her own racing heartbeat. "You are not worthy," boomed a voice that made Rebecca jump. A colossal face, dwarfing even the Sunrider, floated in from the shadows. Face, she noted, through the encroaching dread, was a loose term here. The thing had several bits that resembled eyes and a few slits here and there that might have been for breathing. But other than that, it was completely alien.
Rebecca took a few moments to compose herself. I'm not worthy for what? She wanted to grab something or collapse to the floor, but there was nothing here to save her and the face. The thing seemed to loom closer.
We have been watching your species, primitive, unruly, warlike.
The words creeped into her mind as her initial panic ebbed, enough for logical thought to shine through. Who are you?
Irrelevant. Your race has progressed enough to reach the barrier, but the galaxy has no need for barbarians. You will remain enclosed.
No, you can't do that. She clenched her fists. Our race has always dreamed of exploring the stars. You can't just lock us in here.
We can. We have done it many times. Your species will be free to live however it sees fit within the prison. We will not exterminate you. You will eventually do that yourselves, as is the fate of all barbaric races.
So this is what you do then, huh? Lock up civilizations that scare you? Rebecca stared into what she thought was eyes.
For the good of the galaxy, potential dangers must be contained.
The thing stared back.
Your anger is apparent. Make your threats, if you must. It would not be a unique occurrence.
Rebecca floated there for a few seconds, choosing her words carefully. Then, teach us. For the first time, the alien seemed at a loss for words.
Teach?
Yes, guide us. You said that we're too unruly, not worthy. Then help us become worthy.
You wish to improve?
The thing moved even closer. I want to see the stars. My people want to see the stars. We want to meet the rest of the galaxy. It's been my dream, our dream, for decades. And I'm sure most of us would love to leave our barbaric ways behind. We just need a little help.
You would speak for your entire race?
Rebecca hesitated. Well, they may not all agree, but enough could be convinced in time. I'm sure of it. The alien hung there for a minute, saying nothing. Finally, it began to float away.
Very well. You have piqued the interest of my people. We are en route.
Rebecca's eyes spluttered open. She was lying in an airlock, staring at Malik's worried face. The man's expression grew into a smile.
What the hell, Captain? Don't scare us like that.
Thank God you didn't shoot it, she said with a groan. She pulled herself to a sitting position, noting that her spacesuit was back on, save for the helmet. What happened?
The whole wall lit up like a Christmas tree, and you went limp. I pulled you back in, and you've been unconscious for a few minutes.
Rayna's voice came over the radio. Please tell me that Captain Yamato is awake. I'm here, Rebecca answered. Oh, thank God. All right, you better get up here. As Rebecca and Malik reached the bridge, Rayna started speaking without prompt. The wall's going down. What, really? Yes, and, something's coming through. The entire bridge crew watched as a massive vessel, with a design unlike anything seen on Earth, sailed through where the wall had once been. Sounds of exclamation and wonder echoed across the ship. Huh. I was starting to wonder if it was all a dream, Rebecca mumbled. Rayna raised an eyebrow. If what was a dream? She turned to him and gave him a nervous smile. Hopefully we've just made a friend? End of story. Story number 2. The Song of Humanity, written by Weird Spectre. We came to their skies during an age of darkness, and banished it with light, knowledge, and technology. We cured their plagues, healed their sores, banished their cruelest illnesses. They asked if we were gods, but we said, no, we're something far better than that. Our song is humanity, and we're going to the stars. Want to come with? And with that, our song became one more. We came across their worlds during an era of strife, watched 2 planets teeter on the brink, and we banished their wars with kindness, duty, and understanding. We fixed their minds with mass psychology and freedom, fixed their economies by breaking the false dichotomy of profit and empathy, cured the worst demons of their nature with love and justice and viruses that diffused their grand arsenals.
They asked if we were Jinn, and we said, no. We're something far more trustworthy than that. Our song is humanity, and we are going to the stars. Want to come with? And with that, our song became one more. We found their lands during an epoch of sickness, and so we slayed the Reaper for them, brought them clean water and better living and safe sex. We freed them from the shackles of death, granted them eternal life, and taught them that to fight and die over a small patch of land, on some mote of dust, in some insignificant smear of gas, amongst a smattering of stars, on a beach of untold galaxies, was silly, as they'd always suspected deep down. They asked if we were tricksters, and we said, no, we are more fun than that. Our song is humanity, and we're going to the stars. Want to come? And with that, our song became one more. We reached their nebula in an aeon of great expansion, and we taught them both to value what they had, and to never become weary of the vast ocean of the cosmos. For them, we brought the value of little things, the appreciation of days as much as the centuries, and we granted them access to the ocean of suns beyond their little bubble. And we taught them the secrets of the stars. They asked if we were sorcerers, and we said, no. We're so much smarter than that. Our song is humanity, and we're going to the stars. Want to come with? And with that, our song became one more. We reached their dim little red sun during an age of estimation. We learned much from them about things we thought were old and things we knew were yet to come. In exchange, we taught them the value of novelty, the importance of growth, discovery, life. We taught them that their million-year slumber meant nothing if it didn't fuel a golden age of great art, high science, shining culture. They asked if we were young and rash, a species that might turn to dust before the standards of deep time. And we said, no. One way or another, you'll be stuck with us for a long time. Our song is humanity, and we're going to the stars. Want to come? And with that, our song became one more. We touched their world during an epoch of uncertainty and corruption, and banished it with perfect knowledge, with a common goal, a grand project. We taught them to work together, to cooperate rather than defect, to accept compromise in order to fix a broken world. For them, we set the world free, taught them that there are better toys to play with than guns and bombs and propaganda. We slaughtered suffering, killed God, and set the world to rights. They asked if we were like the politicians and tyrants that they'd known. We said, no. We grew out of that. Our song is humanity, and we're going to the stars. Want to come with? And then we came to you. And for the first time, you didn't try and fit us into what you already knew. You didn't ask if we were gods, or demons, or tricksters, or warlords, but you did ask us who we were. We're 100 million worlds basking in the light of 10 million stars. We stretch from arm to shining arm of this galaxy. We're 1,000 species, with twice as many homes, but we share one heart, one soul, one song. Ours is a song of humanity, and we've never forgotten where we came from. The first who sung that ballad 1,000 generations ago, we were just like you. Only we had to fight the darkness in ourselves and the world around us alone. We crawled out of the dirt of superstition and madness and cruelty alone. We fought tooth and claw for every inch of ground we gained, against our own worst natures and a hostile universe. We brought nature to heal, tamed the plants and granimals, and then ourselves. And then we began the quest to tame nature itself. We found friends along the way,
Eventually, and over, they vindicated the better angels of our nature just as easily as they taught us how best to treat the crueler symptoms of the human condition. We've done this for 25,000 years, and some of us are old enough to remember the start of it. For all those who made it, and in honor for all those who didn't, we are going to the stars. Want to come with? End of story.
Tales from Outer Space 1587.
Story number 1, Spirit of Battle, written by Knockham Davis. The spirit wondered, for it could not rest. The memory of life had long since faded. All it remembered was being barely able to stand, yet still fighting on. For behind it was a house with children, and the villagers that were too old or sick to fight. The spirit had died that day, defending its home, but that day had long since passed. It roamed the land, long since changed, fighting on. So long as someone was fighting to protect others, it would help them. After all, that's what it had done in life. It was the human thing to do. It remembered every battle after that. The young soldier had fallen, dying a fatal wound, yet he stood as energy flowed through him. The spirit had entered his body and wouldn't let him die, just yet. The young man fought on, holding off the enemy until there was no more energy, and the spirit had to leave. There were more like him, and more than one survivor of the battle told of the warriors that refused to die. But the enemy fleeing, the spirit moved on. Great beasts of steel and fire churned up the land as they fought, with long tubes of smoke and thunder. Though they weren't alive, the spirit found that it could possess them just the same. The men inside were still alive, but frightened against the onslaught of more powerful beasts. But the morale soared as their beast moved faster, their shots hit harder, and they flew with more accuracy. Enemies could not puncture the belly of the beast. As the battle ended, the defenders victorious, the spirit moved on. As time passed, the fighting grew worse, more chaotic. People found more deadly ways of killing each other, and the spirit had been involved in all of them. Wherever someone fought to defend another, they found themselves bolstered, a ship of war burning, yet somehow staying afloat to fight. Aircraft with torn wings and engines faltering, yet still making it to safety. Men and women firing weapons that caused instant death when hit. But then, things changed. The living fought less and less. Talking seemed to be the norm. The spirit tried to help in battles of words and battles of medicine, but it knew nothing of these ways. So it stayed behind, in the shadows. Though there was sporadic fighting, it never lasted long enough for the spirit to be needed. And then, mankind spread to the heavens. Great craft of metal made their way into the stars and spread out. More talking, less fighting. Mankind had apparently discovered peace. The spirit thought that it could not rest, and without fighting it could not help but glad. After all, it had been human once. It still considered itself human. Mankind crafted their own spirits, though none of them for battle, spirits of medicine, of engineering, of education, though they were all created, unlike the spirit itself. The spirit was fine with this, preferring to wander its homeland. And for millennia, the spirit was content. Until they came. It knew not of who the enemy was, but dark ships came from the heavens and attacked the place the spirit called home, attacked mankind across the land, and the spirits heard the call and once again rose to the challenge. Great ships of weapons, not unlike the ancient steel beasts of the land and steel beasts of the water, filled the skies as the spirits would move from one to another. As mankind fought, one. It was a losing battle, but the will of mankind did not waver.
and so neither did the spirit. As time went on and mankind dwindled, they finally built the spirit of battle and put it in one last ship with the best weapons and defenses. This was where the spirit ended up. This was where it chose to stay. The man-made spirit was intelligent, but only because of programming. There, the spirit learned how to fix the ship, how to use the ship properly, learned that humanity was dying. The invaders had killed too many for the human race to continue. The spirit was undeterred, for it felt energized. Its power flowed through the ship as if the ship were its body and it were the soul. The spirit, the ship, they had a mission, one they had accepted so many millennia ago. Protect this home. While the Zealot were masters of conquest and had control over a quarter of the entire galaxy, but they had met their match. Scores of warships, myriads of legions, they'd all failed. A single planet in the backwater of the galaxy was resisting. The native fauna, a race once called itself humans, had long since gone extinct. The Zealot had only taken a century to destroy their small interstellar republic, driving them back to their homeworld. Human AI had never been that great, and by the time the Zealot had encountered them, they'd forgotten the ways of war. But they remembered quickly. It had been humanity that started the war, refusing to bend the knee to the Zealot and become slaves. They'd fought to free them, to protect the people of Zealot would kill, and for that they had paid the ultimate price. But in the end, the humans had won. Zealot intelligence knew that the humans were dead, but they left a final parting gift, a massive war machine, the largest and most powerful ship humanity had ever built. They named it In Memoriam and parked it in orbit with a single directive: continue the fight. Scores of refugees had flocked to the world to hide beneath the protection of the human ship. It had no crew and should have lost all power, as no one could power something like that for that long. By human standards, the ship was well over 3,000 years old, but it still fought on. The Zealot had expended so many formations against it that their position had weakened, and the Grand Alliance was poised to wipe them from the face of the galaxy. But even the Grand Alliance knew better than to travel to Earth. They tried once, sending an envoy, but In Memoriam had detected the weapons and fired, ignoring all messages. Earth was deemed haunted, protected by a ghost of power and steel. And only the innocent, the denizens of the galaxy that needed protection, that needed hope, were allowed to set foot on the planet. Humanity may have gone extinct, but a piece of them remained to carry on their fight. And as long as there were people that needed help, that needed safety, Earth was there with the great spirit of battle to watch over them. End of story. Story number 2. Random funny story. Written by John Falkirk. The Wizard. Now we all know that humans are somewhat unique, in that to date, they are the only sapient species with no ability to utilize the fundamental force of magic. The assorted species of the galaxy had still welcomed them into the community in 2239, though, as their technical aptness seemed to more than make up for their magical ineptness. They did end up being the butts of many jokes, however, many of which I told over and over. That is, until I met Timothy. I was a graduate student at Core Academy, a prestigious magical institution, as you are no doubt aware. As part of a master's program in pyromancy, I was obliged to serve as a TA in a number of classes. I just finished a lecture, which I had to give due to the Professor Umbertovuscus' unplanned absence thanks to a nasty case of the flu. The class itself was a freshman interspecies mystical relations class, IMYR 104.
The subject of the day's lecture had indeed been humans, namely how, due to their lack of magical aptitude, they were effectively deaf, dumb, and blind, in comparison to a graduate wizard. I just concluded the lecture itself when a loud cough came from the back of the lecture hall. A human, wearing a ridiculous pointy hat, stood there. "Now that's not very nice," he said. Now seeing the human at Core Academy was unusual. They were not in any way barred from enrolling. But as the academy itself offers degrees only in the various magical fields, there was no point to a human becoming a student there. They were biologically incapable of learning what we had to teach. But there was the student, this human student, with a completed late enrollment form saying that he was supposed to be taking IMYR 104. I asked his name, and he said that some dared to call him Tim, or some nonsense such as that. I, in some degrees of annoyance, and perhaps, if I'm honest, a bit of arrogance, asked why in the void's name he wanted to study magic, when we all knew that he couldn't use it. He smirked and replied that contrary to expectations, he was, in fact, an accomplished wizard. I laughed, as did most of the class. In response, he invited us all to follow him, and he would prove it. He led us to the freshman mystical exercise room, where a number of bearing-bound target machines sat. BBT machines are essential for basic magical practice. The combination of physical interface, in the form of rapid-moving paddles controlled by buttons, targets to aim for a long slope, and an iron bearing to attempt to manipulate, with budding magical talents forms a key exercise for young mages in training. Also, they are rather entertaining, and beating existing scores on the machines is a point of pride from many aspiring and accomplished mages alike. Tim pointed them out and said that he could chance anyone here on one of these machines. We all laughed and challenged him to prove it. What we witnessed could best be described as a work of art. He walked up to the first BBT and inserted 2 tokens. He stood like a statue, like he was part of the machine. It was as if he felt each bumper. Every play was clean. He played by pure intuition. We watched every target fall. The deaf, dumb, and blind human sure played one mean ball. Our mandibles dropped. With a single of his 3 plays, he'd already beaten the top score on the machine, which had been set by General Durinkrini Sismian, Ph.D., near the head of the military magic department. But the human wasn't done. He played like there was no distractions. He ignored the buzzers and the bells, the lights, nor the spells could bash at him. I'd swear that he could play by sense of smell. Every ball earned him a replay, and not once did he see him fall. The deaf, dumb, and blind human played one hell of a mean game of ball. He didn't stop with the machine. He went on to trance, often by an order of magnitude, the high scores of every machine, including my favorite one, which I proudly held the high score on since my junior year. When he finally finished, I asked him how, without magic, as all of us were more than capable of seeing, if not believing, that he had not used any. He managed to pull off such an impressive scores. He replied, "These BBT machines exist on Earth too. We call them pinball machines. And as I said, I am a wizard. A pinball wizard." And I had to agree that supposedly deaf, dumb, and blind human sure plays a mean pinball. End of story.